Okay, good afternoon and welcome, or good morning, excuse me, and welcome to the San Francisco Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission. Long overdue and much anticipated joint hearing for Thursday, June 15th, 2023. I will remind folks that are standing in the room, you can't stay here. You'll have to go into room 408. And which is an overflow room that we've provided where you can hear and watch and listen to these proceedings live. And when we begin to accept public comment, you can come back to this room to submit your testimony. Unfortunately, if you're standing in the room and you cannot find a seat, you cannot remain in this chamber. But room 408 has been provided as an overflow chamber.
I'm not a paid consultant, and that's really a problem. Most of these people work for the aid.
Thank you, sir. Okay, to enable public participation, SFGov TV is streaming this hearing live and will join us in broadcast as soon as Rec and Park Commission is done with their hearing. We will receive public comment for each item on today's agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes. So when you have 30 seconds remaining, you will hear a chime indicating your time is almost up. When your allotted time is reached, I will announce that your time is up and take the next person queued to speak. We will take public comment from persons in City Hall first and then open up the remote access lines. For those persons calling in to submit their testimony, you need to call area code 415-655-0001 and enter access code 2593-558-2871 and press pound twice. At this point, you should be able to listen to the hearing live. Please wait for the item you are interested in speaking to and for public comment to be announced. To comment, you must enter *3 to raise your hand, and you should then hear a prompt that you have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait to speak until the host calls on you. When you hear that you are unmuted, that is your indication to begin speaking. For those of you joining us via WebEx, please log in via the link found on today's agenda and enter passcode CPC2023 and use the raised hand icon to ask a question. Best practices are to call from a quiet location, and please mute the volume on your television or computer. For those attending in person, please line up on the screen side of the room or to your right. Please speak clearly and slowly, and if you care to, state your name for the record. I will also remind members of the public that the commissions do not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Finally, I'll ask that we silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. At this time, I'll take roll. Planning Commission President Tanner.
Here.
Planning Commissioner Vice President Moore.
Here.
Planning Commissioner Braun.
Here.
Planning Commissioner Diamond.
Here.
Planning Commissioner Koppel.
Here.
And Planning Commissioner Imperial.
Here.
We expect Planning Commissioner Ruiz to be absent today. Historic Preservation Commission President Matsuda.
Here.
Historic Preservation Commission Vice President Nageswaran.
Here.
Historic Preservation Commissioner Foley.
Aye.
Historic Preservation Commissioner So.
Here.
And welcome Historic Preservation Commissioner Vergara.
Here. Thank you.
Thank you. We expect Historic Preservation Commissioner Wright to be absent today. First on your agenda, Commissioners, under Commission Matters is item 1, the land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Before I share the land acknowledgement, I just want to welcome the Historic Preservation Commission, President Matsuda, and all the commissioners, and welcome Commissioner Vergara. Welcome to a very exciting hearing. We're certainly glad to have you with us, and thank you all, also members of the public, whether you're here in the chambers, thank you for coming. If you're in our overflow room, if you're joining us online, or if you've written a written comment to the commission, we want to thank everyone for their engagement and involvement today, and hopefully we'll have a successful hearing where everyone has a chance to be heard, to say their piece, and we as a commission have a chance to understand your perspectives and, of course, conduct our deliberations. So with that, I'm going to share our land acknowledgement this afternoon, which I am not seeing it in the agenda page that it normally is on. Is it missing?
I haven't seen
Or am I just... Oh, I see it. It's on a different page. I found it. The Planning Commission acknowledges that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland, and we wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll place us under your special calendar, Commissioners, for items 2A and B and items 3A and B. For case numbers 2022-005693 PCA, 2022-005675 COA, 2022-005693 PCA, and 2022-005675 CUA. For the Nighttime Entertainment Castro Street Neighborhood Commercial District Planning Code Amendment, the Castro Theater Certificate of Appropriateness, again, the Planning Code Amendment, and then the Conditional Use Authorization. Please note that following items 2A and B, the Historic Preservation Commission will adjourn, and the Planning Commission will remain in session to separately consider items 3A and B. We will hear from staff first on all matters, and then we will conduct a single public comment period, which I believe through the chair will be 3 minutes per speaker. And we do have organized opposition.
We also have a presentation, I think, from the sponsor as well.
Indeed, 15 minutes.
Yeah. And then before we get started, I just want to make space if any commissioners need to make any disclosure. I will just say that I did conduct a site visit at the theater and had a phone call with representatives of APE, and then also had a meeting with the LGBTQ Cultural District, the Castro Cultural District, along with Commissioner Matsuda. Are there any other disclosures that commissioners need to make? Commissioner Braun?
Yes, I also met with the project sponsor and took a tour of the Castro Theater in March, and I also was part of a meeting with the LGBTQ Cultural District.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
I met with the LGBTQ Cultural District online. I had visited the theater as a viewer in the past and did not attend at any other subsequent meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vergara?
I had a site visit, and present were the representative from the Planning Department, from the architects, and from APE.
Great, thank you. Commissioner So?
I visited the site last year with the architects and one of the representatives from APE.
I saw I skipped you, Commissioner Diamond. Apologies.
I too met with a representative, the project sponsor, at the theater, and I met online with representatives of the LGBTQ Cultural District.
Great. Vice President Najaswaran?
I previously met at the site with the project sponsor and the architect prior to the landmark designation amendment.
I did as well.
Thank you. And Commissioner Imperial?
I met online with Castro LGBT District.
Great. Thank you.
Finally, before we get started, I want to make a general disclosure that individual commissioners may step away and into their executive chambers in the back, but I wanted to acknowledge that there is a television screen where they are able to continue listening and watch these proceedings live.
Good morning, Commissioners. Audrey Merloni, Planning Department staff. I will be presenting on the proposed ordinance, and after my brief presentation, Alex Westhoff with our Planning Department will present on the other action items before you today. So, the proposed ordinance would amend the Planning Code to conditionally permit nighttime entertainment uses on the second story in the Castro Street Neighborhood Commercial District. Currently, nighttime entertainment uses are not permitted above the first story. Additionally, Commissioners, currently in the Castro Street NCD, non-residential uses are permitted up to 1,999 square feet. They require a conditional use for any size between 2,000 and 3,999 square feet, and are not permitted for uses 4,000 square feet and above. To provide some context for our analysis to this ordinance, I would like to emphasize that although Supervisor Mandelman introduced this legislation with the Castro Theater in mind, the legislation would affect the entire Castro Street NCD. Therefore, our recommendations for the ordinance are based on the effects of not just the Castro Theater, but also to the entire district. That being said, the department recommends that the Historic Preservation Commission adopt a recommendation for approval with one modification, and that the Planning Commission approve with modifications the proposed ordinance. Our one recommended modification to both commissions is to remove non-residential use size limitations for Article 10 landmarks in the Castro Street NCD. The reason for this is that Article 10 landmarks must obtain a certificate of appropriateness to alter any aspect of the structure that is part of the landmarking, which, as you know, often includes the interior of the building. These restrictions, coupled with use size limitations in the Castro Street NCD, make it difficult to find suitable tenants for larger landmark buildings. The proposed modification will make it easier for Article 10 landmarks in the Castro Street NCD to find tenants by removing the restrictive non-residential use size limits, and will in turn keep the important historically significant buildings active. Also, as you know, the level of public interest on the items before you today has been exceptionally high. Although the department has received thousands of letters, none of the public comment received was in regard to the proposed ordinance specifically. The department has, however, received numerous public comments regarding the proposed changes to the Castro Theater generally. And so as such, we've combined all of the public comment for these items and tallied them and summarized them together. So with that, in general, the department has received 1,580 letters in support of changes to the Castro Theater. This is an update from your packets that were published on May 10th. There have additionally been 704 letters in opposition to the proposed changes to the Castro Theater, and there have been approximately 80 submissions of public comment that do not fit into the category of either full support or full opposition to the changes. I'll let Mr. Westhoff go into the public comment in greater detail once he gives his presentation on the other actions. And with that, I will conclude the staff presentation on the ordinance and turn it over to Alex Westhoff to present on the other action items before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission. Alex Westhoff, Planning Department staff. The items before you today include the rehabilitation of a historic theater and establishment of nighttime entertainment and bar use on the first and second stories, alongside the existing movie theater use within the multi-story movie theater building known as the Castro Theater. The subject property is an Article 10 designated landmark building located at 429 Castro Street, Lot 85 and Block 3582 within the Castro Street Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District, 65B Height and Bulk District, and the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District. The item before the Historic Preservation Commission today is a certificate of appropriateness for the subject property. The proposal includes restoration, conservation, and repair of interior historic features, including the ceiling, murals, original proscenium, and light fixtures, interior alterations, including the removal of ground floor level seats, installation of tiered levels with chair lifts on the ground floor over raked concrete, installation of two fixed back counters in the auditorium, installation of an entry lobby fixed counter, installation of a new mezzanine lobby concession area, infill of the stage stairs, new organ lift, pit, and automatic stage trap opening system, and restroom improvements, construction of a modest new one-story rear addition, installation of a new HVAC system, installation of acoustical door gaskets, and installation of a new front security gate. The item before the Planning Commission today is a conditional use authorization pursuant to Planning Code Sections 182B, 303, and 715 to establish a nighttime entertainment and bar use on the first and second floor alongside the existing movie theater use. As of June 13th, the department has received 1,580 letters in support of the proposed project. 1,557 of these utilized one of two form letter templates accessed and submitted via the Castro Theater's website. The letters support the renovation plans with upgraded seat configurations to allow flexibility of space to accommodate a variety of events. Benefits cited include increased economic activity, accessibility upgrades to allow for better accessibility for persons with disabilities, and physical improvements to the space, noting a trust with the project sponsor to restore the historic venue. The second, more recent form letter also supports the commitment of APE, Another Planet Entertainment, to host events that highlight LGBTQ performers, and APE's pledge to dedicate programming to movies and film festivals. As of June 13th, the department has received 704 letters in opposition to the project. 686 of these utilized one of two form letters. The majority of the form letters were submitted from the Castro Theater Conservancy's website. That letter is titled Save the Castro Theater. In the last week or so, a new form letter has been received by the department from a group called Save the Castro Theater. In addition to the form letters content, many writers also added their personal experiences at the Castro Theater, background as a specific San Francisco resident or visitor, or experience as a film professional. Specific objections contained in the letter included the removal of the fixed seats and alteration of the slope floor, alongside concerns on the proposed changes of use from a movie theater to an entertainment venue with only limited film screenings. Some submissions also included concerns with Another Planet Entertainment as the operator, and all letters of support and opposition have been forwarded to the Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission. On June 6, 2023, the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District submitted a letter to Supervisor Mandelman, the planning director, and presidents of both commissions. This letter included proposed edits and additions to the project's conditional use authorization, conditions of approval. That letter was also included in the packets for this hearing. Planning Commissioner Braun is also introducing revisions to the conditions of approval related to the use, which are set out on the table here. The department recommends approval of both entitlements with conditions. One point of clarification is that conditional use authorization number 21 should read nighttime entertainment as opposed to other entertainment. We are asking the Historic Preservation Commission to vote on the certificate of appropriateness, and we are asking the Planning Commission to vote on the conditional use authorization. The project sponsor will now make a presentation, but I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Get the Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Junius, and I'm with the law firm of Rubin, Junius & Rose. We represent Another Planet Entertainment. Wow, we're finally here. We're very excited to be here to present this project to you. First, I want to thank the Planning Department staff, of course, Rich Sucre, Alex Westhoff, and others in the staff that have done a really fantastic job guiding us through this incredibly complex process. It's been about a year, and we are, again, very excited to be here. Our entire project team is here to talk to you today, and as part of our presentation this morning, after I speak, will be Carolyn Kiernot with Page & Turnbull. She'll be talking about the historic preservation aspects of the project, followed by Chris Wozni with CAW Architects. We'll talk a little bit about the physical changes and walk you through some plans. And then finally, Dan Surratt, the Vice President of Business Affairs at Another Planet Entertainment, is going to wrap things up. It's not an understatement to say there's an enormous amount of passion around this project and this proposal, and we certainly get that. But that's certainly not surprising. This is one of the city's most important landmarks in one of the city's most important and historic neighborhoods. But the main issue before you is actually pretty straightforward. Should the Castro Theater be allowed to make the physical and programming changes that are going to be needed to keep the theater open? In exchange for Another Planet spending approximately $15 million to save the historic fabric of the theater, bring the infrastructure up to 21st century standards, and create an environment that allows more flexible entertainment options. In exchange for all that, the project sponsor is asking to replace the fixed, non-historic seats with a flexible system that will allow both seated and standing events, as well as some adjustments to the programming that's available. That's it. That's all we're asking for, and that's really all that's before you. Again, we've heard a lot about the seats. Let's be clear. There's no legal requirement that those seats remain fixed to the floor. Good preservation policy accepts the reality that times change and historic buildings need to change as well. We discuss in detail in our materials that the large single-screen theater era, at least as a business model, it's over. There are exceptions, places like the Paramount Theater, for example, in Oakland, but those are very different situations. The Paramount Theater is owned by the City of Oakland. It receives significant operational funding from the City of Oakland, and it's run as a nonprofit. In previous hearings, you've also heard from the Castro Theater owner directly, and they provided testimony that the theater simply does not generate enough revenue to keep the doors open, much less make the much-needed changes to the theater. The project sponsor before you today can make those improvements. They can save this landmark, but they absolutely need this theater to evolve into a much more modern entertainment venue. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carolyn Kiernat. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carolyn Kiernat, and I'm a principal with Page & Turnbull here in San Francisco. Back in 2019, we completed a conditions assessment of the Castro Theater for the Nasser family, which included architectural, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. We found that the building was suffering from deferred maintenance on all fronts and required major investment to repair. Since that time, we have worked closely with the project team and planning department staff to make sure that the design approach is sensitive to the building's most significant and irreplaceable historic features. As all of you know, preservation and rehabilitation involve change. In fact, the Secretary of the Interior standards anticipate and acknowledge change. I'd like to walk you through a few slides that show how the theater has changed over time. Next slide. At the front facade, the historic image on the left and a contemporary image on the right show changes to the marquee and blade sign. Next. The main lobby was modified through the addition of a concession stand and the infill of openings that originally connected the lobby with the auditorium. Next. The original rear proscenium and small film screen that you see on the left were obscured with the addition of a large projection screen. APE will restore the rear proscenium and install a retractable projection screen so the rear proscenium can once again be visible to the public. Next. Here you can see that the original chandelier was replaced and the original ceiling has dramatically darkened, obscuring the original decorative paint scheme. Next. And here you can see up close how the existing paint surface at the ceiling is peeling off, exposing the bare plaster underneath. Next. To address the treatment of the decorative finishes throughout the theater, we are honored to have Jeff Green of Evergreen Architectural Arts on the project. Jeff is best in class. He has worked on no fewer than 400 historic theaters and some of the most notable buildings in the country, including Radio City Music Hall, the Empire State Building, which you see here, and the U.S. Capitol. Next. Here are a couple images of Jeff's theater work on the West Coast, including the Alameda Theater in the East Bay, also designed by Timothy Pfluger. We have collaborated with Evergreen on two other Pfluger buildings in San Francisco, 450 Sutter and 140 New Montgomery. Jeff and his team will bring the same expertise and quality work to the Castro Theater. It's important to note that the proposed project will retain all of the character-defining features in the auditorium. The seats at the orchestra level, however, are not character-defining features. They are likely the most changed feature in the theater. These seats were installed in 2001. They are an off-the-shelf product. They do not represent the fine craftsmanship that we see throughout the theater. And unlike the other character-defining features in the building, the existing seats at the orchestra level are not unique or irreplaceable. The project before you today will highlight and repair the most important features of the building, and the Castro Theater will continue to convey its significance for generations to come. So for more about the project, I'd like to introduce the project's architect, Chris Wozni.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Chris Wozni of CAW Architects. I'm going to focus my presentation on the issue that is foremost on most minds, namely the changes to the orchestra level seating. There are many other beneficial aspects of the project, from better public restrooms to new performer amenities backstage, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about those. But the overarching goal of the proposed changes within the House is to create a flexible orchestra level that can continue to graciously host film screenings, but also adapt to allow standing room for audiences of live music. The image before you shows the existing conditions of the theater, with the existing fixed seats on the sloping floor, much of which is significantly steeper than allowed by the ADA. This plan, next please, This plan shows the existing conditions with the fixed seats and the accessible path of travel and seating is limited to the rear of the house due to the slope I just mentioned. There is no accessible path to the stage or backstage either. Next. This next image illustrates the proposed tiered seating for a seated performance or a movie screen. Each row of chairs is on its own tier, elevated above the row in front to optimize sight lines. The removable chairs are ganged together for stability and will be stored on site. A new organ lift and automated slip stage will also be installed. This plan shows the proposed seating layout with the improved dispersion of accessible seating throughout the house. For the first time, an accessible path of travel will be provided to the stage via covered outdoor walkway. This accessibility solution employs two handicap lifts along the southern edge of the house. These are specifically allowed under the California Building Code and will have a battery backup in case of a power outage. Next. This rendering illustrates the theater ready for a standing room event, likely the most common mode of operation for live music. The chairs have been removed and stored, and the tiered rows retracted beneath the platforms. This plan shows a similar dispersion of accessible pathways throughout the orchestra level and also illustrates the mobile concession stands that will be at the rear of the room. These would be removed for a screening or similar event, movie screening or similar event. Next. Now, there is considerable and understandable concern over whether the theater will continue to be a gracious and comfortable place to see a movie. Will it still retain the character of a great movie palace? This side-by-side image, existing on the left, proposed on the right in cinema mode, I believe demonstrate that it can. So how does this transformation work? This is a cross-section of the existing theater, and I'm going to zoom in on the orchestra floor, illustrating the fixed seats on a sloped floor. Here's the same view showing our proposed platforms. The individual rows are nested below the tier above. Note that the existing slab is almost entirely intact with only a small portion of it removed towards the front of the auditorium. This means that this intervention can be considered reversible. Here are the rows deployed and populated with chairs. The space below all this new construction will be used to distribute conditioned air from the new mechanical system. Finally, impeccable sight lines are a necessity, of course, and we have a series of side-by-side comparisons existing on the left, proposed on the right, from the front of the house, the middle of the house, and the rear of the house. I think in most cases they're equivalent, and in a few cases they're actually a little better. Thank you, and now I'd like to turn it over to Dan Surratt from Another Planet Entertainment.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dan Surratt, and I'm the Vice President, of Business Affairs with Another Planet Entertainment. We first want to thank you for your time and your service considering our proposal for the restoration of the Castro Theater. We also appreciate your consideration of the tremendous outpouring of support for this project, which has come in the form of thousands of letters and calls to your offices. Another Planet was founded here in the Bay Area in 2003 by some of the former employees of Bill Graham Presents. As I'm sure you are aware, Bill Graham is the father of concert promoting, and he was pivotal in putting the San Francisco music scene on the map back in the 1960s. It is that legacy that Another Planet comes from. The events we produce are not only at the venues that we operate, which include the Independent on Divisadero, the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, the Fox Theater in Oakland, and the Greek Theater in Berkeley, but we also produce events at other venues in San Francisco, including Bimbo's, the Palace of Fine Arts, Davies Symphony Hall, Chase Center, Oracle Park, and many others. We also produce the Outside Lands Music Festival in Golden Gate Park every year and pride ourselves in our company and our founders' long history of bringing impactful arts and culture to the Bay Area for over 40 years, and the huge economic engine our events have become, generating over $1 billion in economic impact for the city and county of San Francisco. We are before you today because our city's beloved Castro Theater, a 1,400-seat single-screen movie theater, has been failing financially for decades now and is in a state of disrepair. We have taken on this project to restore the theater's historic fabric while also adapting it for the needs and demands of today. The owners of the theater, the Nasser family, are the original family that built the theater in 1922 and have almost exclusively operated the theater for the last 100 years. In the late fall of 2020, we were introduced to the Nassers and began a year-long discussion about a potential partnership in which Another Planet would become the exclusive operator of the theater, address years of deferred maintenance, and update the theater to the 21st century. This includes the updates you've already heard about today, such as installing a modern ventilation system in the theater to provide fresh air, heating, and cooling, and ADA accessibility. To accomplish this, we've been working very hard over this last 30 months with the best preservationists, architects, and theater consultants to develop a comprehensive plan for the restoration and modernization of the theater, which will allow us to broaden the types of events that can be presented at the theater. So in addition to film and other seated events, the theater will be equipped to host standing room concerts, banquets, cabaret events, and so on. And we know from all of our years of experience that this flexibility will be our only hope to be able to financially support the theater and its preservation for the next 100 years. Through our robust community outreach, we have received feedback from the residents of the Castro, the LGBTQ and film communities. And in response to that feedback, we have added $3 million to our budget to better accommodate sightlines for film and are committed to operate the theater consistent with the conditions before you. In response, we've received widespread support and endorsements from groups including the Castro merchants. In fact, over 100 merchants signed a petition in support of our project. The Castro Community Benefit District, the Eureka Valley Homeowners Association, over 45 Hartford Street neighbors who live directly behind the theater support our project. The largest LGBTQ film festival, Frameline, the accessibility community, the LGBTQ Industry Association Build-Out, the Gay Men's Chorus, and of course, the First Lady of the Castro, Donna Sachet. Another Planet is a local Bay Area business. Our focus since our formation has been to bring arts and culture to the Bay Area and Northern California. We have shown we are good stewards of historical buildings, whether the Fox Theater in Oakland that was closed for 42 years before a significant investment was made, which not only transformed the Fox, but all of uptown Oakland, the Greek Theater that just won the 2023 Preservation Design Award, or the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. If there's one thing that Another Planet knows besides putting on meaningful events, it's how to bring an old building back to life, and we are grateful for this opportunity to bring the Castro Theater back to life. I'm here with Mary Condi, and I'm here today with Mary Condi all day to answer any of your questions, and we thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. If that concludes project sponsor's presentation, before we accept the organized opposition, I need to remind those folks who just entered the room, you can't stand in front of the doorway and block it, and if you can't find a seat, you're going to need to make your way over to room 408, our overflow chamber, where you can watch and listen to these proceedings live. And then when we start receiving public comment, you'll be allowed to re-enter the room. Thank you. Pretty sure all the seats are taken, guys. Thank you. Room 408. Okay, at this time, I'd like to acknowledge organized opposition. Please come forward. At least 3 speakers, and then you'll each receive 3 minutes each.
Well, hello, Historic Preservation and Planning Commissioners. Thank you for your consideration of these important issues in front of you today. Our group doesn't have a PowerPoint, but we provided a packet to you, so you can just go ahead and follow that packet. My name is Jen Reck, and I'm a professor at San Francisco State University and an executive co-chair of the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District. I'm also a member of the Friends of the Castro Theater Coalition. So it's clear everybody today shares a strong belief that the Castro Theater should remain a core neighborhood asset, but there are obvious disagreements about what that means and how to approach it. As a threshold matter, we don't believe APE needs any of the approvals before you today to succeed in returning the Castro to its recent mixed-use vibrancy. In support of that, we can look at the hundreds of testimonials historian Gerard Koskovich collected and comments from 12,000 signatures on the Castro Theater Conservancy's petition that attest to the importance of keeping the theater a queer, multi-use performance space. We can look to Harvey Milk's 1977 letter where he supported landmarking the space and described the Castro Theater as a community asset for all ages. We can also look at our city government, who had the wisdom to create the Cultural District Program to ensure community self-determination over neighborhood assets and reduce displacement. To that end, the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District asks, how do we center community voices to enhance LGBTQ culture in the Castro District rather than allowing a corporation with no ties to the neighborhood and poor LGBTQ cultural competence to direct the future of our most important cultural institution? We do this through supporting community self-determination and building in oversight structures. APE desires a blanket approval of their certificate of appropriateness and the zoning and permit changes in front of you. We respectfully request that there be conditions of stewardship added that have teeth and support that community determination. It's vital to remember this company's past and current behavior when considering why we might need accountability structures for APE. APE hasn't fulfilled its promises at other venues, such as failing to complete promised renovations at Bill Graham. People who've tried to work with them have found them completely unwilling to collaborate and recognize that their primary concern is their own profit. They completely ignored the cultural district for over a year and only reached out to meet with our district director for the first time a few months ago. In public meetings and interactions with the Friends of the Castro Theater Coalition, APE representatives have regularly lied about their actions and been unwilling to compromise. We don't levy these accusations lightly, and members of this commission and the press have heard stories to this effect, including the Bay Area Reporter, which ran an editorial board piece titled "APE Only Has Itself to Blame." All of these issues motivated the development of the proposed community conditions in front of you, and we ask you to support these conditions in your vote today.
Thank you, but that is your time.
We were told that we could use the 10 minutes as we wanted.
That's not correct. I did not tell you that. I told each person would be allowed up to 3 minutes. I was very specific.
If you have time, right there.
Right there. As you can see in the conditions, we request that there be specific expectations about the amount and type of programming offered, built-in accountability through a Castro Theater Oversight Board, a commitment to LGBTQ+ programming, support of the local business community, expedient restoration, and a default arrangement of seating. Nobody wants the Castro Theater to succeed more than the so-called opposition before you today. But for that success to be possible at a cultural landmark of this magnitude, we have to find compromise. APE has been unable to work with us to find that compromise, but we hope this commission has the information it needs to advance that goal. Hi, everyone. I'm Shane Watson, architectural historian specializing in LGBTQ heritage preservation, Director Hillis, members of the Joint San Francisco Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission, and esteemed policymakers. I stand before you today as a representative of professionals in the fields of LGBTQ history, architectural history, and historic preservation policy and practice. We have diligently followed the proceedings relating to the proposed project at the Castro Theater and have expressed our concerns through various letters to the city. As we approach this crucial joint hearing, we urge all commission members and policymakers to adhere to the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation when evaluating any project that could have irreversible negative impacts on the historic interior of the Castro Theater. The landmark designation fact sheet prepared by the Planning Department and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission recognizes the existing concrete rake, flooring, and seating and aisle configuration as a character-defining feature of the theater's interior. Considering the significance of the Castro Theater to LGBTQ cultural heritage on an international scale, we feel firmly that the city has a clear course of action. The historic seating configuration must be preserved. This seating arrangement is a character-defining element of the theater's grand movie palace ambiance, with gently curved rows that gracefully sweep across the orchestra and balcony, serving as an immediate testament to its historic cinematic legacy. Failing to preserve the seating configuration would violate Article 10 of the Planning Code, which mandates compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. While claims have been made that destroying these character-defining features is necessary for the profitable operation of the Castro Theater, we believe such assertions to be misleading. We have been informed as a group by individuals closely involved in the Castro Theater's operations before pandemic that it was operating at a profit. Moreover, there were other entities ready and willing to assume operations on a nonprofit basis, ensuring the venue remains open throughout the year for a diverse range of programming without compromising its character-defining features. In light of these considerations, we question whether the commissions have been provided with any detailed financial information that rebuts the aforementioned claims. We firmly believe that the commissioners cannot reasonably fulfill their duties to the city and the public if they approve the drastic measures requested by the project sponsor, without compelling evidence that such
That is your time, ma'am.
irreversible actions are absolutely necessary.
Good morning, commissioners and planning staff. I'm Peter Pastreich, Executive Director of the Castro Theater Conservancy, a nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving and protecting San Francisco's historic Castro Theater as a cultural and entertainment venue for motion pictures and live performances. During the 40 years before I was asked to help save the Castro Theater, I was Executive Director of the San Francisco Symphony, Philharmonia Baroque Orchestra, and American Conservatory Theater. I believe the preservation of the Castro Theater is as essential to the cultural well-being of San Francisco as is the preservation of the organizations I previously served. And I believe that the plan being proposed to you by Another Planet Entertainment represents an effort to destroy the physical and spiritual heart of the Castro Theater, a theater that has successfully presented film, comedy, live music, drag shows, and virtually every form of art and entertainment imaginable, rendering it suitable mainly for rock and pop shows and private parties. They propose to turn a building that has served its community for 100 years into one that will mainly serve APE's search for profit. San Francisco has the most vibrant film culture in the country, and the Castro has been the historic soul of that vibrancy. The Conservancy has developed and submitted a plan that would not only restore the historic and physical features of the theater, but restore it to its place at the center of LGBTQ and cinema culture, not only in San Francisco, but in the world. But we understand that the Nassers own the theater and don't wish to sell it, and that APE has a lease to operate the theater for the foreseeable future. They have no incentive to accept our plan when their financial advantage is to proceed with their plan. But you can at least compel APE to make a serious effort to serve the community and honor the building's great tradition by imposing the conditions we have suggested to you. Conditions that would avoid the Castro Theater being dark and security gated more than half the year. Avoid there being essentially no daytime activity at all in the theater that used to bring life to its neighborhood virtually every day. Avoid a great public building being debased into a nightclub and a center for private parties. We believe that our proposals are achievable and justified, and respectfully request adoption of them to mitigate the irreversible alterations that APE has proposed for the Castro Theater. The Castro has been a landmark of international importance, an unparalleled beacon of art, culture, diversity, inclusion, and LGBTQ heritage. Please save what you have the power to save. Save the Castro Theater.
Okay, with that, organized opposition is concluded. We should take public comment. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission on this matter. For those people in the chambers, please line up on the screen side of the room. And then for those, you can come up, sir. And for those persons calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. For those persons in our overflow room, in room 408, I suggest you hold tight for another few minutes before we can get through the number of people in the chambers first. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate everyone's patience, for that matter. And we should go ahead and get started. Through the chair, each person will be allowed 3 minutes.
Will the countdown clock be working?
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Hope to make it easy. Commissioners, planning staff, all persons present, My name is Andrew Bennett. I'm the president of IATSE Local 16. For 125 years, we have been representing workers in the entertainment industry. We represent the projectionists at the Castro, some of the last union projectionists in America. We represent the workers that made the films that appear on the Castro screen, both in frame line and in historic vintage presentations. From Last Black Man of San Francisco to Vertigo to any film that you, The Matrix 2 and 3, the receptions were all at the Castro. Our history is the Castro Theater's history. The seats that were replaced 20 years ago, 2 of them, my favorite seats, I sit in my living room. I could not be more passionate about the desire to have the Castro Theater succeed and be a shining beacon for the arts in a city that is a shining beacon for civil rights, human rights, cultural rights in America. It is of vital importance that the Castro Theater survive. At this point in time, we are at risk of losing the jobs that are provided with justice. We are at risk of losing the venue itself over a debate about a reversible condition, removing the non-historic seats and removing the raked floor. That will be a reversible condition under this proposal. It is excuse me, I'm a terrible public speaker, and I'm a little bit nervous at this. That's why I work backstage. But to that end, we stand in support for 2,000 members of approval of Another Planet's proposals. And we wish the record to be corrected. We are negotiate with employers. We're not on the same side of the table with rock promoters and our employers. We're joined in mutual endeavor and one with respect. But the hyperbole that has been trafficked in this debate is outrageous. The amount of money spent at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium is underrepresented dramatically. And it is important that the record be straight. But I encourage the Planning Commission, all present, to support this project so we can have a vital beacon of cultural activity and jobs with justice, as opposed to a nonprofit that may wind up unable to provide the services required. I don't want to see another, what happened to the Stud, happen to the Castro Theater. We need this to survive. Thank you.
If we could refrain from the clapping, if you want to wiggle your fingers and your ears, go ahead. But
hello, Commissioners. My name is Audrey Joseph, a longtime resident of San Francisco, former Commissioner and Commission President of the Entertainment Commission. I am also an entertainment producer and has worked on Pride for 22 years, lastly as producer of Main Stage. I urge you to grant the Certificate of Appropriateness for the Castro Theater as proposed by Another Planet. I lived in the Castro for many years and produced many events at the Castro Theater. I had to bring in generators because the electricity was woefully inadequate, among other issues there, including the bathrooms. In addition, besides a few film festivals, the attendance at the theater is very small, even though it has an excess of 1,400 seats. We all know that movie theaters continue to decline as streaming allows folks to stay at home on the comfort of their couches. It is not that times are changing. Times have changed. I want this beautiful theater with its Castro blade to survive. It stands as a symbol to our worldwide LGBTQ community, and I am so proud of it. But it is also a privately held business, and the way it is, it no longer makes sense for its success, nor for its owners to keep bearing the burden of upkeep and expenses without the adequate income. It needs so much work. APE has guaranteed to do that work and operate the theater. As a lesbian, I have never felt anything but love and acceptance from the staff and members of Another Planet. All these things they're saying about Doing away with gay culture is just simply not true. Keep San Francisco's gay icon, the Castro Theater, as a productive venue and grant this certificate. It will surely benefit all the businesses in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to, for folks who are standing, thank you for standing. You don't have to stand, though. You could sit and wait your turn and then line up if you have a strategic position. Maybe you want to keep it, but just want to make sure if you do want to take a seat, it could be a while if you're in the back before you get up to the microphone, but we will get to everybody. You don't have to stand in line in order to keep your ability to give your public comment. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joanne Desmond, and I'm here on behalf of the 2,000-plus members of IATSE Local 16 theatrical stage employees. Our membership is in strong support of Another Planet's proposal. Another Planet would provide much-needed funding to restore this gem and keep the doors open. By revamping the theater to include not only film, but music, dance, and other live events, this provides valuable jobs to our members, as well as providing San Francisco with an exciting new venue whose potential is limitless. Thank you.
Good day, Commissioners. I'm Sam Peterson, and I'm a private citizen living near the Castro neighborhood in Twin Peaks. I've lived in San Francisco for almost 25 years. I'd first like to state that I am firmly in support of Another Planet's plan to renovate and revitalize the Castro Theater. The city and the neighborhood need it. Another Planet is a proven quality operator that has successfully redone multiple high-profile venues that have been tasteful and fit into their environments and have spurred investment in their communities. APE is also a local small business with a diverse set of 40 full-time employees. It is not a gigantic corporate menace. A refurbished Castro Theater serving up a variety of programming with a big LGBTQ focus for the neighborhood would be a mecca for entertainment, bringing thousands of visitors to the neighborhood on a weekly basis. In a neighborhood hovering around a 30% vacancy rate currently, with tremendous neighborhood support for the project, I believe this is a very obvious choice for the city. Let's create something amazing for the next 100 years.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Allison Atwood. I've lived in this city for 25 years with my family, and I am in full endorsement of the approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness proposed by Another Planet for the revitalization of the Castro Theater, and I strongly urge you to approve this project. I now reside in Cole Valley, just over the hill from Castro, and my family and I like to frequent the shops, and I used to take my daughter to the sing-alongs at the Castro Theater. And we've been watching this neighborhood change over the years, especially now after the pandemic. Businesses are closing, and the neighborhood is not what it once was. The neighborhood needs the Castro to be renovated to its full potential, to draw people and foot traffic back to this area and the surrounding businesses. Another Planet is the company to do this. They will be able to make this theater to what it once was and still be able to provide programming that includes not just movies, but also comedy, music events, and special events. This is what is going to keep this theater open and make sure it is a thriving business that people will still come to for entertainment. Sadly, people are not going out to see movies like they once did. And we have seen so many of the movie houses around San Francisco close just to be turned into other things like gyms or demolished. Another Planet's plan to remodel will not only include a full renovation, restoring the building to its original detail, but also to continue to have 33% of their programming still dedicated to film. With everything that is going on in the city currently, specifically the downtown, this seems like such a simple decision that benefits everyone. I've been following this case since it started a year ago or longer now, and I have tried to see both sides of the issue. I have heard beautiful stories of memories that have been formed at this theater that mean a lot to so many in this neighborhood and the LGBTQ community. But these memories will not be lost, and new ones can be made, no matter whether there are seats or no seats, or reversible. Luckily, Another Planet has the plans to provide both options, and save the theater for everyone to enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. I've been to all of these meetings, but this is the first time I've spoken because I figure it's kind of the last gasp. My name is Matthew Parafano. I took my first breath in San Francisco, and if things work according to plan, I hope to take my last breath here. My attendance here today is more likens when you have to have a pet put down. It's the hardest thing in the world to be there in their last moments, but it would be a betrayal not to be with them. And so that's why I'm here today. Yeah, so I'm seeing this out to the bitter end. And that's how it's seeming at this point. I'm heartbroken that this can happen in San Francisco, that San Francisco could let this be lost, which is the last remaining movie palace. Other major cities have been able to keep a movie palace alive. So, just for the record, I feel betrayed by the supervisors in their vote last week. How can they call themselves San Franciscans and let profit trump the historical and cultural significance of a landmark, the last movie palace? For those people and the architects who worked on Radio City Music Hall, it still has the seats. It's not been turned into a standing concert venue. I feel particularly betrayed by Frameline and their support of Another Planet's plans. Frameline, I wish you would, if there's anybody from Frameline here, I wish you would look at Eddie Muller's video that he created in support of the preservation, the real preservation of the Castro Theater. And then ask yourself if you truly are an organization devoted to international cinema. And to Another Planet, you took advantage when a grand dame like the Castro was struggling. You swooped in like the opportunists that people in your profession must be. I get it. But you could have given San Francisco one of its greatest gifts, restoring a grand old movie palace to its former glory as a temple to cinema that can also accommodate live performance. But that just isn't in your business model, is it?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Larner. I'm a 20-plus year small business owner here in San Francisco and a 30-plus year resident of the city. I'm here to fully endorse the approval of the certificate of appropriateness proposed by Another Planet for the revitalization of the Castro Theater and strongly advise you to approve this project. As an owner-operator of multiple venues here in the city, including a landmark historic venue at the Swedish American Hall and Café du Nord, a 116-year-old landmark building, I know the challenges of operating one of these buildings, keeping the historic nature of the building while at the same time offering a modern experience to our guests, which they expect. I know that APE is perfectly suited to keeping the Castro Theater an amazing historic landmark, as well as a great venue for all its intended uses. They are the best suited operator to take on this task and have shown their expertise through several successful projects throughout the city for many, many years. The theater and the neighborhood need the renovations they're proposing in order to survive and thrive. And finally, the irony of this situation is that the opposition to APE's plan calls itself Save the Castro Theater. And in my opinion, the only way to save the Castro Theater is to approve APE's plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Roth Golden, and I'm a member of IATSE, the stagehands union you've heard about, for over 25 years. I've lived in San Francisco for over 30 years. I'm married and native, and I'm sending my kids to public school. I'm invested in this city. I've spent many happy times at the Castro Theater, taken my family to the sing-alongs, gone to the noir film festivals. I really enjoy it there. I want the Castro Theater to survive, and Another Planet is poised to do that. The Conservancy, the opposition, has a plan that's not fully realized. We can't let another building in San Francisco languish vacant. We need the economic development of a neighborhood. We need the commercial corridors to have an influx of money. Small businesses are on the edge after the pandemic. The Castro Theater is iconic, just like the San Francisco Opera and the Symphony, and people come to the city for that reason. It is so important to the neighborhood, and we want that programming to continue, but again, Another Planet is poised financially, planning-wise, and outreach-wise to do such a thing. So I am asking you to endorse the conditional use authorization for them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Pete Nyberg. I'm also a member of IATSE Local 16 for over 20 years. And before that, I was actually working for Bill Graham Presents. So I, too, have a good history of Another Planet, and a lot of the folks that work there, they're not a giant corporation of people that are here just to make a profit. They're like-minded individuals as myself who love entertainment, and we love to bring those things to life. I also have a history of doing film and film reviews back in college, and I remember as a young child in 1977 going to the Coronet Theater, which is not longer there, to see a very iconic movie called Star Wars. I fully endorse the approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness proposed by Another Planet and the revitalization of the Castro Theater, and strongly urge you to approve this project. The Castro Theater is an iconic and very important part of San Francisco. Much like this building in which so many items of groundbreaking legislation have taken place, the Castro has seen many historic and iconic moments in its own time. Walking around this building, it would be hard to imagine that City Hall would be in great disrepair, but indeed it was several years back. And this building, with work of many individuals, was able to revitalize itself and be the iconic building it is today, where many weddings take place, and it's the pride of San Francisco. So why can't the Castro be something of the same? Do we want the same fate to happen to the Castro? Do we want it to fall in disrepair? Of course not. Everybody here is committed to its success, and APE is fully committed to keeping the Castro open while committing over $15 million to its revitalization. In order to move into a more viable future moving forward, there must be a way to include both standing and seated events. APE's plan carefully takes these needs into account while preserving the theater well into the future. So I strongly ask that you please approve this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for listening. My name is Army Suda. I live in the Castro neighborhood and have for about 8 years now. I also work in downtown San Francisco and have really seen the decline of these neighborhoods, which is frankly very sad, but I'm not willing to give up on my city, where I live and where I work, unlike a lot of people I know. Castro Theater is important to me. I'm an LGBTQ resident. I enjoy arts and entertainment. Frequently, I go to many of these venues that they've talked about that APE has been a responsible steward of. I also worked on the Chase Center project, and we see what catalytic development that has been for the city in terms of its economic boom, as well as being a responsible steward for the neighborhood itself. When I go to concerts, I frequently have to go to the Fox Theater in Oakland and many of these other places because my own neighborhoods lack them. And even the ones that do are frankly lacking. You know, I'll skip a concert at the Warfield because we can only get a seat at the top versus we want to be standing room. You know, these are flexible things of seats that have been around since 2001 that are frankly changeable, whereas APE has shown that they're willing to restore the theater to its former glory. The neighborhood starting from COVID, decreased foot traffic, blight, and so much more, but frankly, that all predates COVID. You know, I go to neighborhood businesses all day, every day, and I talk to owners, and it's sad to see people who are putting in their time and money to open businesses and then see them shutter. I went to dinner last night in the Castro, and I can't remember what's still there anymore, or where are we sitting now? What place was this just a year ago? This is really about the Castro and small businesses and the residents, and this is really a chance to revitalize the neighborhood. I work downtown, and just today, it's Cinemark's closing its movie theaters. This mall is now closing. We hear a lot about the economic doom loop of downtown, but I fear that that's already happened or is happening in our neighborhood if this project is not approved. I've tried very hard to really take in both sides and see the plans, and I have zero concerns about the commitment to the LGBT community, the programming and events, and to continue to be able to showcase the films that we all treasure. I also used to work in entertainment for 10 years, and we can't acknowledge that things have changed for that industry, both in terms of the economic model of the film industry, as well as movie theater houses. It's not working anymore, and we can still make that work with this plan. I've already mentioned, many of this will have great benefits for the retail stores, the bars, the neighborhood, so many things that neighborhood is in need of right now because it is on a further decline. So I urge you to continue to support this and approve the certificate of appropriateness and conditional youth authorizations before you. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Bill Banning. I have a different perspective than many people who've spoken to you today so far. And I have a complete statement that I would like to have distributed after I speak. I don't have time to read the whole thing. But I came to San Francisco because of its film culture 45 years ago. And since then, I've worked in film distribution, film exhibition. I was the owner-operator programmer of the Roxy Cinema for 30 years. Until about 15 years ago, the Roxy Cinema was a small neighborhood theater, but it has heart and it had edgy, eclectic programming, so we were able to survive when 35 other theaters during the time I was there did not survive. But 15 years ago, I donated the Roxy to a nonprofit organization, which struggled for a couple of years, a few years maybe, but is now thriving. And I think this is the way to go with the Castro, because the Castro, I might mention that as a film distributor, I was able to attend 250 film festivals over the years around the world. And I've seen hundreds of films in major film capitals such as London, Paris, and New York. And the Castro is well known around the world to every person in the film business. It is the Notre Dame Cathedral of cinemas as it stands today. It has that much meaning to millions of people around the world, or at least tens of thousands, shall we say. And to change the seating of the main orchestra section of the Castro would be to take away that feeling. You can't have a stepped theater with temporary seats that works. I've been to theaters like this before. The sight lines are not good except for every other row or every fourth row, especially when you have subtitled films. So the Castro is just a place that is the only standing theater of its kind. Paris, New York, London, no other place I know of has a theater like the Castro from its age. San Francisco's lost many great theaters, the Cornet among them, and the list is long. But there's only one theater other than the Fox Theater, which exactly 60 years ago was unconscionably destroyed by this city.
Thank you, sir, but that is your time.
Can I make one last statement? I'd just like to say, in summarizing, and I'd like to paraphrase Richard Blaine from Casablanca. He said, if you don't decide, and this is, if you don't decide to preserve the dream palace known as the Castro as a legendary national cultural treasure, and the cultural repository of millions of dreams of San Francisco's and the collective unconscious of this amazing city, quote, "You'll regret it."
Thank you, sir.
Maybe not
Sir,
today,
that is
maybe
your
not
time.
tomorrow, but soon.
Thank you, sir.
And for
That
the
is your
rest of
time.
your life.
Thank you.
It is. You just put your
visual aids.
I'm sorry.
I brought some visual aids.
Just go place it face up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dylan McNiven. I'm a small business owner in the Castro and a longtime resident of San Francisco. I'm in full support of Another Planet's plans for the Castro Theater, and I wanted to show you why a flexible entertainment venue is the best possible use going forward. People don't entertain themselves like they used to, and going out to watch a film, especially in an expensive to maintain historic venue, is just no longer viable. San Francisco has lost 2 modern multiplex film theaters in the last year, so what chance do degrading historic facilities have? The Castro Theater is not the only movie palace that has fallen on hard times, and I brought some examples of where we were headed if we don't allow Another Planet's planned upgrades. This is the Avalon Casino, which is a 1928 movie palace and ballroom designed by Sumner Spalding and murals by John Gabriel Beckman, who also created the murals at Grauman's Chinese Theater in Los Angeles. It's stunning. It's also empty. The theater stopped showing first-run movies in 2019 due to low attendance. I visited it last week. The fee to go in and look around was $20, and there was no one else there. This beautiful theater mostly sits quiet, preserved in time, with a handful of film festivals each year. It will sit like this until somebody gets tired of paying for it. When people get tired of paying for theaters, they can close up and turn into rubble, like the Paramount Theater in Newark, New Jersey, which was demolished in 2014 and turned into housing. The next generation doesn't have the same love of film as we do. In a few decades, when movie theaters are almost completely gone and people are sitting at home with their Apple Vision goggles, you may see something like the Runnymede Theater in Toronto, Ontario, which has turned into a Shoppers Drug Mart. You may see something like the Loma Theater in San Diego, California, which was turned into a Barnes & Noble, which is now gone because bookstores are no longer viable, and now it's a museum. You may see something like the UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. You may see something like the Alhambra Theater here in San Francisco, which is a Crunch Gym, also a Timothy Pfluger masterpiece. And you also may see something like the Rivoli Theater in Berkeley, California, which is now a 99-cent store. So this brings me to what the most appropriate use is. And I have a picture here of the Fox Theater. And this is the only one of these examples that keeps the building's original intended use, a beautiful and vibrant place where the community can gather, celebrate, be proud, and dance. Please preserve the Castro Theater by supporting Another Planet's plan to preserve this incredible historic resource. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and the Historic Preservation Committee. My name is Casey McCurchie. I live in San Francisco, District 8. I'm gay. Full support of a private building and their owners being able to work with the vendors they choose within the restraints that are already put on them. They're working with all of you to make a decision. And, you know, I've been doing a lot of research on the city over the last year, and I think what really spurred this was the over $1 billion deficit that's looming over the next 5 years in San Francisco. And so I would urge you all to think about pragmatically what is preservation and what is historic preservation along with progress within a city. I think we need to balance those two things. And I think we're making it really hard on you all. So I have this. I hope you can see it. It is a screen. This right here, this represents the Planning Commission's revenue versus spending. 2023 is a projection, but this is all data based off of SF City. The line on the bottom is the cumulative deficit of revenue of spending. What that means to me is that should we be seeing more permits and more work coming out of this group? That's not happening either. I think we're making your job really hard, taking up a lot of time to move things forward. because permit types are down as well. Here you'll see the types of permits created. The top blue is about alterations. Those numbers are going down as well, but we're still taking a lot of time to make decisions. The average time to make a decision right here for 2022, thankfully has gone down. You can't see my number, but it's about 30 days. But if you look up at the yellow line on the top right, it's for District 8 permits. We're well above. Business permits and merchant permits, very high. All of those times are extending. This job has got to be harder than ever before, but I urge you, find ways to make it faster, because the number of new businesses in San Francisco, we see that number dropping, and this isn't just because of 2020. We've seen a decline in businesses since 2016 in new growth of businesses. And then here, you'll also see the number of businesses that are ending by year, and this is all public data. Sorry, it's hard to see the axis. It's all a little bit too small here. But we're losing businesses. So I'm urging you, please move fast. Help us keep San Francisco vibrant. We need to keep moving forward. I know we have to preserve history at the same time, but I'd love to live in a city with people.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I come before you today as the LGBTQ historian whose work is extensively cited in the landmark designation fact sheet for the Castro Theater approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. One of the key tasks of queer historiography is to analyze assertions with consideration for the ways they are used to construct systems of power. In the case of LGBTQ people, these systems of power have all too often and for all too long functioned as systems of abuse, which erase our past and undermine our cultures. With the record of Another Planet Entertainment regarding the Castro Theater now well established, we're in a position to apply the tools of queer critical historiography in the current instance. AP is demanding that the city of San Francisco give it permission to transform the Castro Theater into a concert hall and a private rental venue. To advance its campaign, AP has used its vast resources to impose 4 claims, and I'll go through each of them. AP has asserted that movie palace seating is not a character-defining feature of a movie palace. But this assertion is not factual. It's an alternative fact, or to reference a classic film, it's gaslighting. AP has asserted that restoration means demolition, specifically demolition of the classic movie palace orchestra configuration. This assertion is not factual, it's gaslighting. AP has asserted that presence of seating means absence of seating much or all of the time. This assertion is not factual, it's gaslighting. AP has asserted without any evidence that vandalizing the orchestra is economically necessary to the survival of the theater. This assertion is not factual. It's gaslighting. Commissioners, you are in a position to reject AP's mystifications and to properly limit its plans to gravely damage an LGBTQ historic site of World Heritage importance. I implore you to place the weight of state power which is in your hands not on the side of corporate self-interest, but on the side of LGBTQ memory and culture. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Patrick Riley. I am the editor of an LGBT news site, compassq.com. And about 5 months ago, I took on the task of being a producer at Club Fugazi in North Beach. So I'm putting on a drag show, producing a drag show there in August. I've gotten to know the ins and outs of what goes on behind a theater, and it's really expensive to try to put a show on. I admire the fact that APE is doing something and doing something forward-thinking. As a resident of Telegraph Hill and North Beach as my neighborhood, I saw the impact that when Club Fugazi and Beach Blanket Babylon closed, the impact on the restaurants in the neighborhood. When Club Fugazi brought in the new show, Dear San Francisco, all the restaurants upticked. If you go into North Beach now, that neighborhood is much better than it was prior to the pandemic, and a big part of that is the foot traffic that Dear San Francisco brings in via Club Fugazi. I go over to the Castro periodically now. I used to go over there 2 or 3 times a week. It's pretty much a dead neighborhood. I go into North Beach and there's a buzz around there. It's a lot more fun to stay in my neighborhood than it is to go into the historically gay neighborhood. And that saddens me. I'm really behind APE's plan to revive the Castro Theater. It will bring foot traffic in and hopefully open more stores and bring business to the restaurants and bars that are there. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners, and thank you for your service. My name is Josian Girardi, and I'm an proud gay queer man and Castro resident. Today we're discussing the future of the Castro Theater and our beloved Castro neighborhood. At a moment in time when movie theaters are closing all around SF and the country, and when businesses can't leave San Francisco fast enough, we have a local Bay Area company, just 40-something employees, willing to invest over $15 million in our neighborhood. AP's proposals for the theater preserves the Castro's history, and it protects its future. Their proposals will keep the theater open, breathe new life into it, and allow it to not only survive, but thrive for generations to come. Today is a turning point in our neighborhood. You have union support for this project, overwhelming support from the Castro Merchants Association, our Castro Neighborhood Association, and dozens of other organizations dedicated to the future of LGBTQ culture and our neighborhood, and over 600 residents who have sent you and the Board of Supervisors letters in support of AP's plans. We're fighting for our theater and for our neighborhood's future. AP's plans will make the theater ADA accessible, add an HVAC, will make the theater flexible and economically viable. It will continue historic LGBTQ programming, protect film as a mainstay in the theater, and start the process of building a brighter, more active, and vibrant neighborhood. Activists on both sides have fought for the future of programming, and AP has responded by meeting many, if not most, of those requests and demands. AP has proven that they will be a good community partner and member, and our folks who are supporting APE's plans will continue to hold them to task to make sure that they are accountable to the promises they've made to our community. Today, I'm asking you to choose to support our neighborhood and approve AP's plans and ensure that the Castro Theater lives both into its legacy and can build on that legacy for generations to come. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Terry Beswick. I'm a longtime San Francisco resident, Bay Area native. Lived in and around the Castro for some 40 years, all of my adult life. So basically, I grew up there, came to the Castro to find refuge and family, and I found it. And have been involved in many different organizations, founding ACT UP San Francisco with a lot of colleagues in the late 80s. Former executive director of the LGBT Historical Society. I was one of the co-founders of the LGBTQ Cultural District. Recently, I was on the board of the Castro Merchants Association. So I have some street cred around the Castro. And, you know, I came as a member of the board of directors of the Castro Merchants Association. I came to look at the issue of the Castro Theater and APE's plans about a year ago with an open mind, and initially I was in favor of their proposals. And unfortunately, over the last year, I've experienced a lot of disappointment, not just with APE, but with members of the community who I feel were basically persuaded by a very high-power PR and lobbying campaign. I try to go back to the facts, and the former board of the Castro Merchants, which was recently ousted by a group of APE supporters, looked at the facts. What are the actual economic benefits and downsides to APE's plans for the Castro Theater? And when I look at it, what APE is proposing is to have 175 days out of the year, really nights out of the year, where they're going to have programming. This includes everything. This means that more than half of the year, the theater will be closed. And virtually every day during the day, when there used to be 1 or 2 matinees, the theater will be closed. The capacity for the theater will not be increased by APE's so-called renovation plans, which are really remodeling plans. So you're stuck at 1,400 people. They're planning to install several full bars if you approve the permits today, which will allow alcohol to be served so the patrons, the APE audience that comes to the Castro will drink inside the theater. They will not patronize the bars in the neighborhood. So when you add all these and other things up, it just doesn't make sense that it's going to be an economic boon bringing thousands of people to the neighborhood. It's just not possible. Won't happen. So what we have done is we've exacted some promises from APE, which I think are very promising. I think there's a lot of changes that would not have happened without the community advocacy. I'm glad for that. We need your support in strengthening the community oversight and the conditions that have been proposed. If we don't have those,
that is your time.
We're going to lose our culture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Kwong. I'm the president of the Harvey Milk LGBTQ Democratic Club. I come here representing an organization that was co-founded by Harvey Milk, and we have had some of the most seminal events of San Francisco history and Harvey's history at the Castro Theater. From the first vigil after Mayor Moscone was assassinated along with Harvey Milk, the seats of Castro Theater were overflowing into Castro and onto 18th Street and onto Market Street. We hold vigils every year right in front of Castro Theater at Jane Warner Plaza and at the subway station. At our 40th, we had a filming of Milk at Castro Theater. Castro Theater is a historical landmark, a place of queer heritage. We hear about violent news of queer spaces coming under attack around the country. Last year, we had a Colorado Springs vigil, again in the Castro. Everywhere, gay people feel unsafe, and the Castro Theater, for all these decades, have been a safe haven for the queer community, a sacred space. I love that there are previous speakers that have come up and said, you know, AP has committed to having 33% of their time dedicated to film screenings. They will have X amount of days dedicated to the queer community. And that's through our efforts to make sure that we hold AP accountable to the Castro community, to the queer community. And we continue to urge commissioners to hold AP accountable. We are concerned about the fact that AP is only committing to 175 days of opening, and there's no conditions as to whether or not those events are open to the public. From November, Thanksgiving, all the way to January, we see it at the Fox Theater, Christmas parties, corporate rentals. We want the Castro Theater to remain open and a community space for the Castro, for our neighbors, for the LGBTQ community. Board President Aaron Peskin has brought this up multiple times in regards to failed promises. It is really hard for the city to then go after AP after this conditional use permit is granted, such as the renovations at Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, which is granted 13 years ago, and they're still behind. It is difficult for the city to hold them accountable after the permit is given. We support having the Castro Theater. I sang in the Gay Men's Chorus Christmas Eve. It was a place for gay men for so many decades who didn't have a family to go home to on Christmas Eve. We want to continue that tradition. Help us maintain the Castro Theater as a community resource. Thank you so much.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is M. Rocket. I go by Rocket. Thank you very much for your service here today. I can only imagine how it must be to bear a day like today. I have many colleagues and allies in our Friends of Castro Theater Coalition. I am here to urge you and implore you to adopt the conditions that we have proposed in order to maintain this queer cultural heritage site. I'll leave it to others to give you the data points and overload you with their bar charts, and our others who can speak more eloquently to our current situation. But I feel like you guys are the last holdouts, the last ones possible to maintain the space. And whether there were 500 people in support of the new management company and 2 people in opposition, their point doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right to have a corporate takeover of a community space. Imagine some corporation saying that we don't need cable cars because it's much more efficient to run electric vehicles and they take less maintenance. Of course, that's true. Our cable cars are inherently a characteristic of our fair city. The Castro Theater is not just any theater. It's not the Clay. It's not just any other music venue. It is a church to many of us, not just to us in this city, but to queers around the world who see this as our church, a place where art and film and performance is made by us, for us, and people who celebrate us. It is our church. And whether or not you have a spiritual practice, you can imagine that people who do revel in our ability to gather at our church as it is. APE has made many claims over what they're doing with the floor. This is the first I've heard today that there's very minimal damage to be had. It's changed no matter who they're speaking to. That should indicate a lot. It's our church. Please consider it, even if you don't believe in it. Consider that is critically important to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tab Buckner. I'm a gay resident of San Francisco, have been for 39 years. I've been a regular film goer at the Castro Theater, have seen by far more films there than anywhere else. There have been comments today about adapting to the 21st century, and I think we need to take stock on that. The fact that, I'm old enough where I could remember when working class families could go to ball games. My mother would take me to the ballet. We'd sit up in the cheap seats of the opera house to see performances, but we could afford to do that. It's increasingly difficult for regular working people to engage in cultural venues, both in the public sector and the private sector. There are more and more occasions now when the parks are cordoned off for private parties and special functions that are not open to the general public. The same applies to private indoor sectors as well. And it really concerns me as I walk by this very ghostly facade now of the Castro Theater to think that a significant amount of time it's not going to be used at all, and much of the time when it is, it's for a select group of people who can afford to spend a lot of money. And that's what the Castro Theater is not about and never has been and should never be. So I really urge you to consider the changes in our culture, and with the huge wealth gap that we already have experienced in the Bay Area, are you going to in some way make that even more severe? And no offense to our allies, I also think about the types of venues that would be open a lot with the 8 proposals. I envision there'd be a lot of heavy drinking straight men coming out of concerts, and no offense to our allies, but it's not really the character of the neighborhood. So please consider, while it's very tantalizing to have $15 million draped in front of you, San Francisco is an extraordinary place with extraordinary resources, with a lot of impassioned thousands of people who are willing to present an alternative. We are very much a major film center in the world. Last night, Frameline was the line went all around the block again. So there will be a continued enthusiastic film community, and with some creativity, we can make that continue. Additionally, this is an extremely sacred place, as mentioned, a church to the LGBTQ community, where thousands of people, for the first time, were comfortable enough to hold hands with one's partner in the dark. This is a very sacred space that needs to be a part of the community moving forward with organizations that are willing to engage with the community and not avoid them. Thank you for your time, and please consider what I said.
Hi, good afternoon. I just want to first say the thing that's not being used at all right now, besides the theater in its current state, is the entire Castro neighborhood. Good afternoon, my name is Zach Taylor. I fully endorse the approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness for the revitalization of the Castro Theater and the Castro neighborhood. It's necessary. I've been a Castro resident for 10 years. My zip code is 94114. I have seen a steady and, in recent years, sharp decline in our beautiful and once vibrant sanctuary. Businesses are closing every month, and few are being replaced, with those attempting to move in soon shuttering their doors due to low or no traffic. I'm thinking of the new business that's there on like Noe and Castro. It used to be Baghdad Cafe. I pass it every day. It's completely empty. I've only seen one table ever in there at a time. I walk around the neighborhood every single day. I implore you to do the same. A youthful injection of diverse energy and capital to the neighborhood are crucial to its survival and sustenance as a queer haven. My friend, who's a 26-year-old, lives in the South Bay, told me that they and their out-of-town friends used to love visiting restaurants, shopping, and going out in the Castro, and have since abandoned it in favor of seeing shows in Oakland at the Fox Theater and the occasional Soma night out. They said they no longer have a reason to come to the Castro. I've heard this many times. The Castro Theater is a flashing beacon of San Francisco's inclusive, welcoming, and progressive nature, and its light is fading. Renovating our theater to include a variety of programming in our opportunity to entice a diversity of queer young people to our neighborhood and to elevate it beyond what it's ever been before. It's not just for gay men anymore. Don't drive the last nail into the Castro's coffin by preventing progress. Thank you.
Once upon a time, not long ago, I asked my 22-year-old gay son, he has 2 moms and grew up in Noe Valley, if he wanted to check out Frameline this year. He says, "What's that?" "Are you kidding? It's the LGBTQ, etc. film festival at the Castro." "Oh, is that when all the old people line up on the sidewalk?" Well, yes. I've been lining up on that sidewalk for 25 plus years and have amazing memories of that magnificent movie palace. Back in my day, there were raucous screenings, Hollywood classics, where packed houses reciting Bette Davis's lines with her. It was fabulous. Well, a year ago, thinking that I'd school them in a little culture, I took my son and his boyfriend to see All About Eve at the Castro, and there were maybe 27 people in the theater, and no one even chimed in on fasten your seatbelts. Harry and Anthony actually fell asleep by the end. So while sitting in a cold, mostly empty theater isn't their thing, experiencing live music is. If they could see their favorite musicians at the Castro, they'd bring their energy, enthusiasm, and an economic boost to the neighborhood. The Castro and the Castro Theater would be a destination again. So, realizing that change is inevitable, I'm in favor of the APE plan to improve and honor our magnificent movie palace in order to provide a flexible future with movies, music, and more, so that Harry and his generation can make marvelous memories of their own at the Castro that they can then bore their kids with for years to come. Thank you.
Howdy, my name is Rafa Gonzalez. In Mexico, Oaxaca, Mexico, I started one of the first AIDS organizations, saved lives. Also in Philadelphia, it was the second Latino AIDS organization. I have public artwork in Philadelphia. I also have a children's book on Proverbs, and maybe a few people need to read some Proverbs. What I'm here for is to ask about Bill Graham. These 8 people have said that they were going to remodel Bill Graham, yet right now, every day, you can see people living there, selling drugs, and y'all need to know that you can buy what was $40 or $100 worth of drugs is like $3 now. Y'all don't know that. That theater that place is not being remodeled. It's a lie. Today, we have new proposals. They're going to turn it into a super bar. Last night, a friend of mine, we were protesting peacefully in front of the Castro, and this woman that owns the Castro, my friend is tall, Fulbright scholar, he was holding this, and I guess her name's Karen, but I guess she owns the Castro. I guess she's in here. She was like, "Are you gay? What are you doing here?" I feel threatened, and I know that I am going to. Yeah, she's laughing because it's really funny. When I feel uncomfortable expressing myself, these people are not communicating with our community. And I have experienced Latin movies with people that have died for their last film, Spanish movies. What are we going to see? The Wizard of Oz, more Barbra Streisand movies? Movies that straight people that want to open a club and a private event place or a corporate place, $30 tickets for one movie to see a Barbra Streisand movie or something that straight people think that gay people want to see? A fast dollar makes more money than a $30 2-hour ticket that I can afford. Now, we'll go back to the Fox Theater. You can also buy drugs 24/7 in front of the Fox Theater. Has it been remodeled in the way that we want? The next show at the Bill Graham, look outside, it's up there. The next show at the Bill Graham is July 15th. July 15th! How can this be? We are going to close the Castro all the time. The reason the neighborhood is dying is because you can buy drugs 24/7 after 2 o'clock at the Castro. That's a fact. So I'm not a consultant. I overheard somebody right now. I really hate being here. I don't like talking in public, but they told us we had to come here and bring our family. So what I'm saying is that I'm going to be discriminated. I'm scared of this woman. She just laughed at me. She thinks I'm funny. And I'm thinking that they should if they're going to remodel something, remodel the Bill Graham first. Thank you.
All right, we've had a lot of respectful sounding proposals here today. My name is Sue Englander. I am against APE's proposal and for not just saving the seats and the raked floor, but preserving the essence of a movie palace that has been around for over 100 years. It's not the only movie palace that is still around. I will go into that. But first, I'm going to tell you, I'm a historian, I'm a patron of the Castro, and I'm a badass. And I'm here to tell you that the theaters that have failed recently are dreck. The Galaxy failed 30 years ago because it was dreck. CGI made a Cadillac dealership into an airport where people watched movies. Dreck. Here's the deal. It's about gentrification of the Castro. Nobody has said that word yet, gentrification of the Castro. Let me talk to you about the Fox Theater in Oakland. Well, first let's talk about the Fox Theater in San Francisco, which was knocked down because it was, with many other Victorians in town, because it was just a sad-looking theater. Well, look what we have now. An obelisk. Thank you very much. The Fox in Oakland was abandoned in 1966. It sat empty for 30 decades before Ape stepped in. They have a great concert hall there, but it's not preservation. The Castro has never been abandoned. What happened in the 1970s? We came in, women and men, queer, lesbian, and gay, and if it hadn't been for us, the Castro probably would not have been preserved because we filled the Castro. We watched the movies. We had the film festivals. So don't give me any of this crap. The California Theater in San Jose between 2001 and 2004 was totally refurbished with the preservation of all of its features, including the seats. It now hosts and is a profitable venue in San Jose, not just for speakers like Bernie Sanders, who I attended a while back, but for weddings and other kinds of meetings. So I want to remind you that the Castro was not a mild-mannered movie palace. Some very weird shit happened there. I was there during the premiere of Lust in the Dust when Divine rode down the middle aisle side saddle on a motorcycle. So it's not like you can't have wild shit in the Castro Theater. I personally was crowned the winner of Sound of Music 2015 Best Costume. Who else can be such an expert? So I plead with you. Actually, no, I don't. I demand that you keep them seats, keep the Castro. Thank you very much. Do I have a witness?
Hello. My name is Scott Johnson. I'm not a paid consultant. I'm here as a proud San Franciscan who was born in San Francisco along with his grandfather, his father, and his son. I love this city, and I particularly love the neighborhoods that make up the city. And I fully endorse the approval of the certificate of appropriateness proposed by Another Planet for the revitalization of the Castro Theater, and strongly urge you to approve this project. I support arts and culture that add value to the local community. I strongly believe in the positive economic impact that these types of restoration projects can have on the current state of San Francisco's commercial business districts. Another Planet has proven that they are committed stewards of this city. The funds that Outside Lands generates have immense impact on the preservation and beautification of Golden Gate Park. We need more businesses like Another Planet who are committed to investing in San Francisco. So I urge you to approve this project, and I thank you for your service to the city and county of San Francisco.
Hello, my name is James. I'm a board member with the Eureka Valley Neighborhood Association. We are the neighborhood association that represents the Castro, and our organization, along with the Business Association, support APE's plans. It is representative of the overwhelming support that we see for the plans in the neighborhood that we see every day. I do want to say that personally, as a gay man who lives in the Castro and cares very deeply about this, I only became involved in this issue after the community benefit plan was announced. And I think that community benefit plan, which guarantees queer programming, is a product of the people here in the red shirts. And so I thank them for that, the advocacy that has led to that, to get into a better place here. I think differences of opinion on whether a theater should have fixed seats or flexible seats is a reasonable position to have on both sides. I don't think it is reasonable to articulate fixed seats or not fixed seats as gay or anti-gay. I think that's absurd. I have sat in the proposed new seats. They are wider, more comfortable, and they seem more gay to me. I think that there are reasonable things, but a business can't be run by the community. There can be community input, and then there needs to be time to move on. I desperately ask you to swiftly move on and let this project move forward so that our neighborhood can move forward, so our community can move forward, and we can have a theater that can help and hopefully restore not only itself, but the neighborhood that I live in. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Thomas, and I'm a retired SAG-AFTRA Teamster. And I'm here to speak against the proposal. The proposal, as it is a concert venue because it, as was so eloquently said by the vice president, vice president, that they're a concert producer. Everything they mentioned was a big concert. They do not produce community events. Every time they talk about a drag show or a gay men's chorus singing. They're platitudes because there's no written document to say yes. And they don't have a 5-year plan. I'm willing to bet the attorneys who are sitting here know a 5-year plan, know where the APE wants to be in 5 years, 10 years, or even 15 years. But the community really doesn't. We have a statement. We don't have an actual written thing, document binding. What happens when they do get the concerts going? Imagine this. The streets are closed. The riggers come in. The trucks with the sound equipment come in. The buses for the crew come in. The tracker lights come in. The craft services. Are those people really going to be buying things? I think not. No matter what other people have said, are they really going to be providing consistent, regular paying jobs for people in the community as apprentices or first entry? I think not. And also consider this. At some point, people are going to show up for these concerts just like they do for the big things, and the doors won't be open. The doors open at a certain point, but people congregate. Where are those people going to congregate? Streets? What are they going to do? Start the party early? Yes. Where are they going to use the toilet? Hartford Street? The theater isn't open yet. The business plan as is written hasn't necessarily been fully hasn't been fully shown. Okay, and then somebody was here with some beautiful, beautiful chart bar graphs, and one of the bar graphs said, "Oh, the permits are up, up, up," but that vacancy rates were down, down, down. I think there's a correlation here called overbuilding. The thing that is going on with the blight isn't Castro, it's the city. It's citywide. You go to Union Square, it's like that. Even Fisherman's Wharf is blighted. Anyway, I'm going to yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you don't have any more time. But okay.
Hi there, my name is Melanie Roller. I'm a member of the Preservation Committee of the Art Deco Society of California. It's been very heart-wrenching standing here and listening to the testimony from everybody today. I just basically want to tell my little side of the story because I know that everybody can speak more eloquently on the finer details of things, but San Francisco's pretty much become a nightmare to live in. I work in SOMA, and I have a horrible time each day. I was threatened to be tracked down and killed last week. It's not a fun place to be. The Castro Theater has always been a sanctuary for us moviegoers, historians, normal people. And it's really sad to see that we're not going to have that kind of sense of community anymore. So June 23rd, 2022, I was on an inbound Muni heading from West Portal Station, and there was an active shooting on the train car I was in. I was basically trapped inside the train car with the shooter. One man was shot dead in the head, and the other man next to me was shot in the leg. The train car stopped at Castro, so we got out, the police came, they were looking for a quiet place for us to be interviewed by the homicide detectives. And we ended up in the mezzanine of the Castro Theater. And I was sitting there just waiting, listening, and I could hear music. It turns out San Francisco with Jeanette MacDonald and Clark Gable was playing in the theater. It was the 100-year anniversary of the theater. And being an avid moviegoer and an avid patron of the Castro, I had no idea. It shouldn't take an active shooting situation to know what the programming is at the Castro. And over again in these meetings, they've been bringing up, the low attendance for the 100th year anniversary. I am friends with people who are into movies and into history. They really didn't know that the programming was going on. And to be in that situation and just see how incongruent those two things were, it's just kind of shocking. So I urge you to hold them accountable and have movies still shown in the theater, not just under publicized, not just thrown out and nobody knows about them. So some accountability would really be appreciated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to all of us. My name is Donna Sachet, sometimes known as the First Lady of the Castro. Thank you, Dan. I have lived in and loved San Francisco for 30 years. Last night, I was at the Castro Theater for the opening night of the largest and oldest LGBTQ plus film festival in the world, Frameline. As I looked around the enthusiastic capacity crowd in this gorgeous, iconic venue, I did a lot of thinking. I can't believe we're about to consign this beloved building to some huge, out-of-town conglomerate to obliterate everything we love about the Castro Theater. But we're not. We are not. We're entrusting our Castro Theater to a local, civic-minded group who is willing and able to invest more than $15 million in a faded venue desperately in need of loving restoration, modern technical improvements, and imaginative programming. Crowds like last night are extremely rare in any movie theater across America, but Another Planet continues to believe that the Castro Theater can continue to be an internationally known destination for film and so much more. Changes will have to be made, but all within the confines of protecting the historical significance and magnificent original design of the building. Yes, there has been opposition, and I appreciate it. And Another Planet has listened. In response to community outrage, the change in the main floor seating was done. Another Planet devised an ingenious mechanized system that will enable the theater to maintain a raked floor with classic film seating and improved sightlines at great additional expense. It'll open up the venue to greater variety of entertainment as well. I've listened to the arguments on both sides, and as one of the most entrenched optimists for this city, I join local residents, businesses, and fellow pragmatic optimists in encouraging you to support wholeheartedly the creative yet respectful plans of Another Planet for the revitalization of our beloved Castro Theater. Thank you.
That's hard to follow. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Erin Reynolds, and I live in the heart of the Castro district, just 2 blocks away from the Castro Theater. I fully endorse the revitalization of the Castro Theater and strongly urge all of you to approve the proposal before you. I am a Bay Area native, a millennial, a woman of color. My partner and I have lived in San Francisco for a combined 33 years, and last year we finally achieved a life milestone we were never sure we would reach, purchasing a home together. Out of all of the different San Francisco neighborhoods we've lived in over our many years in San Francisco, we chose to settle in the Castro, thanks to its close-knit community, sparkling commercial corridor, and vibrant and welcoming culture. We are in San Francisco and the Castro for the long haul. We moved to the Castro because of its dynamism, and we would love nothing more than to be 2 blocks away from a fabulous and vivacious event space, especially one that increases accessibility and diversity of events, as well as restores the historic but crumbling landmark to its former glory, for my generation and all generations to come. Please support the restoration of the Castro Theater. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Aiello, and I'm the Executive Director for the Castro Community Benefit District. I urge you to approve the proposal before you, both the conditional use and the certificate of appropriateness. Another Planet Entertainment's proposal will provide the Castro Theater with expert, loving, historic preservation. And I think you know that. You have read their proposal. You understand Turn and the name of the whatever the Their architecture firm is really, I think, world-renowned, and you understand, I believe, that at the end you will have a restored historic landmark that you will be proud of. So I urge you to please approve this and approve it very quickly. We can't have any more delays. On top of having an expert preservation and historic renovation, the theater will bring in a full new HVAC system. There is none there at this point. We can't have a theater with, no windows in post-COVID world. You have to have a functioning HVAC system in order to have 1,200, 1,000 people in a space, even 600 people in a space. Their plans also will bring full ADA access to this theater. Right now, the only ADA accessible space is the last row in the back. This new renovation will include bringing ADA accessibility to the stage and backstage so that people with any kind of mobility issues can perform and be part of performances with dignity, because they'll have backstage space that is ADA accessible. I can't understand how you could not approve this with these kinds of benefits. I also want to speak to the fact that people have been saying that we can't trust APE. They're a huge corporation. We all understand they're a small business, basically under 50 people in their company. They're a Bay Area business. They grew up in Berkeley. And also that AP is not committed to the LGBT community and LGBT programming. Look what they did for Helena recently. This proves that they are committed to the LGBT community. So thank you very much, and I look forward to an improved and restored Castro Theater.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Kim, and I'm a 19-year resident of the Castro neighborhood and a member of the LGBTQIA community in District 8. I'm also a civil servant for the City and County of San Francisco, though I'm here as a private citizen. All that to say, I live, breathe, work San Francisco. I also see this Castro Theater every day when I commute to work, when I go out and meet friends in the Castro neighborhood. It's a constant presence in my life. And I want to recognize there's just so much love for the Castro Theater from both sides of this issue, and it's really wonderful. I, too, love the Castro Theater, and I strongly support Another Planet Entertainment's plan to renovate the Castro Theater. Last month, hundreds of mourners gathered for Helena's memorial at the Castro Theater. It was a perfect spot in the center of our community for the city's beloved drag queen, and it strengthened my resolve for saving this venue. I worry that without these renovations and innovative programming for the future, that it too will shut down like many of the other businesses in the Castro. I want to see the Castro Theater thrive in the future, and that includes being able to experience queer, classic, second-run festival films, also to see sing-along sound of music, in addition to live concerts and live performances. I fully endorse the approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness proposed by Another Planet for the revitalization of the Castro Theater, and strongly urge you to approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Aston Bennett, and I am the 5th generation owner of Cliff's Variety located at 479 Castro Street, as well as the president of the Castro Merchants Association. I am here today wearing both hats to voice my support and the support of the Castro Merchants Association for Another Planet Entertainment's proposed Certificate of Appropriateness and Conditional Use Permit. As the second oldest business in the Castro Theater being the only one older than me, I can tell you the only way to stay relevant and fiscally stable is to maintain the ability to pivot. Allowing for multiple uses of the theater is truly the only way to keep the theater viable. The viability of the theater is essential to the entire health and well-being of the Castro. Not every footstep in the Castro means dollars to every business, but it creates vitality, in the neighborhood, and that does translate to dollars for every business. I understand that many people fear change and the unknown, but running a business that has existed in the Castro for 88 years, the one thing I can tell you is that change is constant and adjusting to change is necessary. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Andy Meyerson. I'm a queer multidisciplinary artist in San Francisco and an advisor to Another Planet on the Castro Theater Project. Commissioners, you've heard a lot of people very excited about the economic impact of this project for the city and the neighborhood, and you've heard undeniably loud queer community support for APE's vision. But what I want to focus on is what we all say is the most important part of this project: the production, presentation, and consumption of queer art. And I'd like to speak to Another Planet's credentials in that arena. Ask yourselves, who are the artists across artistic disciplines making the most relevant, impactful queer work that has engaged the most queer audiences over the past 10 years? And then ask yourself, who has brought more of those artists to San Francisco than Another Planet? And it's not rhetorical. Like, actually make your own list of the most influential queer artists making work today, and then see who brought them to stage in San Francisco, and chances are it'll be via Another Planet. And speaking of cultural competency, if you can't name the artists who have made the most relevant and impactful queer work in the past 10 years, then maybe you shouldn't have as loud a voice in this conversation. As an advisor for Another Planet on this project, I've reached out to dozens of queer arts organizations and arts makers of all disciplines here in the Bay, and we continue to work with Oasis Arts to build infrastructure to ensure that venue cost is never the barrier of entry to queer artists to present work in the Castro Theater. In walkthrough after walkthrough, in conversation after conversation with local artists and arts leaders who have shaped generations of queer culture, it is abundantly clear how, one, the past, present, and future of queer counterpublic artistic production is flexibility, and two, approving this project will uplift queer artists, audiences, and community in San Francisco and around the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Isaac Lindenauer. I'm, no disrespect to Terry and Cliffs, I love Cliffs. I maybe am the third oldest business in the neighborhood. I've lived in the Castro and had my shop in the Castro for 45 years. When I moved in, Harvey Milk was still walking around the neighborhood. I've lived through the years of AIDS. I've worked hard to create a business that was important both to the city and to the country. I focus on a period of American design from 1900 to about 1916. I've donated to the De Young. I've sold to the De Young. I've put on major exhibitions across the country. And I continue to uphold the individual crafters who are distinguished in this period from San Francisco. I want to talk to you from my personal point of view. My shop's on 19th Street, right next to Harvey Milk Civil Rights Academy and across from Eureka Valley Park. 2 months ago, the license was stolen off the back of my truck. I spent the day dealing with AAA and DMV. A month ago, my block has 6 businesses. 3 out of the 6 businesses had attempted burglaries. 2 were burgled with young people who came in very brazen, very audacious, with crowbars and blowtorches. Mine was the only one that they didn't manage to get in. They broke my door, they broke my top lock, and the bottom lock held. Last week, after I upgraded to the tune of $3,000 my security system, I came out in the morning and my 23-year-old truck, which moves all of my stuff in front of my building at 9 o'clock at night, was stolen. It took 4 minutes for them to get away. I've got it on tape because I upgraded. I bring this to your attention because this is how what's happened in our neighborhood has personally impacted me. But I see in the neighborhood horrible changes. Our neighborhood is in peril right now. I have people asleep in my doorway, comatose from fentanyl. We have tents out by the tennis courts. We have people all over homeless and sleeping in the doorways. And businesses closing left and right. Harvey's. one after another, Hortica, the taqueria on the corner, Levi's, and the merchantry in general are terrified. And it's in this context that people are thinking, open up the Castro Theater at any cost, but not at any cost. APE has no concern for cinema. What they are concerned for is the shell.
Thank you,
and,
sir.
So either we save the theater or we wind up with a shell.
Sir, that is your time.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, my name's John Jensen, and I wholly support Another Planet's plans for the project at the Castro Theater. I personally walked the streets of the Castro district, 18th Street, Castro, 17th, and so on, and I spoke to about 77 community businesses, and I got one person that was neutral on the project, one person against, 75 were for it. And I just think that the story needs to be told. If you walk the streets and you talk to these people, that's what you're going to hear most likely. This whole thing with the seats, I don't really want to make a joke out of it, but if you look at these bright red seats behind you, about 20 to 25% of them are in serious need of repair, right? And if someone were to tell you, please, landmark these seats and don't repair them, you'd be like, you got to be kidding me, right? I think it needs to be looked at very seriously. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Steve Murphy. I'm a Castro resident. Moved to the Bay Area when I was 18. Just looking to move to a welcoming community. When I had the chance to buy a home, I did that in the Castro. I walk by the Castro Theater every day. I'm very supportive of AP's plans. One thing with AP and their programming is that over the years, I've gone to tons of queer and queer-friendly programs at APE venues. If you don't know who is the hottest queer music act out there, I also had no idea. My queer niece assures me it is Muna. They're going to be playing later in the year over at the Greek. She's lobbying for me to go there. The last time we got to hang out together, it was at Phoebe Bridgers, who's a queer artist. Again, I didn't really know Phoebe, didn't connect that much, but I'm very excited about the idea that this group might bring more relevant programming to the theater. So I love that my queer 26-year-old niece wants to go. I love that when she texts me, she often is texting me about the music that is at APE venues. So some people may, tell you that they speak on behalf of the queer community, or this is or this isn't queer. Well, I'm just speaking on behalf of me and my niece, but we've really connected with their programming, and I love the idea that this theater might be activated with more 26-year-olds, just like my niece, who want to go and check out Muna. So thanks.
Commissioners, hi, my name is Mike Murray. I'm a gay resident of the Castro and a co-chair of Neighbors for a Restored Castro Theater. Neighbors for a Restored Castro Theater is a group of queer and Castro community members supporting APE's plans for a multi-use Castro Theater. The group formed because we were frustrated that over the last year, despite broad support for APE's plans within the Castro and LGBTQ communities, a misleading public narrative took hold, suggesting that those same communities opposed the project. In recent months, through a collaborative organizing effort among community groups and local residents, that narrative has dramatically shifted. As you've heard, the following neighborhood, LGBTQ, performance, and film groups that depend on a thriving Castro Theater have publicly endorsed APE's plans or opposed the landmarking of the theater's seats and raked floor. The Alice B. Toklas LGBTQ Democratic Club, the first organization for gay Democrats in the U.S., the Castro Merchants Association in a nearly unanimous vote, the Castro Upper Market Community Benefit District, the Eureka Valley Neighborhood Association, the Frameline Film Festival, as you've heard, the world's oldest LGBTQ film festival. Hartford Street neighbors who live adjacent to the backside of the Castro Theater property. San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus, which performs at the theater every Christmas Eve. The Castro Oregon Devotees Association, a preservation group focused solely on the theater. And Movies for Maniacs, among others. Castro and LGBTQ community members have likewise made their voices heard directly. In addition to the letters that you all received, nearly 600 unique letter writers participated in our group's recent campaign to the Board of Supervisors, urging them not to stop APE's project from moving forward. 77% of those letters came from the Castro's 94114 zip code or immediately adjacent zip codes. You are also hearing today how strong neighborhood and queer support for the project is directly from constituents. Most recently, we heard from Gay District 8 Supervisor Raphael Mandelman, who spends much of every day talking to Castro constituents. In his remarks at the June 6 Board of Supervisors meeting, he noted that the sentiment in the neighborhood, at least as I am reading it, is strongly in support of the APE project. As Castro and LGBTQ community members that spend much of our time around the theater, we have observed the same sentiment. We hope that you will consider the community's strong support for this project and approve the recommendations before you so this project, with the corresponding benefits it will bring to our community, can move forward without further delay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sherry Bethel. I am a member of IATSE Local 16 and a proud woman who has lived here in San Francisco for 33 years. I fully endorse the approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness proposed by Another Planet for the revitalization of the Castro Theater and strongly urge you to approve this project. I have lived here 33 years, as I said. The first thing I did upon arrival was to go to the Castro Theater for the Frameline Film Festival. I was in heaven being in a venue watching queer film with lots of queer people. I continue to go to film festivals, sing-alongs, and live events with my wife and child and friends. We lived in the neighborhood for 13 years, and we still live in SF now. Now when we go to the Castro neighborhood, I see closed businesses and very little foot traffic. When going to movies, there are very few people in attendance. APE's restoration will bring people to the Castro neighborhood and will help to keep this building open and not go into disrepair. They have a commitment to film programming and LGBTQIA programming. They will install a new HVAC system, which is so important now post-COVID days, and an ADA system that will give accessibility, including on-stage and backstage, which, as someone that's gone there often, has seen people struggle to try to get up there who are differently abled. They will also subsidize performing LGBTQIA artists, filmmakers, and community. Again, I urge you to support this and allow it to be the place that I can continue to go until I die, hopefully. And I can continue to have the happy tears I go almost every time I walk into that inclusive, beautiful gem of a space. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Lee Hepner. I know many of you. I've had the honor of working with many of you over the years. I'm here in my personal capacity. I've never been paid for my volunteer advocacy on this project, which has extended over a year now. When we started meeting with community groups in February of last year after APE's plans were announced, and a vast number of groups got together and immediately thought, hey, we got a new person managing the Castro Theater. We got to meet with them. We got to figure out what's going on. We wrote a letter last April 2022 that invited them to meet with us. It included a bunch of representations about what we thought the theater needed, what it needed not just in terms of renovations, but what it needed in terms of community access. And we're talking about community groups who, for decades, have relied on this space as a gathering space for nonprofit use, for fundraising use, as a place of queer community, and we wanted to make sure that that was part of the theater's future. It's been disappointing to see how those efforts were treated. We didn't get the most simple of our asks, which was a walkthrough of the theater for 6 months. They refused to meet with the executive director of the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District, despite them being the leading organization on that April letter for a year. And I just think that speaks volumes about who we're dealing with going forward. I appreciate that there are now two sides to this. For a while, I think the HPC knows there were hundreds of people on one side of this the last time we came before you. There now seem to be two sides, but I think it's worth acknowledging that this is a community divided. And that is sad. And I think that the division has been sown by one party, that is Another Planet Entertainment. I have since come around to understanding the way that inertia works, that they will probably be the long-term operators of the theater. But I'm asking this commission, and I think we are all asking this commission for leadership, which has been absent in this conversation. Leadership to impose some conditions that hold APE accountable. We've enumerated a number of those, Commissioner Braun. I've seen some of your efforts and really appreciate your work and many of your work in furtherance of those conditions. There have been a lot of things held up today as, AP is going to subsidize LGBTQ community arts. Make that a condition. I don't see it in writing. Right now, what I see in writing is 180 days of programming, all of which can be private corporate event rentals, not open to the general public. I don't think that APE supporters in this room support that condition. I would propose completely nixing private corporate rentals at this community gathering space. In my closing seconds, the Castro Theater Oversight Board, let us have some mechanism over the next few years to keep tabs on APE's progress and to come back and report to this body. I think it's important that is a structure for restoring community trust. I just want to thank you all for your consideration.
Hi, I'm Elsie, and my family owns the home directly behind the Castro Theater. You actually might recognize my name because last week I sent a letter on behalf of nearly 50 other neighbors and owners on the same block of Hartford Street, including every single home that shares lot lines with the theater. Our street is the one that accommodates lines that wrap around the block, which only happens once, maybe twice a year. We're the ones the Nasser family contacts when they need access to the back of the theater for leaks and repairs, which happens far more frequently than once or twice a year. And we're also the ones that are 100% fully supportive of APE's plans to revitalize the neighborhood and create new ways to celebrate queer culture. Me and my neighbors have long been invested in the success of the Castro, even before this whole theater thing became a controversy. Maybe you've seen us picking trash from the streets or weeding the garden beds of the city or hosting happy hours on our stoops. As you know, many longtime establishments have struggled and shuttered in the wake of the pandemic, and I long for the days when the Castro was a bustling destination for visitors to celebrate queer culture and a diversity of belief systems. Barring APE's plans is a death sentence for not just the theater, but also the businesses that remain. It would also reverse all the work that my family and friends have poured into making the Castro a great place to be. APE offers an amazing, logical solution for our faltering neighborhood. I'm excited for modernized building systems so we don't have to coordinate repairs through our backyards anymore. I'm thrilled at the prospect of saying hi not to just film fanatics, but also concert goers, conference attendees, and wedding guests from my front stoop. The restoration plans that we saw at the top of the hour, stunning, and it'll undoubtedly restore the theater's architecture to its former glory. Not only that, but my friends and family, even those with limited mobility, vision, or hearing, can finally enjoy the programming at the theater with APE's help. Most of all, I can't wait for the revival of our nightlife scene so visitors can once again take in the beauty and the vibrancy that is our neighborhood. The Castro is our home, and this should be our choice. But somehow the voices of those who don't live near the theater or those who are fixated on the 20-year-old seats are overriding sound judgment. If the theater evolves, the people in red shirts can take their patronage elsewhere. But if it closes, me and my neighbors are the ones who will be living in the literal shadow of an empty, untouchable theater. I'm thrilled that APE will honor the theater's original architecture and evolve its purpose to host a greater diversity of art forms and audiences. A vote against APE is a vote against open-mindedness and societal progress. Please join me and Hartford Street in supporting APE's restoration plans. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just remind folks who may be in the overflow room, if you want to come over to give your public comment, the line here is getting fairly short.
It is, and that is great. Thank you so much for your comments. I support Another Planet's Entertainment's plans to restore the historic Castro Theater. Please approve the Certificate of Appropriateness and Conditional Use Authorization that is before you today. My family moved to the 500 block of Castro Street in 1936. I still live there. I want you all to know that the Nasser family has been fantastic stewards of our neighborhood. They have been excellent stewards in supporting the Castro. And we need to allow them to do what is right with their property. And end of conversation, period. They know what they're doing. They wouldn't be being there for this many years if they didn't know what they were doing. And they have been good to the Castro. So thank you, Nasser family, and thank you, APE, and let's go for it.
Hello, my name is James Freeborn, and I'm a store owner directly next to the Castro Theater and member of the Castro Merchants Association. I opened my business on July 1st, 2021, in the middle of the pandemic because I believed in the neighborhood and my ability to bring it back to life. Over the last 2 years, I've witnessed the life and excitement that comes to the street while the theater is in use, and the despair of the neighborhood while the theater sits dark. There are over 15 vacant storefronts within a 2-block radius of the theater, with more and more businesses leaving every month. I believe that we are incredibly lucky to have a local company born out of the legacy of Bill Graham want to help revive our neighborhood. They have proven themselves time and time again, and I do not doubt their ability to run this theater successfully whatsoever. We would be absolute fools to let this opportunity pass us by. Please support Another Planet's plan to restore the Castro Theater.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us out today, and thanks for the work that you do. My name is Scott Howlett, and I'm a Castro resident, and I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. I live on Hartford Street, and my house is directly behind the Castro Theater, so we're adjacent. We're very much impacted by whether the theater is successful or whether it's not. I'm one of the dozens of neighbors on Hartford Street, many of whom are here today, who unanimously support APE's plans. The millions of dollars that APE will be investing is one of the largest investments the Castro has ever seen. If this proposal is blocked, there's a big risk the theater will go dark and become a 99-cent store or a crunch gym. This is a case of nostalgia versus reality. The way people consume entertainment today is vastly different than before the pandemic, let alone 100 years ago when the theater was built. Theaters are closing everywhere. In fact, the last screening at Cinemark in the Westfield Mall just took place this morning. So that theater is now closed and has opened up a 55,000 square foot vacancy. No amount of nostalgia is going to drive 1,000 people, or even hundreds, into a theater on a regular basis for repertory film. In the years leading up to the pandemic, the Nasser family only covered their costs about 1/3 of the nights in which they showed film. Many showings only drew a handful of people. This SF family-based small business should be allowed to evolve with the times, and we should not force them to operate at a loss. If 90 years ago, the city had blocked plans to evolve the theater by adding sound back when silent film fell out of favor, the theater would have closed 90 years ago. And I feel like we're at a similar inflection point. APE's plans will restore this gorgeous gem. Their seat solution is creative and innovative, offering flexibility and accessibility for many more people than it allows for today. And it's reversible in the future if need be. I am confident that the theater will remain a vibrant space for the LGBT community. It will also bring hundreds of people to the Castro on hundreds of nights every year at a variety of programming, including LGBT plus events. Most of those hundreds of people are going to spend a lot of money at local businesses, shops, and restaurants, driving jobs, creating jobs, and driving wages and tips. Last night was the opening of Frameline, as you've heard, which supports APE's plans, and the neighborhood was absolutely buzzing. We need more of that. APE is promising almost 200 events a year, which will be similarly buzzing. I want to see a thriving and vibrant Castro for decades to come. And I'm personally impacted because my house is adjacent to the theater, and as well as our neighbors who are here in support. I want to see this theater thrive, and I don't want to see it become dark. And saving this theater requires approving APE's plans today. It's the best path forward, and I thank you very much for your time.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Husband. I'm a longtime resident of the Castro, and I live directly behind the Castro Theater and share a lot line with them. I live with my son and my wife, and we are big fans of the theater, and we want to continue to be able to be big fans of the theater. I'm one of the dozens and dozens of neighbors on Hartford Street that strongly support AP's plans. We walk our neighborhood every day, and we've watched the demise of not only the theater, but our neighborhood. I agree with all of the points the opposition has made today in regards to the Castro Theater being a sacred space to our community, and this is exactly why we are in support of AP's plans.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Richard Carrillo. Full disclosure, I work for the City and County of San Francisco, but I'm speaking to you today as a Castro resident. For the Castro Theater, item 2B, please do not allow the certificate of appropriateness to include the removal of ground floor level seats and installation of tiered levels with chairlifts at the ground floor auditorium. Please preserve fixed theatrical seating configured in movie palace style. I'm concerned about the future of the theater and the neighborhood. There is a theater in the North Park neighborhood in San Diego, formerly the North Park Theater, and now Observatory North Park, in which the new owner of the theater in 2014 permanently removed the fixed seating exactly like the proposal for the Castro Theater. The venue quickly became a problem, and within 5 years, the venue was declared a public nuisance by the city of San Diego. The North Park Theater was built in 1928 as a venue for movies and live performances. By 1990s, it was vacant and decrepit after a failed ownership by a church, much like the El Rey Theater in Ocean Avenue. I worked for the North Park Business Improvement District in the late 1990s, early 2000s. We revitalized the business district and reopened the North Park Theater with fixed seating, and it was the jewel of the neighborhood, owned by Lyric Opera San Diego, and they operated it from 2005 to 2011. Unfortunately, a new owner bought the theater and removed the fixed seating in 2014. Why? It's all about the alcohol. They can sell more drinks to people who are standing versus seating. And what's the result of that? Within 3 years, there was growing concerns about crime and other problems resulting from the theater operating as a concert venue. There was a brawl and a stabbing that forced local businesses, residents, and management of the theater to come together to address the concerns. Within 4 years, in 2018, the venue was temporarily shut down for alcohol and safety violations. Within 5 years, in 2019, the theater became a source of local complaints for noise, violence, teenage drinking, public intoxication, public vomiting, and the accumulation of trash, debris, and human waste, resulting in 174 calls to the venue and 500 hours of police overtime. The theater was officially declared a public nuisance by the city of San Diego and had to pay fines and reimburse the city for police investigation costs. Removing the fixed seating from the North Park Theater drastically altered the theater and negatively affected the neighborhood, and community members must regularly deal with loud music, rowdiness, fights, broken bottles, almost a riot in the neighborhood. Cigarette butts, vomit, blood near their homes and establishments. Please don't let this happen to the Castro Theater. Please do not allow the certificate of appropriateness to include the removal of the fixed seating. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Jessica, and I'm a nearby resident in 94114, and I've been at other meetings here previously trying to help save the Castro Theater. I've been attending for the last 15
Sorry,
years.
can you just speak a little louder so we can hear you? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not good at this either. But I'm just here on behalf of myself and other people who work, which I'm skipping today in order to speak here, and try to help save the seats for the Castro Theater, which I know it looks like there's options coming, but what I would like to request is please don't approve this certificate without conditions to hold the tenant accountable to this world-renowned historic space. I believe they can make tons of money without demolishing the main floor. And since Cyclina was brought up today, I just wanted to say one thing that she posted in January 2022. More than that, I have had a truly life-altering experiences in the theater as a film-loving audience member. It's not only a venue or even an SF landmark, it's been for me the heart of the city. Hopefully this next chapter for the Castro Theater goes well. I hope they tread lightly. And for me, the Castro has been the heart of the theater, of the city as well, and is a big part of why I live nearby. So please take into consideration only approving the certificate with conditions to hold the company accountable. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aurora Robinson, and I've never, ever come to a planning meeting before, and I had all sorts of misconceptions about it. So thank you for your service, and thank you to everyone involved in this endeavor trying to save the Castro Theater and meet the needs of the community. I want to say that although I'm not a member of the LGBT community, I appreciate the freedom that their community affords everyone, no matter what their sexuality, race, preconceptions about life. I appreciate all of that. So thank you to the LGBT community for freeing me to be a better person. Sorry, makes me cry. When I came here from Alaska, a very small town in Barrow, Alaska. I come from a mixed community of all types of people, including an LGBT brother who was unfortunately murdered. So I appreciate having venues that allow for people to understand each other and to learn to love each other despite differences. I appreciate that so much. I know that progress is inevitable, but I have seen the Alameda renovation of that theater, and it was beautifully done. So I have mixed emotions. I know progress must happen, but seeing community spaces that bring joy and allow for affordable entertainment and affordable art expression is really important to me. So I kind of feel like I'm with all of you in this endeavor, appreciating how difficult it is to do anything right in this world today. So I just wanted to share my words and share my appreciation for when things are done right. So I just want to implore all the business side of this to do things right so that this place can exist for as many years as is needed by humanity, not just the LGBT community, but those of us of all socioeconomic races, graces, and levels, and whatever's going on in our world, because it's very confused. So please, please do hold them accountable to doing the best job for as many people, not just the profitability, because profitability can only exist if a community exists around it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alan Buradell. I'm a 30-year resident of the Castro. I live about 100 yards away from this theater. I couldn't more fully support the certificate of appropriateness. I urge you to approve it today. That's all. Thank you.
Hello, folks. Thank you so much for your civic service. And my name is Jack Sale. I live on 18th Street across, really close to the Castro Theater, just around the corner. I walk by it several times a day. It means a lot to me, like any queer person here in the Castro. One thing that I want you to think about is that, the Castro has just been business. Everybody's been talking about business, been believing, and I think it's important to think of that old saying, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting the same result. It's not working the way things are. And I think we need to make drastic change. I think we need to accept this incredible gift that Another Planet Entertainment is presenting to us. And I think it's just going to really revitalize and bring businesses, bring straight allies to the Castro to help support the businesses and revitalize the vibrant community that the Castro really is. So thank you very much. I support Another Planet Entertainment's plan for restoration.
Good afternoon. My name's Bonnie McGregor. I was born at 107 Collingwood Street and spent my teenage and all my years there in the Castro and live there today. I came back for what I call my long last chapter. I also form my opinion as a San Francisco city guide, which I've been for many, many years, and my territory is the Castro, and I have the privilege of walking around with people who consider the Castro Mecca, if you will, and they travel from all over the world to visit us here. And when we reach the Panoply at the bottom of Harvey Milk's Civil Rights Plaza, which is woefully inadequate, and we spent 5 years, some would say 25 years, working on a new plan, and I know it's now been approved, and I thank you for that. That was the first step in revitalization of the Castro. And I tell my visitors, thousands of visitors who come back in 5 years and you'll see what this looks like. You'll be very excited. Now we need to put in the next step. And the next step is to revitalize the Castro Theater. People stand in front of it from all over the world and they're crestfallen. Not only that they can't go in, but that it looks so dilapidated. So I think we need to understand that changes that are inevitable, and we need to do this for the Castro district or it will continue to fail as a neighborhood. I thank you for your attention to this and hope that APE will prevail. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stephen Torres, disclosure, I sit on the advisory board of the Cultural District. I'm also an entertainment commissioner and a bartender at Twin Peaks Tavern. I have deep concern about the proposals submitted by this sponsor and the impacts it will have in not just the cultural and historic legacy, but the nightlife and entertainment ecosystem within the Castro. I am an ardent supporter of a robust nightlife industry, and in order for a healthy nightlife ecosystem to exist, appropriate groundwork must be established to ensure harmony between the informed residents of the corridor and nightlife spaces. Based on feedback I have received from residents and neighborhood associations, I do not believe adequate outreach has been done by the sponsor on items 2A, 3A, and 3B, which may result in challenges for residents, business owners, and city departments and regulatory agencies in regards to amplified sound and nightlife impacts in the future. I think this concern is supported by your staff report today, and I have noticed these items left out of the majority of the sponsor's support. Furthermore, with the existential threats that face the LGBTQ community and its vital spaces, whether it be via violence or, say, by measures taken by insurance companies, insurance carriers to decline coverage to businesses featuring LGBTQ entertainment, I believe that conditions protecting LGBTQ programming as a permanent and centered to the Castro Theater and not contingent on the changing financial or business models of the lessee are imperative. Today, you have the unique opportunity to use your authority to ensure this community asset remains so in the community self-determination outlined in the Administrative Code of the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District and in deference to good neighbor policies as prescribed by these cities' pertinent regulatory agencies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Chen. I'm a 9-year resident of San Francisco, and I hope to be here for a long, long time to come. I support the staff recommendation to approve the items before you with the staff conditions. I am a gay man and I am speaking as a private citizen, but I have served on the boards of the Alice B. Toklas LGBTQ plus Democratic Club and the GLBTQ plus Asian Pacific Alliance, also known as GAPA. All that to say is that I am interested and invested in the success of San Francisco, in the Castro neighborhood, and the LGBTQ plus community. The Castro Theater is full of history, and it's meant so much to community members. I hear people denouncing private management, but ironically, all of the great things that have happened in the Castro Theater over the past 70 years have been because of private ownership and private management from the Nassers. And why? It's because the owners want to be good neighbors, but they also want to make money. And when gay men came to the Castro in the 1970s, they saw a business opportunity and started creating queer films, started doing drag performances, and so on. I think the stars that the city government has given the Castro Theater, flexibility to make new changes, to pivot, as the owner of Castro Variety, Frank Cliff's Variety, has said. Could you imagine if this commission had said, no, Castro Theater, you can't show talking films because this is a historic silent film theater in the 30s? Could you imagine if this commission had said, no, you cannot do live drag performances because this is a movie theater. It can only be done for films. I ask that this commission give the Castro Theater the chance to pivot into the future and to allow for future event ideas that we haven't even considered yet to be shown to new folks in the new generation. Let's give the best chance for the theater to grow and evolve and support the future. Please approve the staff recommendation in front of you. Thank you.
If there are any members of the public that are still in the overflow room, please make your way to room 400 if you wish to submit your testimony.
Hi, my name is Jessica Dillon, and I'm a native San Franciscan. To the Preservation Committee, I want to speak in support of fellow native Timothy Pfluger's design of the Castro as a movie palace. Personally, I find it embarrassing that we're discussing gutting an architectural jewel designed by a son of the city, when cities like Phoenix and Kansas City have managed to preserve their historic theaters and community arts spaces. San Francisco is supposed to be a beacon, a world-class city. Taking your kids to the Castro to see a film, listen to the organ, and experience the San Francisco community and the history of film has been a rite of passage for natives and tourists alike for decades. Preservation of this history and legacy is your responsibility, and I beg you to do the right thing in upholding it. To the Planning Committee, the current plan would not be as economically beneficial to the neighborhood as leaving the seats in. Similar venues are open less than 50% of the time. If the seats are kept for films, the theater can be open every day of the week. APE does not intend to set out seats to keep the theater open 365 days a year to bring foot traffic to the neighborhood consistently. APE has discussed hosting podcasts and comedy events which could easily keep the seats, and there are plenty of musicians who will play to seated audiences, as APE themselves have pointed out when they've talked about the past 10 years of seated concerts at the Castro. The current plan would also be disastrous to small business entertainers. Frameline might be able to afford a seating setup cost amortized over 47 screenings, but this cost would be prohibitive to smaller businesses, not to mention the loss of profit to those businesses from the seats that would be lost in APE's plan, and I believe this would particularly impact queer artists. Finally, APE discussed bringing in galas and weddings, and I fail to see how closing the theater for those type of events would bring business to other Castro merchants, nor how this plan would enhance the San Francisco community. San Francisco has plenty of event venues. We have one Castro theater. I want to see the Castro restored, but it can be of more use to other Castro small businesses, to the LGBTQ community, to arts patrons, and to San Francisco without destroying the seats and without destroying the nation's premier movie palace. I cannot understate the importance of the Castro Theater as a San Francisco landmark. I beg of you to ensure that it stays a movie palace for generations to come. Thank you.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rob Cox. I've lived on Hartford Street since 1991. I served on the board of the Eureka Valley Neighborhood Association for 12 years, and items like this came up to us all the time. I would like to say that I completely support APE's renovation plan to revitalize the theater. The theater needs to remain active and vital to the Castro community. In addition to renovation, they will repair failing infrastructure and add much-needed upgrades long ignored and much needed. With a nod to those who oppose the renovation, I can acknowledge some of their concerns. However, reading APE's proposal and having met several times with APE, it's clear that APE will be more than a desirable caretaker of the theater. Already they have presented and programmed Castro-friendly events. APE is prepared to invest $15 million into the renovation and the restoration of the Castro Theater. And I've heard some neighbors talk about the use of the transition of the neighborhood in the 60s and 70s, that the gay community came in and revitalized a lot of the neighborhood. That happens all the time in cities. Cities evolve. And I just hope that you approve this proposal from APE so that the city can evolve, or the neighborhood can evolve and become a better neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rob Markey. I am also a Hartford Street resident. Like Lindsay and Scott and Leslie, I live just behind the theater and I share its lot line. It is very important to me and to my neighbors, and like them, I support APE's application. While the survival of a historic theater significant to the LGBTQ community is important in itself, supporting this application will also foster a thriving local economy. Restoring it, enabling it to expand its offerings, and allowing it to offer nighttime entertainment and bar uses does not gut the theater. Rather, it ensures the theater's economic viability, and it creates a ripple effect of prosperity for the Castro's small businesses. As I understand it, the Commission must evaluate this application on the basis of its economic viability, historic preservation, and community impact. APE's proposal, as your staff has so diligently found, meets and clears every criterion by which the Commission is bound to decide. With respect to hypothetical neighborhood concerns about noise and other issues raised earlier, believe me, as an abutter whose bedroom is less than 50 yards away from the theater, no one cares more about noise than I do. And I trust APE to adhere to the needs and the regulations designed to protect us. But the proposal goes far beyond this. These changes represent a win-win for San Francisco, the Castro, and the LGBTQ community. They ensure the economic viability of the theater, they support the Castro's economy and culture, and they uphold the values that make our city so vibrant and unique. Please embrace these changes. Please ensure that the Castro Theater continues to shine in our city's cultural landscape. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jim Abrams. I'm Land Use Counsel to the Nasser family, who originally built and have owned and operated the theater since its construction. We are here to respectfully request that you approve the project to restore the theater and return it to its financial viability. There are many opinions about how this theater could have been run, should have been run, both in the past and into the future. Whether ticket prices were too high or too low, whether or not more film festivals should have been programmed, whether or not
Mr.
the rent
Abrams,
for those...
I'm going to interrupt you just for a second there, because as part of the ownership or representing the owner, you're really part of the project sponsor's team. And your opportunity to speak should have been under the project sponsor's presentation time. Okay, you have a financial interest in the project, so...
All right, well, we're not the project sponsor, but...
Well, as the owners of the property, you kind of are.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jonas.
Okay, I'm going to ask for last call for members of the public in City Hall. So again, if you're in the overflow room, please make your way over. If you're in the chambers, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Ashley. I'm more than a 20-year resident of San Francisco and Marin County. I'm a professional actress, a musician. I've worked on projects in Marin that were related to George Lucas, and I am here to not support APE's project, specifically the modifications of the movie palace fixed seating and the flooring. So there are many other people that you may be aware of who are on the same side as I am. Those would be Mark Leno, Tom Amiano, I believe Scott Wiener, last I checked, Francis Ford Coppola, President of the Board of San Francisco Supervisors Peskin, and Supervisor Dean Preston. Thank you so much for your time today. And I'm also a member of the LGBTQ community. And I live walking distance from the theater, and I'm there probably twice a day, either for events or just to meet and greet my community. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, thanks for listening. I'm Loretta Molitor. I am a film person. I moved here in 1983 at 21. I'm over 60 now, so put that together. I am a long-term Frameline attendee and benefactor, and speak for the membership of Frameline that does not support the proposal. It's a very unique movie palace. It's like an endangered species, and it's very tragic feeling like an endangered species is about to be killed. I appreciate all the residents that have spoken that want it to be a vital place. We all do. And the cyclical nature of some of the economics and the pandemic are terrible pressures. Everyone appreciates the need for vitality. I hope that all the folks that speak in related to that vitality, just imagine what it's going to feel like to walk by the front of the theater with the gate across it most of the time. What is that going to feel like? How vital is that going to feel? And I'd also like to speak to someone who, it's true, I don't live in the city now. I live in Oakland. I've moved here in 81, maybe 83, but as the different places I lived within the city and outside of the city, the Castro is my home here, and I feel like I'm losing my home. I speak for constituencies of the wider Bay Area that I come to San Francisco to go there. Last night I was at that festival, at that sold-out theater with my usual opening night wonderful feeling of community. That's where I find it. That is the home of my community. And there was a loud buzz and the sound happening, which because they're not movie people. But anyway, thank you for listening. Please just build in some accountability, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lynn Crisaro. The Castro has been my third place for decades. We all want the Castro to thrive, and I don't see APE as a panacea for retail. Maybe it's just me, but the last 3 or 4 times I went to see live music, I didn't stop off to buy housewares or a book on the way. This venue will be open in the nighttime, it will be serving drinks, and people will not have any reason to frequent the local businesses. I understand that the Castro needs a lot of work, and I'm glad that APE has stepped forward to make that work happen. But we feel, many of us feel, that the Castro can be a vital, profitable venue doing seated events and maintaining the seats and the structure. We are not trying to save those particular seats. We're trying to save the idea of the seats. And yes, we don't live in a museum. I know we don't live in a museum. But I think losing the Castro as a theater is a bridge too far for many of us. Comments have been made that a lot of us who come to support the Castro as a theater are of a certain age. And I understand that. When you're younger and you come to the city, you don't really care very much about the history, but you'll learn to have a deeper appreciation of what's come before you when you've lived here for 4 decades or even 20 years. And so some of us are a little long in the tooth, but we love the Castro, and we know things change, but this is just too much. This is too much. And if a lot of people who came out were a little bit gray in the temples, that's why. We've seen a lot of things disappear, a lot of things we love, and we understand that some of them are businesses, and that has to happen. But this is too much, and I think we can find a common ground that makes money for APE and makes money for the Nassers and maintains the integrity of the Castro Theater as a cinema palace. Basically, They could win. They could have come in. Ape could have come in here like heroes. There still would have been bitching because this is San Francisco, but they could have come in here and said, we're going to fix it. We're going to make a few modifications, but no, they decided to gut the very nature of its cinema identity. And that's too far. That's just too much. We've lost too much of what we came to San Francisco for, and please, thank you.
Dan Freeman, a 34-year resident of the Castro, and I support the proposal, but I come at it from a slightly different angle because I feel like even if APE doesn't get approved, the slope of the seating is what is preventing disability access. And anybody else city or anybody else who's going to come in and run it is going to have to modify that slope. So I don't know how that's not going to become an issue with no matter what's going to happen down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call for members of the public in City Hall. Seeing no additional persons coming forward, let's go to our remote callers.
Hello, my name is Josh Barnaby. I am a queer resident of San Francisco, also District 8. I've lived here 5 years. I am 28 years old. I am also a local architect. I'm in full support of APE's renovation proposal of the Castro Theater. I think it'll be great for the neighborhood and its merchants. This will provide much needed versatile programming and accessibility for the theater. The standard movie palace of this size is not sustainable for the future, and it's a dying business model. Demands are changing, and Castro needs these updates if we want to see the theater thrive for another 100 years. Save the neighborhood and support the renovation. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your public service. My name is Louis Werder. I've lived in San Francisco for 69 of my 71 years, 20 in the Castro. I support preserving the Castro Theater as a movie palace with the orchestra seating. The city has a plethora of live music venues and nightclubs, but only one movie palace, where people of all ages and persuasions can have a complete historical film experience. I hope we can channel San Franciscan Friedel Klutzman, who 75 years ago saved the cable cars, and the Gumtree Girls, who kept a freeway out of Glen Park. A motorized cable car is not a cable car, a freeway is not a park, and a nightclub is not a movie palace. I hate to see one more self-inflicted wound to the soul of the city. P.S. How does a front security gate and adding 3 bars comply with historical criteria? Thanks for doing this.
Hello, members and commissioners. Alex Torres here, Director of State Government Relations for the Bay Area Council. We represent over 300 employers in the 9-county Bay Area. We are headquartered in San Francisco, here today to express the strong support of this project and support of Another Planet Entertainment. We have to be honest about the challenges we face here in the city. The Council's Economic Institute released a report tracking the Bay Area's COVID-19 pandemic recovery, and San Francisco's recovery from the pandemic is one of the worst in the country among major metropolitan areas. Our Regional Economic Recovery Index ranks 24th out of 25th peer regions. I think we only beat Baltimore. Another Planet's work in San Francisco and with the Castro Theater are bright lights as we explore all the tools in the toolbox, namely empowering diverse, vibrant live event and nightlife stakeholders to help restore economic vitality of our city amidst shift to remote work post-pandemic. This is also critical to ensure a vibrant and beautiful Castro Theater for decades to come. I also want to speak in another capacity as serving as policy advisor to the California chapter of the National Independent Venue Association of California, which 2 years ago successfully advocated for $150 million in the California state budget for the Venues Grant Program to keep independent venues alive amidst a total $1 billion investment in the arts economy. APE is a proud and active NEVA California member, and without their support and engagement, venues throughout the Bay Area and the state writ large might not have made it after COVID. These are independent venues not owned by corporations, many of them cultural and diverse spaces that they leaned into and helped save. They themselves are independent and Bay Area based. Any assertion of the contrary or attempts to paint them as otherwise couldn't be further from the truth. Proud to call in today in that capacity to support and are confident they can uphold the proud tradition of the theater. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Scott, a gay resident of Castro Street, and I wholeheartedly support all of the items before this joint hearing today in support of Another Planet Entertainment's revitalization of the historic Castro Theater. Neighborhood sentiment is overwhelmingly in favor of Another Planet's plan to safeguard the historical legacy and character-defining features of this neighborhood gem and usher the theater into the next century as a fully utilized, multi-use performance venue. I appreciate this commission's thoughtful attention to the recommendations of the Planning Department, Another Planet's representatives, and this very lengthy period of public comment, which is why I'll keep it brief and close by simply asking that you enable Another Planet's plans to move forward. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Ryan Gleason. I live in the Mission District. I've lived here in San Francisco for the past 10 years, and I've seen the reduction in traffic and attendance at the Castro Theater. I'm fully in support of AP's proposal to renovate the Castro Theater and their certificate of appropriateness. I've been an attendee for sing-alongs, movie festivals, and also speaker series events at the Castro Theater. The Castro neighborhood is hurting from COVID. I've never seen that area have so many empty storefronts, and we need to move forward with progress and preservation instead of dwelling in the past. Furthermore, the current seats at Castro Theater are incredibly cramped and uncomfortable. The initiatives and the updates that AP is suggesting are completely necessary and beneficial. We need to focus on the future of that neighborhood and stay present with types of events and audiences that will bring income and revenue in for its success and continued prosperity. Please do not let this historic site that is vital to our community be allowed to shutter its windows forever. Please do not let NIMBYism lead to the downfall of this space. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fred Lopez. I am a gay man, and I've lived in San Francisco for more than 17 years. For 15 years, I've been involved with the Castro Street Fair, and I'm currently the vice president of the fair's board. If you didn't know, the fair was founded by Harvey Milk in 1974, and it raises funds for local nonprofits. I've also served as the executive director of San Francisco Pride. My comments today are my own, however. I fully support the plans of Another Planet Entertainment to restore the Castro Theater. Like many others who are speaking today, I have spent countless hours working and volunteering on the behalf of the Castro neighborhood. It's obviously the best and most diverse, unique neighborhood in San Francisco. I have so many great memories in and around the Castro Theater. It was really great, like many have said today, to see the neighborhood alive with activity last night for the opening night of Frameline. I look forward to more and more events of all kinds, including film festivals and concerts and comedy and drag, which welcome thousands of people to the neighborhood. As much as I love a classic movie matinee, we've seen that they don't drive a ton of attendance. Larger events have been and will be an important economic driver for the neighborhood. We want our local businesses, many of which are owned by LGBTQ folks, to thrive. And I trust that our LGBTQ communities can genuinely welcome new friends and allies to the Castro in the spirit of inclusiveness. I truly believe it's possible to highlight the importance of this historic center of community while updating essential infrastructure and adding accessibility, which is what is proposed. So I strongly encourage the Commission to approve the Certificate of Appropriateness and the conditional use request. I want to see the Castro Theater grow and evolve and continue to drive success for the Castro. Thanks so much for your service and your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Fred Winograd, and I've been 2 blocks from the Castro and have for over 27 years.
I've listened to all the conversations today, and one thing that really comes to mind is that the emotional impact of people in the Castro doesn't jive with what we need is a no-brainer. The Castro definitely needs revision. Walls are crumbling, ceilings are crumbling, it really needs to be renovated. What I don't understand is it's not APE, then who? We don't have another proposal, so the risk of losing the Castro is severe if we turn down the request and their reasonable request at APE. So I really encourage you to vote of the proposal today and get this work underway so I can watch that organ come up out of the floor and revel in the appreciation for a real multi-inspect. AP is our only choice. Thank you.
Is the next caller there?
Go ahead, caller. Okay, let's take the next caller then. Go ahead, caller. All right, let's take the next one.
My name is Brendan Smith, and I'm a member of the gay community, and I've lived in the Castro for over 12 years. And I've been to many events and have made a lot of great memories at the Castro Theater over that time. So last night, for the opening of the Frameline Film Festival, I went down to the Castro Theater to talk to people about the future of the theater as they were lining up. And while I was out there, I was reminded of how good it feels on Castro Street when there's a sold-out event at the theater. I ran into people I knew, I saw a lot of new faces, restaurants and bars were busy, and there was just excitement in the air. And I want to see more of that. But as was mentioned earlier, capacity crowds at the Castro for movie screenings outside of film festivals or events like Frameline have been all too rare, even before the pandemic accelerated the decline in moviegoing. Having more sold-out events that bring people from inside and outside the neighborhood and appeal to a diverse audience means having the flexibility to add live music and non-film events to the programming mix. So I fully endorse the approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness proposed by APE for the revitalization of the Castro Theater, and I strongly urge you to approve the project. We can't afford to have the theater go dark because it's tethered to an unsustainable business model. We can't afford to turn away a $15 million investment to restore it and sustain it as an attraction for the generations to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing this important item and for your patience today. I haven't seen one this controversial since we were doing the MCDs way back in the day. My name is Johnny Delaplane. I am a 20-year resident of San Francisco. I'm a 45-year-old man with 2 children here. And I just cannot even believe that we're considering denying Another Planet's proposal. When you're looking at a $15 million investment into a commercial corridor that has been battered by COVID, and we have the opposition that's saying, we need to save the seats, but they have no plan, they have no money. How can we even be considering this? Our city needs investment. And Another Planet has proven that they can operate responsibly. They're a local company, right? We need to approve this post-haste. Please, please save our city and approve Another Planet's proposal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noah Wilson Rich, and I'm with Billy Lagore. Say hi, Billy.
Hi.
We are residents of the Castro. I'm a business owner in San Francisco, and we are calling in support of APE's proposal. We really need the Castro Theater to be updated, and we really respect everybody in our community, but I would quote Greta Thunberg with, "How dare you?" And for everybody to hold parts of our community back that could contribute to the economic revitalization in very difficult economic times, it gets emotional for me because we want to all come together. So please help us take this offer that's on the table. We need investment in our community. We need it now, and you all have the power. So please know that we all support this proposal with APE. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ed Dybert. I'm a 22-year gay resident of District 8, and I wholeheartedly support APE plan to ensure the continued vitality of the Castro Theater. I have so many great memories of the Castro Theater. I want to see it to be here for the next 100 years. We're being told by the owners of the theater what is needed to make it survive. They know much better than I do. Please let APE plan to revitalize the theater proceed.
Yes, I'm calling with regards to not being in support of APE's plan to put a gate in front of a landmarked building, regardless of what they want to do with the inside. That is not good for the neighborhood. That is mid-market tactics that will not help daytime businesses, especially since they will be only operating a few nights a week, if that. We need more vital, more dense, culturally dense usage of the space throughout the day. APE's plans to keep the theater dark more than half the year does not help businesses or the neighborhood in general. The neighborhood is failing in part of APE's original planned disuse of the space when they first had it. Last Christmas time, there were only just a few events that happened. Of course, they had to offer the space to Frameline and to the Gay Men's Chorus, and they've listened to an organization, the Castro Merchants Association, that was threatening not to pay their taxes a while back that received national news. It's a desperate neighborhood, but let's not make, in the words of Harvey Milk, short-sighted business decisions based on current market conditions. This is a temple. This is Mecca. It can't have multi-use and has for years. APE has also had a Morrissey concert, a Hadlina tribute. They hosted Jane Fonda. We can do podcasts and comedy with the fixed seating. This is the last movie palace. We are a world-class city. If we lose what is special, that's when the doom loop starts. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Lowell. I'm a gay resident of San Francisco, and since 1994, and a frequent attendee of movie and community events at the Castro Theater. I urge you, commissioners, to authorize the certificate of appropriateness and the conditional use authorization put forth by APE. I think their idea is very dynamic and economically engaged with the community. It will further support all of the merchants and residents in the Castro neighborhood. I've been going there for many decades, preceding my moving to San Francisco in '94 when I lived in Berkeley as a student at UC Berkeley. Please support the APE plan put forward under a sponsorship of the Nasser family, the owners, and the Merchants Association, and many of the residents in the Castro neighborhood. Go forward with the APE proposed plan for the conditional use authorization and the certificate of appropriateness, especially with the dynamic mobile seating, which can be both for concerts and for movies in orchestra style. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm a local Castro resident. Please save the seats.
They're so important. The discomfort they provide my butt really serves the true movie palace experience. The sweat I drip as I watch a movie with an HVAC-free space in July is a delight. I love having to leave my annoying wheelchair-bound friend in the back of the theater to watch, and the emptiness of the theater for every show makes it feel as if I rented it to myself. Whenever I walk these streets with local Castro residents, Francis Ford Coppola and Wes Anderson, whose personal assistants signed them on to the Castro Theater Conservancy, they truly feel the same. Please save the seats. I would love to watch the Castro die.
My name is Jared Scherer. I'm a 25-year resident of San Francisco and a member of the LGBT community and live in District 8. I offer my full-throated support of the APE proposal. The renovation of the Castro Theater is a significant undertaking, but the benefits it can bring to a community are numerous and long-lasting. It can provide a sense of identity and pride for the community as it represents a tangible link to the past and a celebration of local culture. By renovating the theater, APE will ensure that its unique architecture, design, and features are maintained and that it continues to be a living testament to the history and cultural traditions of the Castro and does not become a dinosaur and relic of the past. A restored Castro Theater will bring economic benefits to the surrounding area and will generate employment opportunities, not just in the construction phase, but also in ongoing maintenance, staffing, and production. It will attract visitors to the area, generating tourism revenue for local businesses such as restaurants, hotels, and shops. The theater will also serve as an important venue for other events, conferences, and meetings, bringing in further revenue. I wholeheartedly urge you to approve the Certificate of Appropriateness and Conditional Use Authorization that is before you. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Daniel List, the San Francisco resident for nearly 25 years. I've enjoyed regularly attending the Castro Theater and its diverse programming for decades, including taking my daughter to sing-alongs and unforgettable screenings with live instrumentation. I look forward to attending more and urge you to support another Planet thoughtful plan for the Castro Theater, including its restoration and commitment to both the LGBTQ+ and film communities. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. One question that has been asked lately in national media is this: is San Francisco a failed city? You know, it certainly seems so when the city prioritizes commerce over art, as evidenced by the sad circumstances we find ourselves in today, where corporate greed can prevail, and when a for-profit company with no history in the neighborhood is permitted to rip out the heart and soul of the last remaining movie palace in the city. APE has falsely asserted that they are the only entity that can restore the Castro and that they can't do it without the historic seating configuration or with the seating configuration. Both are complete falsehoods, and of course, the HVAC systems and wheelchair access can be updated without ripping out the seats. That is so disingenuous and frankly offensive. And this is not about APE's supposed altruistic desire to restore the Castro to its former glory. That is a ruse, and many people see through it. This issue is a well-disguised plan for APE to make as much profit as they can by selling as much alcohol as they can inside the theater, which is why they want to flatten the floors and add bars. And very few of any APE concert goers will be supporting the bars and restaurants in the neighborhood. APE and Greg Perloff have deep pockets and an army of employees and consultants, and they've been ruthless in the pursuit of their goal. Sadly, all of the delays in these hearings have simply given APE adequate time to strategize and copy the earnest and grassroots efforts of the Save the Seats and other campaigns, i.e. new blue shirts, slogans, and buttons, and so on. And they do seem poised to win this particular battle this month, but it is heartbreaking that so many people have succumbed and have been pressured by APE including some short-sighted city officials who really lack the courage and conviction to do the right thing for the city, for the neighborhood, and for posterity. It's obvious to me which side of the issue Harvey Milk would have been on. Milk was a fearless fighter and would certainly have been fighting alongside the Castro LGBTQ cultural district to save the theater against this profit ploy. And I say this without any malice, but Supervisor Mandelman's flip-flop under pressure are really as confounding as the Hartford Street residents who will no doubt be welcoming thumping loud music long into the night and drunken concert goers urinating and worse on their doorstep. Today's battle may be won with those by deeper pockets and influence, but it doesn't mean that they're right, nor does it mean that they've been honest with those that they've managed to cajole or convince. And let's never forget Abe's long documented trail of broken promises, both in San Francisco and in East Bay, which was outlined by Supervisor Peskin. Please don't believe Abe when they say they're actually going to spend $15 million on the Castro. And I only say this because they have duped the city before in this exact same instance. Despite the ultimate outcome of today's vote, we need to continue to fight for the Castro Theater and for the arts in the city.
Thank you, but that is your time.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Stark. I'm a resident of the Castro. I live right around the corner from the Castro Theater. I also work in the live music business, and I'm also currently a member of IATSE, Local 16. And I support Another Planet's revitalization of the Castro. I think it's a win-win situation, and that's all I have to say. I would vote that you approve their permits to rebuild the Castro. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name is Brendan McDonald. I am a San Francisco resident for the last 10 years, and I'm a gay man. I just wanted to say that this plan, AP's plan, is one of very few seemingly really easy decisions that the city can make to double down on what we are at our best, which is living our values and the ethos of y'all means all, spaces that bring everyone together. And just in light of all of the exoduses of businesses that we've been seeing in this city, I'm excited to see new investment and new potential for gay spaces, for queer spaces to welcome a lot more people in. And I think we have an opportunity to take a crown jewel of the neighborhood and set it up for future success for decades to come. That means a lot to me as a gay person. I came out in this city, I discovered who I am in this city, and its ethos really just has changed who I am as a person. And I want to make sure that all of our cultural assets continue to attract people to the city so that they can have the same journey. I urge you to support this proposal, and let's get the Castro Theater in the shape that we all deserve it to be in. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack Edson. I'm a gay Castro resident. I'm calling in support of Apes renovations, and I'm asking that you approve the certificate of appropriateness and conditional use authorizations before you. This proposal has the support of a clear majority of the neighborhood. In advance of this meeting, there were over twice as many letters submitted in support of the renovations included in your packet as compared to letters opposed to those renovations. We really should not be wasting any more time on this discussion where there's such a clear consensus, so I yield the rest of my time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for your time and patience. I'll try and be as brief as possible. My name is Mark Taylor. I live in the Castro. I'm also a gay man. Just calling to say I fully support Another Planet's Entertainment's proposal and their plan to renovate the Castro Theater. Now, specifically, this issue is important to me because I walk by this theater almost every day. Actually, every day is pretty fair to say. And it sits empty most, if not all the time, but I really feel like the potential's there. It just needs a lot of updating, and it needs a new plan if it wants to be a viable venue in the future. Now, no offense, those seats are not comfortable, and they're not really cute. I feel like a lot of times people are so afraid of change that they'd rather see this iconic venue die than evolve, and I really don't want to see that happen. So I believe in APE. I believe in their plan to revamp and improve the Castro Theater, and in doing so, really help out this entire neighborhood thrive, which we all know has been hurting the last few years. So in conclusion, I support APE's plan and its proposal, and I urge you to as well. Thank you.
So my name is Dave Rogers. I am a Castro resident. I live around the corner from the Castro Theater, and I am in support of APE's plan. I'm concerned if we don't go forward with something similar with APE's plan or something similar to that, we are going to lose the Castro Theater. I will yield back my time, but another voice for in support. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm a Castro resident also. I've been really disappointed by the way APE has thrown their weight around and fomented division over this process. They've kept the theater mostly dark for months and benefited from many procedural continuances as they seek to convince us the theater can function on their terms or not at all. I absolutely welcome a mix of events, which have already been happening, but the scope of changes proposed are not necessary to offer that mix. The existing plans to activate the theater may be 40% of days on the calendar, late at night with drinks for sale inside the theater, I think will not be a net benefit for neighborhood businesses. We really need the Castro as part of civic life regularly, not just several nights a month. A lot of what's been promised, I think, is just pie in the sky. The Bay Area Reporter wrote that Mary Condi of APE told the Castro merchants Sam Smith and Lil Nas X were among artists they would bring to the theater. Those artists sell out venues 5 or 10 times the size of the Castro. It's a fantasy, and I think it illustrates that they would say anything to get their way. They want to capitalize off of the fear in our city and get a winner-take-all result, then be thanked as saviors. But I think there has to be more room for compromise and for enforceable agreements. And for that reason, I urge the Commission not to approve these items at this time. The majority rule is not always right. Remember, the majority in the 50s voted to have the Fox torn down. I hope more really forward thinking will be brought to bear.
Hi, my name is Desmond Morgan, and I'm a business owner in Castro, and I'm also a resident here in Castro. I live just around the corner from Castro Theater. I'm actually pleading for the commissioners for you to approve the certificate of appropriateness and conditional use. And I've been listening to both sides, and I just thought about this. Today, a popular old movie theater who's been around for 90 years in Albany is just going dark this week. Cinemark is going to be closing in San Francisco. Businesses are leaving. At the end of the day, my opposition is asking for the seats so that they can watch the movies. But here's the thing, APE is not removing the seats. APE is going to update the seats. So, but the conditional use, both sides will be happy. Both sides can attend a historical event at the historical theater here in Castro. So please approve the conditional use and certificate. Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Walthall. I'm a gay homeowner, and I live just 2 blocks from the theater. I'm in full support of the APE proposal to move forward as is. I believe in restoring the vitality of the Castro, and I believe APE's plan will contribute toward that goal. I also believe this is a question of the passion and nostalgia from people, many of whom live outside of the neighborhood, versus the viability of a dying business model for a venue that everyone loves equally. I wanted to address an issue that a few individuals brought up. One individual spoke and said, maybe it's just me, but I don't buy a book or housewares when I'm going to a concert. And someone else questioned, where are all those people going to go while they're waiting for the show doors to open? Well, maybe this is just me, but my friends and I had a lovely dinner in the marina before enjoying Margaret Cho's recent performance. Also last week, we enjoyed a show at Feinstein's at the Nico and had another dinner in downtown. We all know how that neighborhood's going. You can't make a dilapidated theater magically return using the same business model. It's going to require a new mindset, modern thinking, and embracing business models that do work. What signal are you sending to other businesses in the city that are trying to thrive at such a challenging time by rejecting a $15 million injection of capital for improvements? Please move forward with supporting this proposal. Thank you for your time, and I thank you for your service to the city.
Hi, again, another planet, and their supporters are saying things that just aren't true. There have been far more lines around the block of the Castro just this year than one or two. The one day the San Francisco Film Festival had films at the festival, it was full of students in the morning, and there were 2 screens that were sold out. There were sold out screenings and lines around the block during CamFest. Last night at Frameline, Friday at Frameline is sold out. If Noir City hadn't moved to Oakland, then there would be many more lines around the block that would have happened in January. And also, Rob Epstein's assistant didn't sign on to the Save the Castro statement. Last night at Frameline, Greetings from Washington, D.C., a film that he co-directed, and was the first film that Frameline showed at the Castro in 1981, was shown again. Neither did Jeffrey Friedman. Epstein and Friedman's film, Taylor Mack's A 24-Decade History of Popular Music, is showing at the Castro at Frameline during the closing night. Another Planet is not a small business. Just alone, the revenue from outside lands in 2019 was $30 million. And they barely even tried to book concerts in the Castro since January of 2022, when they took over management. And they certainly haven't tried to show films on a regular basis to build back an audience when there aren't festivals. So I hope that you will impose conditions to make sure that they're not just showing films a third of the night because they would need a third of the year because they would need a conditional use permit. Another thing is, ask them how much it will cost when people take the seats in and remove them to show films. And other costs. How many seats will there be? Will people be able to sell 1,200 seats so that they can break even when there's a special film? So I hope you'll ask them some tough questions before approving. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Sullivan. I'm a gay resident of District 8 and lived in the city for almost 40 years. I've been to dozens of films at the Castro Theater, including last night at the opening of the Frameline Film Festival. It was so clear last night that the theater desperately needs revitalization, and that's what the Another Planet plan will bring us. I fully urge you to fully support the Another Planet plans for the Castro Theater. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your time. My name is Ray Connolly, and my husband and I own a building and a business that touches the Castro Theater. We've been in front of you just like APE is today, and we've invested a lot of money and time because we believe in the future of the Castro. I've been the fundraising chair with the Friends of Harvey Milk, the secretary of with the Castro Merchants Board, and currently I sit on Save the Castro and Castro Care committees. You've heard, you've had a long day, and you've heard an enormous amount of public comment. But I'd like to remind you of the key groups who have come together today in support of APE. The Castro Merchants Association supports APE. The Eureka Valley Neighborhood Association supports APE. The San Francisco Music and Film Industry supports APE. The Castro Benefit District supports APE. And you've seen a petition from almost 100 of the strongest businesses in the Castro supporting APE. You've heard from the cultural district, but I don't think art defines individual sexuality. This isn't about the theater being gay or straight. The residents and the business owners in the Castro have spoken volumes of their support for APE. I ask you to truly listen to all of the support and myself and vote yes and support APE. Thank you for your time.
Hello, this is Michael Trellis calling in, and I see that today money has won. And that said, I want to address everyone talking about the need to revitalize the Castro Theater. The revitalization is needed because the Nasser family has been terribly derelict over the decades. They have not invested in basic maintenance. And we need to stop saying that the Nassers have been a good steward of the Castro Theater, because that is simply not true. While I support saving fixed seating and diverse programming at the Castro Theater, I have to point out it is time for accountability from the Castro Theater Conservancy and the Castro Cultural District. They have not been transparent with the community for the time that they have been organizing. They have not held open meetings. Their Friday afternoon Zoom meetings were by invitation only. The Conservancy and the Cultural District have not invested in empowering the community. They have not invested in sustaining the community that wants to save the fixed seating. And we have to hold Peter Pastrike accountable for several things. Pastrike has used a lot of smoke and mirrors to claim that he can save the theater. If you look at his list of supporters, it includes a number of billionaires, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. It also includes Francis Ford Coppola and Martin Scorsese. Yet Peter Pastrike has not produced a single pledge from any of those well-financed filmmakers. That is really unacceptable. I looked over their 15-page proposal, and it pains me to say this, but there was no funding mechanism from the Conservancy. We really needed a better organizing effort to save the Castro Theater as a movie palace. We did not get that from the Cultural District and the Conservancy, and we are going to pay a heavy price for that. Finally, I want to address everyone who says that they care about the Castro. I have not seen you calling for cleaning up the pigeon poop that was on the Q bar for more than a year. You have not called on the closed businesses directly across from the Castro Theater to clean up their dirty windows. In conclusion, I want to say I've enjoyed my time at the Castro Theater, and we have lost it at a movie palace. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nate Borg. I'm a small business owner, 14-year San Francisco resident, and I'm also the new Castro Merchants Treasurer. As an owner of a small business that's much smaller than the theater, but I understand that an event space needs to have flexibility. And, you know, as our community and our local economy changes, that's really important to look at. I also think the good news is that all the treasured events that people have spoken about today will in all likelihood remain, but they'll be in a newly restored building that's updated, and that's a good thing. I've spoken personally with the APE folks, and we've had honest, objective conversations without any, lobbying. And I trust they will be good neighbors. They're good people who happen to be really good at their business, and we shouldn't blame them for that. I'm convinced that the right thing to do is to support their plans. Our community, however, is going to have a lot of healing to do after this decision is made, and I hope that can be done with a lot of grace and respect for all viewpoints. We have work to do, so let's get to work and make this decision today and move forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Secrety. I'm a gay San Francisco resident for more than 35 years. I'm a former San Francisco Heritage Board member and former deputy city attorney. I'm speaking in my personal capacity to fully support the APE proposal. I've worked on many historic rehabilitation projects, including the Ferry Building, and I'm an avid film goer with decades of attending Castro screenings. The APE proposal is wholly consistent with Secretary standards. Standard number 1 provides that a property shall be used for its historic purpose or be placed in a new use with minimal change. One of the prior speakers noted there are countless examples of historic movie palaces that have been placed in new use, such as the Alhambra Theater that is now a gym, and many others that have been converted to dollar stores, museums, or retail uses. But we're extremely fortunate that APE's proposal will continue to use the Castro for its historic theater purpose. To quote another speaker, the Castro is indeed an endangered species, and the APE proposal is a great chance to save it. Movie theaters that have been survived for more than 100 years must keep trends and technologies, including the sound, projection, and seating system. I recently attended the TCM Film Festival at Grauman's Chinese Theater, where in addition to restoring the architectural splendor of the building, they replaced the existing non-historic movie palace seating with rows of stadium seating to maintain its viability. The new Mission Theater obtained a certificate of appropriateness, permitted the replacement of the interior seating to permit their movie dining model, and remains one of our few successful theaters. Very concerned that with or without the APE project, landmarking non-historic fixed movie palace seating will hamstring the ability of any owner to adapt to changing times to remain viable. The installation of a flexible seating system does not create any permanent or irreversible changes to the landmark, but it opens it up to an exciting diversity of entertainment uses in addition to the continued film festivals and screenings. Through this project, we're not losing the Castro Theater. It'll be improved, revitalized, and adapted to support local businesses and allow our younger residents and neighbors to continue to enjoy the same experiences and privileges that I've had as a regular Castro Theater attendee for decades. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Mike Murphy. I'm a gay male. I've been a 10-year resident of San Francisco, and I've been a resident of the Castro for 7 years. I currently live at 18th and Knowing. I fully support APE's plan to restore the theater. Live music, live events are needed in the neighborhood, and this restoration plan will help make that happen. Times change. San Francisco needs to change with the times. The Castro Theater will have seats, and it will show movies, which is great. That said, movie multiplexes across the country are closing because we live in a streaming culture of Netflix, Hulu, and HBO Max. This isn't going to change anytime soon. This is the reality. We must confront that reality. The past is the past, and misplaced nostalgia to, quote, save uncomfortable, non-accessible seats and beating up on the Nasser family and APE will not save the Castro Theater. For-profit corporations are not evil by virtue of existing. APE has been a great custodian of the Greek Theater in Berkeley, of the Fox Theater in Oakland, and I cannot wait for what they will provide to the Castro Theater that is just 2 blocks from where I live. I fully support the plan, and thank you.
Hello, my name is Wyatt Robertson, and I'm a San Francisco resident of 5 years, 3 years in the Castro Theater. I'm a general manager of a restaurant in the Castro, and I fully support APE's plan to revitalize the Castro Theater. It is, as someone pointed out other nights, already with the programming that we have there, yes, we do have people coming into the Castro, and those are the nights that we get people coming into our restaurant for the first time who then make repeat customers, and that's what we're after. So as many of those events that we can have, we fully support that. I work at Santeria, and all of the Santeria team is fully behind APE's proposal. Thank you very much. I urge you to vote yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners for the Historic Preservation Commission and Planning Commission. My name is Kevin Ortiz. I am the co-president of the San Francisco Latinx Democratic Club, longtime community member, and I've worked on many issues, particularly around land use over the last couple of years, particularly around anti-gentrification. The San Francisco Latinx Democratic Club is in full support of the community's demands to support, keeping the intent of the use for the historic Castro Theater for movies. Given that, the AP has not had a great track record of working with community, I'm urging you all as the commissioners to really set forth conditions that actually work within the community boundaries of the Castro Cultural District. We have to protect this historic institution because the Castro Theater is a sign of what the Castro means to the community. I'm asking now to really make sure that, we look at these conditions, go forward in a place to implement them in a way. Otherwise, if AP can come together with the community to actually sign an MOU that works for everyone, that would be the better approach for this. But we have seen models where theaters can actually be able to thrive. For example, particularly with the Almo Draft House Mission Theater, where it's lively. There's music. There's movies that are happening every time. They have film festivals. And, there also have been, included, with, like having like an actual bar on there, right? I think really changing this historic movie theater to a concert hall is going to change the entire landscape of the neighborhood. And so I think that's something that needs to be considered in mind when we're looking at preserving historic institutions moving forward. So I'm asking all commissioners to really dive deep, look at the conditions, and implement them so that way the folks that are fighting to keep the Castro, what it is as a symbol of LGBTQ hope in our community, to stay and really preserve that culture in their community as the Castro is really fighting off gentrification in their community. So I stand in solidarity and I urge you all to make the right decision today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm not sure if this is actually working for me now. My name is James Curtis Smoot. I'm a Castro resident for 10 years and actually just this week moved back to the area from Portland, Oregon, largely because of the community, the sense of community that we have here. And I understand that this renovation makes sense from a business perspective, and I respect that. But we also really have to think about the truly unique cultural significance of the theater. Think about its significance to the history of the city. This is, as many people pointed out, the last remaining movie palace. And you pull out the seats, you might still be able to have special programming on certain nights, certain occasions, but it is not going to have that same purpose, that same history, that same role in the community. It has an important place just in film history as that last movie palace for this entire area. And just think about it as the heart of the queer community. This is one of the places where the gay rights liberation movement began, and that building was really, truly the heart of that, and we're about to see it fundamentally change. Like we may see certain events where they bring in special seating for like Frameline. We won't see the kind of ongoing film programming that the Castro was built on, the kind of programming that frankly we saw up until the point when APE took over. So we already have seen how that shift, we've seen how this is going to play out. Even when those existing seats are still there, they just don't have the commitment to that kind of historic purpose, that kind of film programming. I fully support renovating it, letting it evolve, bringing in a bar, making significant changes to it, but just having some kind of seating which is feasible on an ongoing movie programming basis is really essential to its purpose and significance in this community. And the city simply doesn't need another live music venue. I understand why it would prompt APE to have one. You think about all the venues of that size and that configuration in the city, most of which are dark on any given night. Clearly, it's not going to add anything to the culture of the city where we're going to lose a lot. That is my time. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Drew Taylor. I'm a 42-year-old gay man, and I've lived in San Francisco over 15 years. I strongly support APE's proposal to revitalize the Castro Theater. I find myself in the Castro on a daily basis, and I've enjoyed countless functions of the theater over the years. And I hope to continue to enjoy a variety of programming at this cherished community space well into the future. I've sent letters and spoken at public comment during previous hearings on this issue. I now ask that you please approve the certificate of appropriateness for all the compelling reasons that you've already heard from so many others. Thank you.
Go ahead, caller. Okay, last call for public comment. Again, if you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx.
Hi, I've been a neighbor of the Castro Theater for over 40 years, and I'm a local business owner. My only objection to the current agenda is something I haven't heard anybody bring up, and that's the proposal of expansion to second floor entertainment in the commercial corridor. My problem with that is that a second floor entertainment probably means loud music and drinking. That noise, if to directly to residents who live on the second floors of in the commercial corridor. And the increased noise levels that are being proposed in the theater will transmit to the neighbors. So for our quality of life, this is going to be a big detriment. So I know we need to balance out the viability of the theater, the viability of the neighborhood. You also have to realize that there's a lot of residents there, and we do have a right to good quality. Even though we're living in a commercial corridor that's known for the bars and residents, we need a break. It's not great when the bars get let out. I think everybody who lives in the neighborhood knows that. But I think increasing the noise level and increasing that chaos late at night is going to be bad for the people who live in the neighborhood and financially support it on a daily basis. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. My name is Omar Rodriguez. I'm calling in support of the Castro Theater as a movie theater. You know, a lot of comment has been made about how this is an unsustainable business and how it's dead, and it's just simply not true. There are theaters just like the Castro doing well all around the country. Take a look at the Music Box in Chicago. And frankly, the Castro has been the place historically where our film culture comes to meet in the Bay Area, and we cannot lose it. It's like people forgot about the Fox. You remember what happened at the Fox Theater? Please don't let that happen again. I do not support APE's renovation. Have you seen the seats? They look terrible. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a 25-year resident. My family and I, 2 kids and a wife, we are in full support of APE. We've not been contacted by APE. There's no underlying, capitalist situation going on. We just want the Castro to be in the best shape for the small businesses there, and they have a proven track record. They're experienced. They're financially sound. Frankly, we're lucky right now that they're contemplating doing this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm a long-term resident in the Castro and a business owner. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, even on this long litany of calls. I support leaving the Castro alone. I do not support APE. That being said, I want to roll the clock back a little bit. Supervisor Mandelman said he was very uncomfortable pre-adjudicating the merits of APE's plan. And I want to remember back to planning, who was the very first person who coined the phrase presence of seating? When you think of landmarking a theater and you consider the sconce and the ceiling and the chandelier and even the water faucet, yet you just don't say the seats. You say presence of seating. I just wonder who suggested that, and has the system worked for the public? Or was that quietly evidence that the fix was in? That there was an agenda that city mechanisms were going to support. And, you know, I really have to wonder, now that APE has announced that they're going to do free concerts on civic plazas, and that they're receiving extra days in Golden Gate Park to make loud concert festivals, I really wonder if anyone in City Hall can say no to them, and have they ever dared to. So, shifting to other points, my concern goes beyond the seats. I'm worried about what's going to happen to the streetscape and the quality of life along Castro. Big crowds of tanked up people leaving the theater supply a whole raft of new problems. Shootings in front of nightclubs are becoming a big deal across the city. Do they have any plans to address this? Similarly, how about overcrowding of the parking and street congestion on Castro as big trucks are loading and unloading stuff? And are the noise mitigation plans strong enough to keep us from hearing the boom, boom, boom of music late at night? And I really think that in the rush to save the neighborhood, too much emphasis is put on the contribution of the Castro. God help the small community corridors that don't have theaters. They must be doomed. They'll never survive. We'll be the last block in San Francisco that has anything because we were blessed with APE and the Castro Theater. So my time.
Thank you, sir. That is your time.
Hi, I am calling as a fifth-generation San Franciscan, and I am concerned about APE's plans. I have attended several sold-out events at the Castro last year, and I have actually enjoyed having seating while viewing both film and music events. I went to a sold-out screening at Suspiria with West Accompaniment by Goblin, and it was really wonderful to have that music and film experience at once with the current seating arrangement. Once APE is no longer the steward of Castro Theater, when we leave, which they will, what will we be left with? I would like to be left with the current seating configuration. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brett Hendry, and I'm calling to express my support for APE's plans to restore the theater. Castro has been a haven for me for many years as a gay man, and I'd really like to see the Castro Theater evolve to make sure it stays open and remains a beacon for the neighborhood. For film lovers, APE's proposal will actually improve the cinematic experience by modernizing the equipment and infrastructure, but honestly, I don't think film is what makes the space important. It's that it facilitates community, particularly amongst queer people, and expanding the theater's programming and updating the floor plan to be more inclusive of a diverse array of interests and ages and physical abilities. That's much more valuable to me than preserving a narrow vision for the theater's future, not to mention better for business. So I ask you to support this proposal and approve the certificate of appropriateness. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, that looks like the end of public comment. At this time, public comment is closed. Commissioners, this is a joint hearing, but the first two items are under the review of the Historic Preservation Commission. So I would suggest that they deliberate first, allow them to adjourn, and then take up the matters for the Planning Commission.
Certainly. And we've talked and we want to take a break, Commissioner. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and start with the HPC deliberations. Thank you all for your time and attention.
So we'll be back at 3:20.
Yep.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission joint hearing on the Castro Theater. Commissioners, we concluded public comment, and now the Historic Preservation action items are before you, and if the Historic Preservation Commission would like to hear from the Planning Commissioners, then you can invite them to share the deliberation in the beginning, and then take the actions separately, and then you can adjourn, and then the Planning Commission can continue with their actions for 3A and B.
So I just wanted to first thank you for being with us for the past 4.5 hours. We have read all of your comments that you have sent to us previously, and we have carefully listened to your public comment today. And I just want to thank you for your support of this really valuable historical, cultural, and community asset. And we know how important this is to our whole community. And so this is the first time that the Historic Preservation Commission has participated in a joint hearing with the Planning Commission. So we are new at this, and so we have our very trusty Commission Secretary and our very important City Attorney to guide us on procedural matters. So please bear with us and show some patience to us as we go through this. So the way it works for the HPC is that we are going to invite the Planning Commissioners to make comment and any suggestions that they feel is important for the COA. And what we will do as the HPC commissioners is provide comment and recommendations for some of the conditions that are part of their conditional use authorization. So I'm going to, I guess, open it up for commission comments, and it could be from either commission.
If I can start, I did just want to have a question, actually. Mr. Abrams, if he's here, was curious if there was any comment from the Nasser family. I don't know if Mr. Abrams is still around. If he's back, then maybe we can ask him. Then I was curious just to hear a little bit from them, but we can do that when he's returns.
Who'd like to start? Commissioner Nagaswaran.
Thank you. Thank you to the public, and we really appreciate all your comments, and hope that we can address some of them, and move forward with the project. I just wanted to kind of I can't speak to the vitality of the business and all of that, but I can speak to historic preservation and what our purview is. And certainly we're very interested in the restoration of this building, which is one of our landmark buildings and important to our historic and cultural history. And I one comment that kind of hit me was the comment that brought the photographs of other theaters where they were being reused as stores or gyms or any of those other types of uses. And whenever we look at a project under the Secretary of the Interior standards, we're trying to find something compatible that we can maintain the character of the place. And let's say we had a project that came to us where they were going to make it into housing or something like that. Then, I imagine the community would say, we really need a entertainment venue operator that can use it for what it's made for, which is, film and other theater uses. And so I feel like this use is compatible with the theater. And I know that the sensitive topic is, refers to the seats. And in looking at preservation, technically furnishings are not part of the architecture, but certainly when you're thinking about a theater, you're thinking the seats are an important part. And so that's why the presence of the seating is included in the landmark designation, the stage and also the organ lift and all of those elements. And over time, these elements have changed, and so that's why the wording of presence of the seating, presence of the stage, presence of the organ lift, those types of things. So I just want to make it clear that, you know, the integrity of the overall space is important, but the seats are not necessarily part of that. And even Pfluger's drawings did not include seats in his original drawings. And having said that, I just, you know, my focus was to look at the architectural and the preservation aspects of this project. So I'll kind of go through those items, and I'm going to ask Mr. Westhoff to kind of go through the questions with me that I have, and then provide some responses that, you know, are relevant. So one of the questions I had was whether this project would trigger structural retrofit either of the building or the balcony. And we'll just go through these questions really quickly. Can you just respond to that?
Yeah, those do not trigger structural retrofits.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And then the ductwork on the exterior, you know, I know that that is extending down the side facades where they're not highly visible, but how are they painting these, and will that be blending with the facade?
Mm-hmm. Yes, they will be galvanized and they will be painted, correct.
Okay. I did notice that the ductwork on the roof and the side facades were not included. I believe they were included in. They were not included in standard 9 or 10 of the CEQA assessment. I could have that mixed up there, but I just wanted to make sure that we address that as an addition to the building and that it is reversible.
Mm-hmm.
Is
yes,
that
they're
correct?
certainly reversible, correct.
Okay. And then as far as the air conditioning itself, you know, I know that as buildings are built and have sort of, you know, gotten used to the air that they normally would have, and then you condition the space, sometimes condensation can occur. How are they mitigating that with the introduction of the HVAC system? Will that be mitigated in some way?
Sure. Am I able to pass that question on to the project sponsor?
Sure.
More details? Oh.
Thank you, Commissioner. Currently, the building does not have any cooling, and so therefore it doesn't have any real ability to control relative humidity. The new system will have cooling, and it's sort of ironic, but by cooling the air, you actually dehumidify it, and you lower the dew point. And we also had Jeff Green, our architectural conservator, address this issue, and he says he has routinely been involved with projects where they had previously had minimal HVAC systems, and they're brought up to more modern standards, and they have to be done gradually and sort of let the materials adjust to it, so you don't just turn it on full bore right away. Mm-hmm. But he says it's routinely done. Our mechanical engineer is Myers Plus, who has a lot of venue experience and some historic experience as well.
And then as far as the, you know, the ducts extend down the sides of the facade and then into the building, can you explain whether it comes through the floor itself or in the space under the seats?
It actually gets into these platforms that we're building above the existing raked concrete floor, and so it's poking in at the perimeter wall and getting into that kind of triangular plenum space.
And so it doesn't really affect the wall finishes or the floor, the raked floor at all?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. And then the executive summary notes that conservation work is intended, but I noticed that the draft conditions of approval don't necessarily list the scope, but it does require that the scope be submitted to the planning department. So I'd like to understand if we can define the scope, whether it, what part of the 15 million is devoted to restoration, and is that some committed scope of work that we can include in the conditions of approval?
Yes, that's a good question. So so all of the work should be included in the scope of work, the full scope that is included. And so as a condition of approval, we can certainly just state that if the new use is, if the change of use is undertaken, then the full preservation scope of work needs to be completed in a certain amount of time, if that would be helpful.
So you're talking about the full scoping, the auditorium, ceiling, the walls, the decorative elements, the sgraffito, and I forget what the one other item was, but
yeah, the murals, correct?
Murals. Okay.
So we can, if we can clarify the scope of work to include those items, and then we can also include a condition of approval to ensure that all of the preservation work is completed in a certain amount of time, say 5 years, if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful to understand, some sort of milestones.
And it would be helpful if we could just once more go through the list of items that should be included in the scope that you think are not currently fully reflected in it.
Sure. And I believe it's, so there was the ceiling work, and there's 3 options, option A, B, and C, and I believe that the department was supporting option B. And then the sgraffito murals, the auditorium walls, which include cleaning and repair of the historical architectural elements and the restoration of the historic painted decoration, and then the paintings on canvas on the 2 rondelles.
Okay. Yes, that sounds good. So they did provide this interior finishes assessment that was part of the case report. So we could include those items in the scope of work on the plans, and as I mentioned, that condition of approval, and ensure that the work is consistent with how it's laid out in that assessment report that they provided.
Okay, and I forget where in the document or in the drawings does it notate the proscenium will also be patched and repaired?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So we can clarify that.
Okay, very good. And then as far as the counters and casework that is being proposed for the interior of the theater and in the lobby and in the second story mezzanine lobby, I see that the cabinetry is facing into the room. So I wanted to understand, and I think I saw it on a recent drawing during the presentation, that there would be another table in front of that, so that the people behind the counter would be behind a counter rather than visually you not seeing the cabinetry. Is that the case?
Yeah, so we understand there's going to be 2 counters in the auditorium, one in the main lobby and one in the mezzanine lobby.
And so the cabinets that they face into the room, can you tell me whether there's going to be another counter in front
Sure,
of that?
I may pass it along to the project sponsors for that.
So there is a fixed back counter in both the lobby and on either side of the auditorium. And our intent for that is to be extraordinarily quiet, dark, probably painted wood with a very inobtrusive top. This will function as, let's just say the theater is in cinema mode. The rows are retracted. It's a seated function. In a movie, you don't want somebody getting popcorn in the theater or getting a Coke. So the front, think of the front counter of those concession stands are on wheels, and they'll be in the lobby. And so then the concessions will be served in a call it a quiet event or a cinema event from the lobby. And then those front counters or front bars could wheel into the house for, say, a loud concert where routinely they serve food or refreshments within the theater itself. And so think of it as a back counter and a front kind of transaction counter.
So when you walk into the theater, would on a non-movie theater night, you would see cabinets?
On a non-movie night, so a concert night, say.
Yeah, a concert
A live
night.
music event. You'll see a counter in the lobby that will be kind of closed up and not really in service. And then you'll walk into the theater, and on the right and the left side, you'll see essentially a functioning concession stand.
Okay, so I will see cabinets
That's
when
correct.
I walk in.
And
Okay.
of those cabinets, the back piece is going to be fixed, and that would have any kind of utilities that need to be to serve the concessions. Whereas the front counters will be on wheels, and literally they'll either live in the lobby, depending on if it's a quiet event in the theater, or they'll live in the theater if they can support that.
Yeah, I think I was, the character of the front lobby, I think I was kind of concerned with having a visual of, some cabinetry all of a sudden, like, there's not a counter. And I know previously there were windows there, historically, but I'm just curious whether there's a way to treat that so that it's blends back a little bit rather than walking into
When I say quiet, I
kitchen
mean
area.
it shouldn't. You shouldn't walk into either the lobby or the theater and go, "What a beautiful counter!" I mean, it should try to be very quiet and blend in. We haven't picked the precise finishes yet. That'll happen in the design development phases.
Okay, very good.
And of course, now there is a non-original concession counter in the lobby that's quite aggressive, I would say, in terms of its appearance.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And so for the platform seating, it looks like from the drawings that the raked floor will remain. So there would be only a couple of punctures in the floor that would need to be patched in the future if they were returned, but the floor itself would remain. And then the new seating platform, I believe I saw it under standard 10 in the CEQA review, but not standard 9. So compatibility would be something I would want for that.
Okay, and we included that as a condition of approval to review the seats for compatibility.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then I'll go through the rest. So for the security gates, I know that there's attachments to the pilasters or behind the pilasters. Are these attachments going through just plaster, or are they going through tile?
Mm-hmm. We'd have to ask the sponsors for the final plans for those.
Okay.
So what we could do is we could approve that as a condition of approval for Planning Department preservation staff to review and approve those administratively, and then we would have to review those for compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards.
Okay, very good. And then that would also go for the other finishes, like the floor finish or the finish of the materials for the railings and
Correct.
platform information. Okay. All right. And then I just wanted to, I think I mentioned most of what I had to say, but oh, yes. I think they showed a couple of renderings of the venue for the presentation, so that was very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And, it showed some similarity to what the existing seating is, but with some improved sightlines, and accessibility is always a factor with any renovation. So if the floor is not to a slope that can accommodate accessibility, there's not much else that can be done other than actually providing accessibility. So for the conditions of approval also, I noted that in the draft motion for the Planning Commission, the item 7 on page 18, under design compliance at the planning stage, I wondered if we could mirror that particular item in our conditions of approval.
Yes, let me pull that up so I know what we're looking at.
So item 7, under the Planning Commission draft motion, page 18.
Yes, absolutely. That would be fine.
The only amendment that I might make is to amend to include the design review of new additions and conservation work. So that would be my only addition. Within ours.
That would be within the HPC.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So I think that's fine. I'm looking to Kelly if we can also say the preservation work must be completed before the change of use permit is completed. It sounds like that's somewhat similar to item 7. So we can go either way. We can include both though.
Yeah, you know what the spirit of what I'm saying. And then in terms of the $15 million, is that just the conservation rehabilitation work, or is that the total project?
That's the construction budget for the entire project.
Got it. Do you know how much of that would be the rehabilitation conservation portion?
I'm just going to try to add this up in my head real quick, so let me just give me 1 sec here. So just repeat the question real quick. I want to make sure I'm answering.
Of the $15 million, how much of it is devoted to the conservation work and like the repair of historic features?
The scope of preservation.
Scope of preservation.
From what I have in my summary, including the refurbishing of the light fixtures, it's approximately $1.1 million.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Foley?
It's a lot out there. So I actually renovated an old building about, seems like a century ago, but it was about 2014, 2015. It was vacant for 30 years. And it took an army to renovate that building. And it took a tremendous amount of community support. And we renovated a church that was vacant for 30 years. And taking a church back and giving it new life is really difficult. And I actually think bringing this building back to life is also very difficult. It's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of community support. And as much as the community for the past year and a half has been fairly divided, in the past year and a half that's been in front of us, I've actually seen people talk more. And I think that's really important. And I know that people have different viewpoints of what they want. And I think that's normal. But I think moving forward, I think this can be a really special place, as it's been for its whole life. One thing that really got to me in this hearing is when I renovated a church, I started talking to the neighbors because they were worried about sound and light and traffic and noise. And it was really nice actually hearing the Hartford Street neighbors. First off, you should invite me to your Stoop Bar parties because I like to drink, and it's kind of sad you haven't invited me. So I want to make that as a note. But it's actually really nice what you do on that street, and it's really nice how supportive you are of this building. Going to kind of the renovation plan, I had to go back to Washington, D.C. and fight to put a mezzanine in the church, because if I didn't put a mezzanine in the church, we couldn't have actually made it work. And they wanted to remove when I had the mezzanine joined with a bridge, they wanted to get rid of the bridge because it ruined the sight line. I actually got that done, but the mezzanine, to the point of what you're doing to the theater, the mezzanine is on its own separate foundation, can be replaced. We also put ADA ramps over historic steps, and we put protective material over the steps so they can be reclaimed. So I think what you're doing to bring the building back to its original condition if somebody want to do that in the future is really important, and we did the same thing. I think I want to talk about one more thing, and that is Michael Petralis, who, when I first met him, he was very aggressive in his conversations about what another planner was doing in the seats. And over the course of, 4 or 5 hearings, Michael and his cohorts and the people that were not in agreement with him actually had a very nice hearing with us. We actually had a very civil discourse, and I called him out at the end of that hearing, and I said, thank you very much for that. And I think that as much as, again, what I talked about earlier, where people are not necessarily, not everyone's going to be happy at the end of this hearing, but I think what we're doing is we're actually doing something that's good for the community, and I hope everyone will be happy at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner So?
Thank you for being here today, and it's my honor to finally have joint hearing with my planning commissioners. I actually talked about it like a little briefly last time when we have a really heartfelt hearing with many folks from Castro Theater that took almost 6 hours, that we have to move from this chamber to another building, another room to talk about this. I lived only by like several bus stops away from the Castro Theater, and my daughter and I always went to the sing-along show, and it's been a memory of her lifetime that how she got to experience a Castro Theater, which is like no others, because that's where she see a full perspective of how peaceful and then embracing of everyone. Doesn't matter who you are, and it's a safe place that you can sing and dance the way you want, or maybe off tune and whatever, right? And so I would love to, as a mother, I love to see this type of legacy and generational gift continue to pass along, because I'm sitting here hoping that she doesn't tumble over to the people in front of her. But then I also looked around the building as a mother and also as a licensed architect, and I thought, someday I really hope this theater will stay. Someone's going to step up to actually really do something to fix this responsibly, and not to change it to a shopping mall, a store, but keeping it as a cultural endeavor. And then also knowing that as a historic preservation commissioner, I know that history is not freeze-dry anyone. We're living in a living history. We need to evolve. We need to enable space and activities for our current generation and respect to the story that we all embrace as our cultural heritage, and also bring forward so that our future generations, my daughter's too young to come out here to speak of anything of what they want in their generation, let alone the babies that are just born in the hospital right now. So we have some responsibility here to not only looking at what do we want, we need to look at what can we do to enable some type of flexibility, some type of adaptation to our future cultural and also resiliency. And with a project sponsor that were able to step up and take on this is actually admirable and be responsible. And I remember that it was a long process to kind of get everybody to have the adequate respect and community outreach to discuss and talk through what are the concerns. I think unknown is a lot of fear to a lot of people, and I think that right now, as I'm reading the staff report, there's a lot of conditions that have been set forth that is implementing accountability to overlooking the development of the restorations of this project. So I am actually very confident and happy looking forward that we will have Castro Theater continue to thrive and serve as an entertainment venue for me and for my child and maybe her great-grandchildren later on, further down the road. As a licensed architect, I think that one thing that is really important to me is public safety, environmental public safety, safety access to our building environment. So having accessibility, access for everyone, inclusive accessibility, it's a key part to any places. Like, I cannot emphasize that. I really feel that, like, we have to have safe entertainment venue for people to feel that they can really enjoy and not to have to worry about something, or they can actually get in there to have the same experience, same vintage points, same accessibility is not just about the aisle width and the seat. It's also about being able to share the similar view experience so they don't feel like they are second-class citizens, patrons. So seeing the rendering of viewpoint and seeing the floor plan from the architect that show us there is adequate placing of seats to allow similar viewpoint is very important. We have an ever-growing aging population. This is a very important thing that I wanted to emphasize. And also, coming out of COVID, I think everyone had a better understanding and appreciation of air quality and cleanliness of the air quality. And I remember a lot of time with the sing-along show, it's always like overheated because everyone is like, literally doing aerobic exercise. And I'm just thrilled to hear that with the architect in partnership with the historic architects, that they figure out a way to implementing new HVAC system without disrupting the integrity of the murals and the interior finishes of the theater. So that is also needed for a bit of a minimum raise of the little bit of a plenum. So I'm supportive of the recommendations with the conditions stated with the staff report for the certificate of appropriateness and also the planning code amendment. And I do want to leave to my fellow planning commissioner to make sure that we have the oversight component to make sure that there are checks and balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there members of the Planning Commission that would like to make comment about our certificate of appropriateness? Commissioner Moore?
I'd just like to ask a couple of questions for the reason that we are not historic preservation architects, and we have not had the ability, other than today, to get into the complexities of what is really at stake here. So the first question I would like to ask you or staff is, the Castro Theater is landmarked as a movie palace. And I think it is clear from what we heard today from many members of the public, I think endangered species is a very good description of what has happened to many similar venues across the country, including in San Francisco. So I take it very seriously asking you a question that was actually written to you and to us by Attorney Emblich and 4 other people in historic preservation and architecture and related fields. I like to preface what I'm saying with telling you that I took an hour and a half listening to SF Heritage's open workshop at the Castro Theater, and that was an eye-opener for me. It shed light on some of the questions that you are always working with, and the first one that struck me is that our preservation planner, Mr. Sucre, said after he was asked, is there anything specific in the Secretary of Interior standards that deal with seating, that he said the standards are a philosophical framework. And I think while that is a very challenging comment, it leaves a lot of room for interpretation, and it leaves a lot of room for intuitively responding one way or the other, for or against it. But I think it puts the burden for us of not being on the Historic Preservation Commission into an even larger framework. And I like to read for the public, and the question I'm asking you is quoting from the letter that was written by Mr. Emblich actually 2 days ago, where he asks and says the following. We write again ahead of this Thursday's Joint Planning and Historic Preservation Commission hearing to urge Commission members and other policymakers to follow the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation when considering any project that would have irreversible negative impact on the Castro Theater's historic interior. The existing concrete rake flooring and seating aisle configurations identified as a character-defining feature of the theater's interior in the landmark designation fact sheet prepared by the Planning Department and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. And then it is footnoted to your actions in the past, and I'm asking, what is in front of us today, is that different from what you said then?
I think we're going to have a staff initially comment, and then I think some commissioners would like to follow up on that.
Sure. I mean, the certificate of appropriateness really went into detail about the changes and their compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So this really gets into the change of use, and we do recognize that buildings change with time, and that buildings, historic buildings do need new uses. So so long as we can identify that the new use requires minimal changes to the defining characteristics, then it is compliant with that standard. So we made the case for that in the compliance standard that's included in the COA. There's also reversibility, which has been touched on, and we have looked at their proposal in terms of removing some of the concrete slab, and we've talked to experts, architectural conservators, people on our staff that have expertise in this topic, and they've confirmed that certainly that is a reversible that will be reversible, so they can restore the concrete in the future and bring back the rake. And does that answer your question?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Okay. Could you clarify it then?
Perhaps the question should really be addressed to the Historic Preservation Commission. You were interpreting it in a manner that could be applied to anything, but going back to it being a philosophical framework, I'm asking, how high is the bar for a philosophical framework? Why has a Colosseum in Rome not become a skating ring or a velodrome? I'm sorry to be not sounding ridiculous here, but if we take historic preservation seriously in a country which has a relatively short history and a lot to preserve over the short history of its existence, why are we not looking at this particular building and what's in front of us significantly more with an eye of endangered species? I'll toss that question.
Commissioner Nagaswaran, did you want to make comment about that?
So when you look at the Secretary of the Interior standards, Mr. Sucre had referred to them as philosophical. What he was meaning, which is something, and I've been a preservation architect for 27 years, so I have some background in that. These are guidelines for how to look at historic properties, and there is a measure of experience that has to be had in order to interpret how we do things on a case-by-case basis. It is not a blanket statement, this or that. It is looking at the whole volume of what we're looking at. In this case, when we're looking at the Castro Theater, I went through and I thought about, okay, so what do we think about the furnishings? And the public has made good points on the fact that seats are important to a theater. But I had to kind of think about that in terms of any other feature. Let's say in preservation we wouldn't look at seats, but let's say that they are important and we are going to look at them. Then I have to look at whether the seats are important to the character of the space and also are important to the integrity of the space. So on the orchestra level, the seats were replaced in 2001. So they are not original to the building or that type of construction from the initial period. And then I have to see within the period that they were installed, was there some relative significance applied to those seats for a specific reason? Let's say we look, it's within the period of the LGBTQ cultural district or the significance for the LGBTQ community from 1976 to 2004. Then I have to see if there was any specific thing that makes those seats significant to that period. So looking at those seats, were they constructed by a member of the community and they're important for that reason? Or were they imbued with some quality such as carvings or anything that represented the community in some way? And neither of those are the case. And in fact, they were replaced during the period, and so whatever seats were there before were replaced by something new. And so there isn't that relative significance. So,
Could
yes.
I interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
When we use seats as plural, I refer to seating arranged on a slanted floor with particular aisles and particular sidelines in a pattern that I do not see in the suggested tiered seating that is proposed. I'm not talking about this individual seat. I couldn't care less. It is the totality of all seats shaping and creating a room and a spatial experience that for a single screen movie theater is unique and hardly anywhere to be found anymore. That is what the endangered species reference is for me all about. So the seats can change their material wares, et cetera, and their attitudes about replacing that in an appropriate manner. It's the overall change of the interior experience of the room as a single theater, movie theater. That is the landmarking of the space, and I think we are losing that, from my perspective, as a feature that I personally consider to be important. So that is my question to you.
There's a distinction between restoration and rehabilitation. This is a rehabilitation. What we find in preservation projects is sometimes they will be alterations over time. And in the orchestra, there have been alterations over time, whether it's to the stage, the organ lift, or the seating. And so those are areas that are not original and can change over time. If the original seats were there, then there would be some, significance of, we should maintain these particular seats and the seating configuration. Now, the reference to presence of seating and aisles and the stage are referenced because there's the fact of the changes that have accrued over time. If that was not the case and the original seats were there, we would have to consider those seats and say, those seats are important to the original character because they are original to the period of significance. And so now we're talking about the alterations through time, and rehabilitation allows for things to change within that framework. And so, that's my explanation of that.
Kelly Wong, department staff. I just wanted to add that the original seats to the theater on the balcony level will be retained. And exactly as Commissioner Nagaswaran is indicating that is important to retain those seats because they are original to the theater. Thank you.
I think you answered my question, and I leave my own judgment for other things that pertain to us. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the...
Sorry. I didn't have any comments other than just to admire your expertise and the time that you all have put into this, many hearings that you've had. This is our only hearing. So I don't have any comments on this different appropriateness, but again, just want to thank you all for your work and thank staff and historic preservation staff as well for your tremendous work.
Sure. Thank you. I just had a few questions for staff and possibly for the project sponsor. As you know, the historic preservation has historically or traditionally just looked at the built environment, but we have in our work made sure that we include the discussion of intangibles and also about culture and community, because that's just a part of history. Mm-hmm. And kind of with that background in mind, I read the letter that we received from the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District and the Castro Theater Conservancy very seriously, and read the comments and their proposed changes that they wanted to make. And I did discuss some of these changes with our city attorney, and do know that that it would be challenging to implement some of these, but I think that we can make some, the Historic Preservation Commission, we can make some recommendations to the Planning Commission about our thoughts regarding the input of community involved in this future project. But there are two questions, Alex, that I have for you. One is about the blade sign, the vertical blade sign. There was some in one of the documents discussion about the repair and the restoration of the blade sign, and I was just wondering, because it is a character-defining feature, if you can make comment about that, because I would like to see that be considered as a condition.
Sure, yeah, there's no reason that it couldn't be. So, we would just suggest that we include language that the restoration can be approved administratively by planning department staff, and then when they revise the plans, they can include that as part of the plans for approval.
Great, and I don't know, did the project sponsor want to make comment about that? Because we would want to consider this as part of our COA.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, absolutely. With respect to the blade sign, we certainly would include that within the scope of work of the major project as well. And we do have a draft condition here that we're happy to submit that has a scope of work that I believe staff's familiar with as well. So happy to include that.
And does that
as a
indicate
condition.
a timeline as well?
Well, it's going to be done with the rest of the work,
Okay.
and the timeline is
So
with the project's timeline.
It will be within the full scope of preservation.
Correct. So
Okay.
what the condition basically says is prior to the TCO for the project, in other words, when the theater is ready to open after the project is finished, that work will be done.
Great. And then, Alex, if I could ask you another question that was raised in this letter to us. It's, I guess, comment or issue number 7, establish that the default arrangement of the theater shall be with motorized risers in place and with theatrical style chairs on the risers. Could you provide me with a little bit more information on that?
Sure. Well, I mean, that would be compliant with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So we did identify the presence of seating as a character-defining feature. So if that's the default condition, then it would be compliant.
Okay. And did the project sponsor want to comment on that?
I apologize. Could you clarify the question?
It was a part of it was included as an issue or something to be considered in the letter that was given to or sent to us from the LGBTQ Cultural District and the Castro Theater Conservancy, dated June 6th. I believe that this letter and the attachments were forwarded to you.
And the specific issue is with respect to the risers?
I just wanted to get some clarification and some comment from staff as well as project sponsor about this particular issue.
Yeah, okay, this is an interesting one, and yeah, I'm happy to respond to this one. We had this conversation with the planning staff about a year ago when we first had the conversation in connection with this specific issue. Let's keep in mind, when the theater is not open for an event, so in other words, a movie is not being shown or a live event is not being shown, there's nobody that's in the theater, right? So to the extent that there might have been a live show before, and then 5 days will pass, and then there might be another live show, for another planet to put the chairs out in a closed building where there's no event for seating and then have to remove them again, I think that's what this condition's asking, and we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense. So I think that answers the question. I think that's what they're asking for, and I don't think it makes any sense. And that's why the staff didn't include it in their conditions of approval.
Is that staff's understanding as well?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Great. And then I wanted to, I don't know if the HBC commissioners had any other comments about our COA, but I also wanted to share some comments to pass along to the Planning Commission I think President Tanner had shared a draft of some of the issues that they were interested in discussing, and I just wanted to make comment about those. I think we, the Historic Preservation Commission, would like to be a part of any future discussion, particularly about reporting from the project sponsor. This is a project that is truly a jewel of the community. As somebody mentioned it, that the theater is like the home of the community, and we definitely want to make sure that the community has access and information to what will be happening there with programming, with the rates that are charged for nonprofit organizations, with educational programs that may be happening. So we would like to make sure that we would be a part of any kind of discussion about that. I also wanted to make sure that the community had enough advance notice about any kind of report that the project sponsor would be making. Oftentimes, the community does not have enough time to be able to caucus and review all the information or the data that is shared about what will be happening at the Castro Theater. And so I just want to make sure that there's enough time between the project sponsor submitting the annual report or the report, and I would suggest definitely at least on an annual basis, and make it as simple. I'm not a techie, so I'd like very clear and simple information. I don't know if they're going to be, reporting, and I'm assuming that you'll have a log to show us what you're doing by the month and who's going to be performing or what is going to be happening by the month and who will be using it. But something very simple that I think all of us could understand and can comprehend. But I'd like to see enough time between the time this is submitted to the planning department and us having the joint hearings so that community can review it, can digest it, can make comment at a future joint meeting. And just to make sure that you mentioned, I think in 16D about having something 2 times a year. I mean, I think that's fine with us. I don't think you'll hear anybody on the HPC that would not be interested, but I just think that through this particular agenda item, we have learned a big lesson that the cultural district needs to work and needs to feel that they can come directly to us when they have issues about something that is happening in their community and something that is very important to them. And we want to make sure that in future discussions and with all cultural districts that you don't feel that, you definitely feel that you can come to the HPC and make your comments and your concerns known. I know that cultural districts are under another city agency, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the ability to listen to you and to be aware and be advocates for you. So I just want to let that be known to the community members who are here today. And then, Commissioner Foley, sorry.
Just really quickly, I want to say thank you to the planning staff for all the work you've been doing on this. It's a pretty arduous lift you had, and to another planet, it's also an arduous lift. So I appreciate everyone working together and the community. So thank you very much.
Historic Preservation Commission President Matsuda, if I may, I heard reference to a future joint hearing related to reporting. I didn't realize that was part of a condition of approval, and I was thinking that certainly staff could provide you with reporting as much as you wanted during their department announcements at your regular hearing. And if you wanted an informational presentation from the project sponsor, you could certainly request one. But I'm not sure a joint hearing for an annual report on the progress of this is necessarily a good use of all of your time.
Okay, but I would definitely like to make sure that we get the report and
Absolutely.
We allow enough time for the
Absolutely.
Community to be able to.
I'm without doubt, staff will be more than happy to forward the report to you and provide you with regular updates as to the status of the progress of the rehabilitation project. So certainly.
The full scope of preservation, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Imperial?
Yeah, I do have a question about the Castro Theater iconic blade sign in terms of the timeline, because that seems like the project sponsor mentioned that it's throughout the construction period. Can you specify in terms of the blade sign?
Of
How
course.
long? Yeah.
I mean, again, the project will start construction once we get permits following this long entitlement process, right? And everything that you've been talking about now, including the blade sign, will be part of the scope of work that the permits are going to be issued for. So we're not going to segment the work into 10 different permits. There'll be permits to do the construction work that is in front of you, for the plans that are in front of you, and the blade sign is now, we'll add that to the scope.
And that will be I guess the more clarification, because there is a request or a demand in terms of having the blade sign be first repaired, and there's a timeline on that. So that they are requesting in terms of the first 30 days. And is that and I guess for me is to clarify whether that is the first repair that will be part of the construction.
We'd rather it not be. We don't know when we're going to get the permits, because we don't know when this process will be completed, and we don't know how long it's going to take the permits. So starting to sequence the event of construction a year out or 18 months out just doesn't seem appropriate, and we'd really rather not be subject to that kind of condition, because we don't know, we don't control it. We'll get the permits when we get them, and we're going to do the scope of work consistently and together. But again, this blade sign will be complete before the theater opens. Okay. So there won't be a delay in that.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'd like to hear the historic preservation comments on that, as the blade sign is one of an important feature of the theater. I'd like to hear what your thoughts on having a specific timeline on having this repaired, or do you agree with the project sponsor's construction timeline?
Well, we did call out that the blade is considered, it's a character-defining feature, and it's an important part of the landmark designation. I think what staff would like to have us consider is that it be a part of the whole full preservation plan, and that maybe it could be a priority within the preservation plan, but it should follow within the whole scope. I don't know, Alex, would you like to comment on that?
That's it, correct. So like that would need to be completed prior to the issuance of a certificate of final occupancy would be appropriate.
And it's
and Kelly would like
Commissioner Imperial, I wonder if I wanted to chime in here with some experience in managing construction and things like that. This is very important blade sign, but it's also like icing on the cake. So you kind of don't want to push them to do it too early, and that might have a risk of actually damaging it again in the process of construction. And because of the uniqueness of the restoration, you might have to retain certain type of specific type of restoration contractor to do some of these pieces. So we might want to leave them some flexibility in terms of the scheduling on what is the critical path to finish the majority of the work and the construction, so then it's not risking further damaging the sign before fixing it. So, but I do agree we should hold them a bit more accountability to make sure that they restore it.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm heading to, is because there is such a kind of like a generic timeline, and of course the permits process may take time, and so yes. I would like to have more of a accountability process or accountability statement in terms of like prioritizing historical, defining prioritizing the historical features as part of the historical scope. So that's something that perhaps I would suggest in terms of adding on the COA. Yeah.
Commissioner Imperial, the project sponsor did submit an amendment to the.
Did everybody get a copy of that?
Unfortunately,
I'm
there
sorry.
weren't enough copies
Okay,
to
let
distribute
me
to the
pass
planning
that
commissioners
down.
as well, but related to the Blaine side specifically, that prior to the issuance of the temporary certificate of occupancy for the project sponsor shall complete the following maintenance and repair on the blade sign. So I think that sufficiently addresses your concern, or not.
So we will include this as part of our COA. Yes.
Okay. Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, great. Commissioner Vergara.
Sorry, thank you. I had a question about the front security gate. Unfortunately, I know it's needed. What I'd read earlier was that it would be a scissor gate, and I'm just not sure how that would look and how it would fit with the architecture of the lobby. So I just had a question about what the gate would look like.
Sure, yeah. And scissor gates are fairly common throughout the city, so we suspect it would look similar to that. But I can ask the project sponsors if they have more details on that. In response to Commissioner Nagashwaran's question, we can also include that as a condition of approval, that Planning Department preservation staff can administratively review and approve the final design for the scissor gate to ensure it's compliant with the Secretary of the Interior standards. But I'll pass it along to the sponsor if they want to share more details on its design.
Thank you.
We're sad to report that the security gate is necessary. The ticket booth has been vandalized 2 or 3 times in the last few months. And our intention is, our expectation is that this gate would not be permanently affixed to the building, but it'd actually be a rolling piece of equipment that they could, when they close down the theater at midnight or whenever they're done, they would put it out for the evening. It would live in, if you've been to the theater, you know there are those side exterior aisles, and they have a little bit of excess width to them beyond their egress width. And so this thing could literally be unclipped from its attachments in the non-sensitive materials behind the entry pilasters, and then rolled into there. And I would imagine that the vast majority of vandalism is not happening during daylight hours. So when they come in for work in the morning, they can unhinge it and put it away. So it's really kind of a midnight to 8 a.m. type of an installation. I agree, who loves a scissor gate, and what scissor gate looks good in front of any beautiful building. So we'll work with staff to make sure that, they think it's appropriate as well.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Because I would imagine that there would be several daytime hours where the gate would be in place, or would there be no gate if the sun is up and the theater is not being used?
Are you asking if the scissor gate will be there during the day ever?
On days when the theater is not being used.
I mean, it's possible it would be.
Right.
We don't want to have a scissor gate in front of our building or any business. The building was broken into 3 times last year.
Yeah.
I appreciate Mr. Wozni enthusiasm or his optimism about the box office, but the box office gets vandalized maybe once a month, and each repair is about $2,000 because it's a historic stained glass box office. So
Sure.
It's a significant problem, and it's important for us to weigh the risk versus reward on this issue because we're trying to protect a historic asset. So,
Sure.
So the answer is probably is yes. We couldn't guarantee that it would be gone every day, but it would be out of the way every day we're open.
Right. Which is why I guess I'm no expert on this, wondering if there's something that's more attractive than a scissor gate.
That's a philosophical question. We are happy to work with planning staff on looking at the scissor gate or other gate solutions that would be appropriate for the building, that would be as least intrusive as possible.
Sure.
And not present any kind of negative feeling from the community about a gate in front of the theater.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
This actually raises the question of daily maintenance of the entry with or without gate, because when facilities are not open every day, you have to basically have a steward taking on the maintenance and the appearance of this building, irrespective of it is being used or not. Is there any provision or anything that Historic Preservation is asking for extra security measures or for extra maintenance measures that secure the building in its pristine experience, even when it is not used full-time?
Commissioner Foley?
I mean, Commissioner Moore, it's pretty chaotic out there. And unless we put unless we require them to have 2 or 3 security guards, I don't see how we could make that a condition. I think we have to recognize they're supposed to keep the streets clean. That's part of their conditions. They're supposed to clean up things. And they don't want a messy building either. I mean, it's not going to be good for their business. So I think we have given them a lot of work to do, and I think with the community input and with our input, we've actually really have a very robust package for them to operate this building in a really great way for the community. But I don't think I think the only thing we could do is have 2 or 3 security guards out there, which I don't think is reasonable.
Well, in planning commissions, Commissioner Foley, we often have a condition that asks for community liaison and a phone number by which community members can actively participate in observing the building, making constructive suggestions, or bringing something to the attention of the operator that something is going on. And this is my question is more directed towards the participatory, interactive way of taking responsibility from the public with respect to a building that is not 100% 24/7 occupied.
I think that's one of the conditions. Wasn't that
it
a
is
condition?
actually. They do have a community liaison. Plus, I will tell you, the Castro CBD. I have a building in Castro. They're very active when anything is bad, or anything's on the ground. So we have a very active CBD, and we have a condition where they have community liaison in our conditions already.
And they have a liaison to the operator as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wong, did you want to make?
Yes, I just wanted to add that under Article 10 of the Planning Code, there is a provision for general maintenance of landmark properties. So it is a responsibility of the property owner to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the Planning Commission? Any questions or comments from the Historic Preservation Commission? So I am wondering if somebody would like to propose a motion, and then I do believe we have some additions to our conditions.
Motion to approve with conditions.
So just for staff, the first condition I think was on the full scope of preservation work, that we want to make sure that that's going to be completed within a 5-year period of time.
Yes, correct.
And then making the findings about the blade sign, and making that a part of the condition.
Mm-hmm.
And then Commissioner Nagaswaran, you had.
Okay. Thank you.
The mirroring of the condition in the Planning Commission draft motion for item number 7, with the inclusion of design review of the additions and rehabilitation work.
It on the conservation? No. Okay.
So,
And then we did have our recommendations to the Planning Commission about making sure that there was enough time for communities' input on a report, and that we be informed of when the report is going to be submitted to the Planning Department.
I'm not sure we need to make those part of the
No,
conditions.
we don't
of
have to make it
approval.
a part of
I
our
think we've-
condition, but
we're
just to make sure that we.
fully aware and prepared to do that. So, Commissioners, if I heard correctly, and Commissioner Foley, your motion included a recommendation for approval of the Planning Code amendment as well?
Correct.
Very good, then. I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to adopt a recommendation for approval with staff's modifications on the Planning Code amendment, to approve the certificate of appropriateness with conditions as amended to include staff administrative review and approval of architectural finishes, compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards, including the scissor security gate, and all rehabilitation efforts to be completed within 5 years. On that motion.
Jonas, just a second. We did. Yeah, can you? I think there is a friendly amendment to that.
So I think we discussed doing the scope of work for the conservation part, which included the auditorium ceilings, gravito, murals, auditorium walls, and paintings on canvas.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Deputy City Attorney Peter Milianich. I just want to confirm whether you're asking that the restoration work be completed by the time of TCO issuance or within some certain period of time, 5 years or something else.
So it would be within the project period when they're doing the work. They're going to do the rehabilitation and the addition, and the rehabilitation work would be inclusive of the conservation work.
Very good. Then we will add that the scope of work of conservation to be completed prior to issuance of the temporary certificate of occupancy. On that motion, Commissioner Vergara.
Aye.
Commissioner Foley.
Yes.
Commissioner So.
Yes.
Commissioner Nagus-Warren.
Yes.
And Historic Preservation Commission President Matsuda.
Yes.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. And I thank you, Historic Preservation Commissioners. You may adjourn and retire.
Thank you, Planning Commissioners.
Lovely being here. You can stay in the audience if you want to stay a little longer, huh?
Maybe, yeah. Planning Commissioners, what now remains before you is also the Planning Code amendment as well as the conditional use authorization. Fine by me.
Why don't we give commissioners, are commissioners okay? Do you want to relocate? If people are wanting to adjust, we'll just give a minute for that to happen so everybody can do what they need. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think we're mostly set. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. There you go. All right. Thank you, staff, again. Thank you, all those who are still here with us. And if there are folks who are tuning in online, again, I thank everybody for their participation today. I'm going to start with a few questions myself.
Could I make a statement of disclosure, which I did not need to make in the first go-around? I'd like to put to record that I sit together with architect Chris Wasney on the waterfront WAC. While we haven't seen each other for 3 years because of COVID, I only today recognized that he is the preservation architect on this particular project. I do not see my association with him on the Waterfront Design Review Committee as a conflict, and I will be able to impartially participate in the Commission's actions.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Moore. I'll start with a few questions, and I see Commissioner Braun has his hand up. So, Mr. Abrams, if you can come forward. I know we're going to share some words, and I am curious myself just to understand a little bit about the Nasser family and kind of their perspective on the proposal that's before us today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So the family operated the theater, since it was constructed with, I think, thoughtfulness. They kept ticket prices reasonable. They had a program that appealed to a variety of audiences. Nevertheless, the attendance just wasn't there. Objectively, the attendance was not there. And this is no one's fault. This is the way single-screen theaters, this is what they've been experiencing recently. And given that fact, the family reached out, looked for an operator, and found another Planet Entertainment. The building is currently leased to another Planet Entertainment. So I think that in terms of Jonas's comment, it's something we should probably catch up on. But they've already leased the building, and so they are separate from the Nassers. The Nassers, support the project. They want to see the theater reopen. They want to see the neighborhood thrive. And I think that another thing to underscore is that as you consider the approval and these conditions, just underscoring that the operation of this theater, the use of this theater, and the success of this theater has occurred over the last century without the landmarking of the interior of the building. That has happened now. The project is wonderful. But I think as we proceed, whoever's operating this theater is going to need to have the flexibility to make the theater work from an operational standpoint. And I would just ask you to think about that as you consider the project.
Certainly. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time. And then I had some questions also for the project sponsor and whoever wants to kind of comment. Obviously, this is the first time that it's before the Planning Commission, but certainly been following the story as it's kind of wound its way through up to us. And one of the things that I think was pretty notable was the community benefits package that was presented and publicized much earlier this year. So I'm not sure who could talk a little bit about that package that's been offered.
Thank you, President Tanner. It may take a few of us to answer that question, but let me just start by saying I think throughout the community outreach process in reaching the goal that we have today, which is the package before you, the conditions in 16A, B, C, and D, those are very interesting conditions that are basically governing the operation of a private business.
My question, sir, was about the community benefits package that you've offered.
We believe that those conditions are a significant part of the community benefits. The agreement to, have a certain number of theater dates, the ongoing dialogue with the community, et cetera. I mean, to the extent that there's additional stuff that we'd like to speak to, Dan can certainly do that.
Great.
Are you asking about the community benefit package that we have on our website?
Yeah, I am, because I think
advertise?
that was, again, part of the story. We haven't heard very much about it today, so I'm just curious kind of if you could share a little bit about how you got there, what's included, and just kind of help us to understand that development.
So we got there by having over 800 meetings with community members over these last 30 months, which has been, very helpful and informative to us. I mean, all of us live in the Bay Area. A lot of us, like myself, we live right by the theater. So I consider myself a part of the community. But at the same time, there was a lot of people, a lot of energy and interest in the theater, which we appreciated. And through that process, we developed a community benefit package with some of the stakeholders, including the merchants. So some of those community benefits included 33% of our programming would be film. It's a minimum number. That we'd have LGBTQ plus programming as frequently as possible, but no less than 25%. That we continue to show, have events, at Pride, which we did this year, of course, and Harvey Milk Day. The Gay Men's Chorus would be there every year. Lesbians Who Tech, and those are just some examples of some of the specific events that are associated with that benefit.
Great. And maybe this would go back to you, Mr. Janice, around the days. I'm just curious. I know some folks are concerned. We heard today, and we've heard throughout this process, concerned about the number of days for film, the number of days for events, which seems like you've hammered out. And then there's a concern about it's only going to be open 180 days a year, and it's going to be vacant and empty other days. So maybe you could just talk a little bit about the operation of event spaces and just, why 180 days feels like the right amount. But I understand it could be more. Like if there are bookings for more than 180 days, then I'm assume you would happily accommodate more events. So could you just illuminate that a little bit for us?
Yeah, and I apologize. I actually had to run to the facilities really quick, so I'm a little out of breath. My apologies. I'm just trying to catch my breath. So, we have a lot of history in this business. Our founders, as I mentioned in my opening, they worked for Bill Graham when he was alive, and they operated the company for him until '91 when he died in a helicopter accident over Highway 37. Then they owned the company. So they have a long history of doing this type of work in the Bay Area. And so when we looked at the Castro Theater, talking to the owners over the course of a year about how to bring the theater to the future, we came to kind of an idea of what the optimal operation would be for a theater of this size. This is a 1,400-seat theater. This isn't a 50-seat movie theater that you maybe see at Cinemark, which I believe is, anyway. A facility of this size, can it be open every single day? We believe that 180 days is a perfect amount as a minimum of what kind of activity we believe the theater can have and still be a vibrant, healthy asset to the community. And the thing about what we're trying to do, an important thing I wanted to mention to you is what we've seen with the events we've been putting on, the events that have the most impact on the community and on the businesses seem to be the film festivals and specialty film events, and then, events with, musicians and other things, other additives, because unfortunately, the days of rep film seem to be behind us, and it's a sad reality that we're seeing nationally.
Great. And so you kind of looked at this compared with the other events and venues that you operate and saying 180 days is like the minimum that you could commit to and feel comfortable that you could actually use the space, that many days.
Yes.
And could you share a little bit about and I don't know if it'd be experience from other venues you're operating in terms of the private events. We've heard some concern from some community members, of course, we've heard not from all, that, they're going to be closed to, a corporate event or a wedding or something where it's not a general sale of tickets to the public. Could you share a little bit about if that is something you see venues of this size rented frequently for a different event, or kind of how you imagine those private events could play into the 180 days or just the overall operation of the venue?
Well, first I want to say we're not a private event company. It's not our core business. It never has. It wasn't Bill Graham's core business. Another Planet wasn't founded to be a private event company. We didn't get involved with the Castro Theater to make it into a private event space. That's not our goal. It's not our programming goals or our intention. But the problem that I see with the word private event is you look at, was it the Pride event, Mary? SF Pride. Their event was technically a private event. So we worked in partnership with them. I believe it was a free, or was it free or was it Eventbrite? How was it? Free. Yeah, it was a free event. So that's a group who's come. They've rented the theater, and they're having their own event. And so, the word private event gets a little muddy in how that works and how it relates to the overall programming of the theater. But I believe what the concern is being expressed is like corporate events and stuff, and that's just not our business. So I appreciate the concern, but that's not the reason why we are the operators of the Castro Theater.
Great, thank you. And maybe one last question, a couple more, about the community events. One of the things I think I also noted was a commitment, and you I think spoke about it earlier, to using local vendors. Could you just share a little bit about how that works? Like was it like they would come in and have their own concessionaire stand, or they'd use your concessionaire facilities? Like how would sourcing from local merchants work for food or maybe for other products? I'm not sure if there's common products that you'll be purchasing or what that would look like. Hi.
Hello, Commissioners.
Hi, good to see you again.
Hi, I'm Mary Condi with Another Planet Entertainment, and I'm more a part of the operational part of our business. We're currently working with local vendors to supply items for our concession stand. At Frameline last night, we had Kokak chocolates that we were selling, and we had some lovely baklava from the restaurant on the corner. Chadwick's is a vendor that we're looking at. So we're trying to be creative and partner with local restaurants and purveyors to bring a spotlight to them, to all of our patrons.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then, one of the other questions that we heard today, there's been a lot of challenges with this project, obviously. Some folks who are very in support of the project, some folks who are very much wanting the theater to be preserved as is. And one of the challenges that was brought up has been the Bill Graham Theater, and kind of saying, APE hasn't made the renovations there, and so that kind of eroded some of the trust. And I just wonder if there's anything you all want to say in regards to that project that could help to just explain in your own words what you think and why folks should have trust that this project and the restoration will go forward.
The other part of my job is managing the Bill Graham Civic, so I am happy to speak on this. I think there was a statement made in an earlier hearing that maybe didn't have the complete totality of what's happening at the Bill Graham Civic. We entered into an agreement to lease that space from the city in 2010. We had many conversations over these last 13 years on the best way to modernize the space. We have replaced all of the elevators, which was $3.5 million. In 2021, we did a $3.5 million HVAC upgrade. We've done an emergency lighting upgrade. We've spent over $14 million, and I have a budget, if you'd like, that we can pass around if you'd like to see more information. I believe that we are in compliance with our lease agreement, and we have a very good working relationship with the folks at real estate.
Great, thank you. Certainly, it was one of those things that's been said, and I just wanted to make sure that I had more information about
Thank
it, so I
you.
appreciate that. Last question before I go to Commissioner Braun is around noise mitigation. I'm just curious what type of noise mitigation is included in the project. We heard, obviously, lots of support from the neighbors, which is great. It's really fantastic to have folks living right next door to a venue, very supportive, but just curious what can or is going to be done to help mitigate any sound concerns.
My name is Charles Salter, and for over 50 years I've been an acoustical engineer in San Francisco. And we did the noise study for the project. We addressed the mechanical equipment noise, the music noise, and the new movie theater sound system noise. And as you know, in the city of San Francisco, they have a great noise ordinance to protect neighbors from excessive noise. So we're confident that this will be in compliance. And as I say, we've written the report, and we're responsible to achieve the protection of the neighborhood.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So before I turn over to Commissioner Braun, I just want to say that Commissioner Braun Spearhead and I gave some feedback on the conditions that you all have before you. You have this copy that has the blue markings that shows the difference, and this is under condition number 16. And so certainly want to give Commissioner Braun some space to talk about these and perhaps have some dialogue with the project sponsor and with other commissioners about them. I will start by saying letter F and letter I are duplicative, and I think based on the conversation we've had with the Historic Preservation Commission, I feel confident that the blade sign will be restored and repaired and not needing to see a specific timeline called out in our documentation. But with that, I will call on, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I want to just briefly ask, intensely listening to the public presentation, which started at 11 o'clock, I personally have not had the ability to read through your suggestions. Would you briefly go over them also for the public to fully understand what it is you have suggested? Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Braun.
Absolutely. I do want to go through those. I'll just maybe start with a couple of comments before I do, though. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to all the members of the community who have come out and spoken today, and I want to give my gratitude. There were a lot of very eloquent and impassioned speakers on this item, and I just really appreciate and want to acknowledge that. I also want to thank Planning Department staff for all the hard work that they've done on this item. For me, the Castro Theater item is something that's very meaningful to me and important to me, both as a gay man in San Francisco and also as somebody who has the experience of having lived in the Castro, in the neighborhood commercial district, for almost the entirety of my time here in the city, including up until last year, very close by above Spike's Coffee, for the folks who know the neighborhood well. So pre-pandemic, obviously, I was going to a lot of events at the Castro Theater, been to a wide variety of them. It was also my sort of average weeknight movie house, and so I very much respect and appreciate how important it is for film as well, and do want to see that it continues to function as a movie theater as well. My take on this, we have before us the nighttime entertainment ordinance. We have the conditional use authorization for the nighttime entertainment and bar use in the first and second stories while continuing the movie theater use. I really am trying to figure out the path forward here that allows this reinvestment, revitalization of the Castro Theater to happen. And to me, I do come down the side of recognizing the need to potentially diversify the uses that are allowed in the theater in order to ensure that there's a variety of different kinds of events that can happen over time. And so, we need to hear from all the commissioners, obviously. I mean, just for me, speaking for myself, I'm generally in favor of the nighttime entertainment ordinance and also the nighttime entertainment CUA and bar uses. But I have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns that are focused around maintaining the cultural significance of the Castro Theater, maintaining its ability to have films, maintaining the theater as an anchor for businesses in the neighborhood. And so that's where I want to kind of come back around to those conditions that President Tanner and I have presented. And this is just a starting point. All ears. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out what makes sense to everyone. But I think that was an effort to take in what had been provided by the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District and all of the many letters and comments that we received,
and also consider some of the practicalities of how things could be implemented as well. And so let's walk through that starting point. And actually, do you mind pointing up? Thank you, Alex.
SFGov, can we go to the computer? Thank you.
Okay, so this red line version is the, blue line. It covers the differences versus what we had in our original operations conditions for item under number 16 for the COA. And this first one is unchanged, but it's having no fewer than 75 days of each calendar year, being feature-length film or series of short films. The second item maintains what we originally received in our packet of 180 days of each calendar year being events that are open to the general public or to private parties. And I took a shot at this with saying, no fewer than 135 of those days must include events that are open to the general public, including events for which tickets are available for purchase by the public. And this is one maybe, I'll walk through all of them, but then maybe we can have some discussion with the project sponsor because of what you just said about the difficulties defining some of these things. Item C is essentially programming the Castro Theater no fewer than 50 days of each calendar year with events focused on LGBTQIA arts and culture. Those can be part of that 180 days total is the idea. The project sponsor has just told us they are committed to 25% of their event programming being focused on LGBTQIA programming. And so this is a little higher than 25%, so 25% would be 45 days. We can discuss that. Then item D is focused on allowing, on guidance, receiving guidance from LGBTQIA nonprofit organizations or nonprofit film exhibition organizations. But in order to add some sort of specificity and some teeth to this, there's also the requirement in here that the operator of the facility will attend a meeting with the Castro LGBTQ Cultural District twice per calendar year for guidance and include a record, which is the nature of that record is spelled out here, which would then be included in a report back annually to the Commission. Item E is about having an annual meeting inviting representatives of interested organizations such as the Cultural District, the Castro Merchants Association, and others, and including a record of that, which would then be included in an annual report back to the Planning Commission. As President Tanner mentioned, item F is no longer relevant. It's been replaced with the new blade sign language. If you're in agreement, potentially replaced with the new blade sign language adopted by the Historic Preservation Commission. Item G is about making a good faith effort to source at least half of the theater's food and beverage concessions from local businesses within the cultural district or up to a quarter mile outside the district boundaries in collaboration with the Castro Merchants Association, which I think speaks again to what we just heard from the project sponsor with that commitment for local sourcing and those efforts. Item H. So item H is really where we get into the oversight process of this. Item H starts with the language we received in our packet about the annual reporting and description of compliance with all these conditions, whatever we adopt. But then it goes on to say that for at least the first 5 calendar years after approval of the conditional use authorization, the operator of the facility shall participate in a planning commission hearing regarding compliance. And it sounds like there might also be, we could add the Historic Preservation Commission as a joint hearing, or if they want that separately, however it may play out. And then we have an option to extend that timeline for annual reporting. And really, I think this is really critical for ensuring that there is a process for the community to see that report, for it to be brought to their attention, for some accountability to be ensured in the future. It's not a permanent requirement so long as the first 5 years, seem to be going well, I think. And we lay out some specifics of what would be expected in that report and report out. But that's the overview of where we've gone. I know it's a lot to digest.
And I think in particular, if I can speak to the last one, because it's the longest one, but part of it was, we can ask for a report, but feeling a little bit of need to get somewhat specific about the types of things we wanted to see in that report, which, as we heard today, and we've seen in the written letters, like a lot of it is about what kind of programming occurs at the venue. And so really for us to be able to get a sense of that, I was thinking, Commissioner Braun, we could add that this report, the director would forward the report to the HPC as well as the Planning Commission, and perhaps that the department would provide notice to registered neighborhood groups of the report being available. And that could be a way to make sure folks know that it's there.
Absolutely. And I should point out also that I was an accidental duplicative, or more or less duplicative, of item E, which again is about the blade sign. And should we choose to adopt the recommendation, would be superseded by the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation. So with that, I guess I just want to walk through a couple of these with the project sponsor. And maybe we should just take this sort of one at a time. I mean, I think the first one that we really changed, or maybe this needs some wordsmithing potentially, I'm curious your reaction to, is 16B, where that gets into that private versus public discussion and that you mentioned.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we've looked at these for the last 7 hours, so we're somewhat familiar with them. I mean, I think Dan has already kind of hit the nail on the head here. That's, another planet sells tickets to events. That's how they make their money. That's their business model. Private events really aren't them. I guess I understand where this is coming from, but I also want to just really encourage the Commission to think about, this is a complicated business model to operate in a theater like this. This is a pretty major undertaking for another planet. And the more conditions you have, the more things that they have to do to thread the needle to comply with the Planning Commission desires here, it makes it that much harder to run the business. So we just don't think that's needed. So we'd rather not have that in there. So, and I don't know if Dan wants to say anything else on the first one, on that one.
Yeah, so I think I did address it when I was talking about our business and what we do. So that's, with that understanding, we just don't believe that this is a necessary condition, because we believe the outcome will speak for itself, because our track record for the last, really I said 40 years, it's really 50 years, but I think that when we've shown our track record and what we do. So we would respectfully request that the proposed change to be stricken and the be as written just be accepted.
I ask, if this body, if the direction of things is such that the language is kept, what would be is there a potential way that this would make more sense while still differentiating? I think, we get the spirit of the public versus private events, but I agree, it's a little hard to figure out some of those definitions. And I'm just wondering, based on your knowledge of the business, what you might say about that distinction.
It's really difficult. And the reason why it's difficult is I think you think about the Nassers and Timothy Pfluger back in 1922, when they built the theater and as a movie house, because the history, right, is the Nassers had like a store that was like selling fruit or candy or something, and a traveling salesman came to bring, and he said, hey, can I put this movie crank system in the back and show movies here, and you guys can make a little revenue off of it. It became so successful, they moved to Cliffs, and then they bought the land and built the Castro Theater. They never thought that we'd be in a situation where we are today, where movies just don't have the same allure to the public as they do. And the problem is, in our businesses, is we believe that live events have a place in entertainment and enriching people, and that's been consistent through at least my lifetime, and we think that will continue, but we don't know what's going to happen. All I do know is what our track record is as a steward of historic buildings and as a concert promoter in San Francisco for all these years and what we've done. So that's the reason why I think it's difficult to give you certainty when it's uncertain.
Thank you.
That's just the truth. So.
Yes, yeah, I appreciate that. We could take comments on the individual items, or we could.
That may be good. And Commissioner Imperial, is that okay if we talk about I don't know what's on your list, but if we could just do item by item, and that way we can just get all the commissioners' feedback one by one versus commissioner by commissioner. Commissioner Diamond?
So just a question to the city attorney. The CU runs with the land, and if another planet were to sell
its, well, or was to let go of its right to lease the space and another tenant were to take over another operator, they'd be operating under this CU. Is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Diamond. This is Deputy City Attorney Kristen Jensen, and that is correct. The conditions of approval would run with the land.
Okay, so as a consequence of that, I actually am quite concerned about the split between public and private. And while Another Planet's business may be very focused on, big events to which they sell tickets, we need to think about this with respect to how any operator might run it. And I have concerns about language that could be interpreted to allow an operator to have entirely, wedding events or banquets there. And so I would be in favor of having some number, which needs to be a public event. At the moment, you picked 135, which is 75%. I'm not committed to that at all, and I, think we could give them a lot more flexibility than that. But I do believe that inclusion of the language is important because we need to think about this with respect to any operator, not just Another Planet.
So that's a great point. Maybe there's some lower percentage that would be hopefully not a high bar for the current project sponsor to operate under, and also something that would, give this future, 50 years from now, however many years from now, another lessor guidance on how they might operate. I don't know, Commissioner Braun, if a percentage comes to your mind, like 50 or 25, or what number you may feel to have some floor of the minimum amount of days open to public via ticket sales.
Kelly Wong, department staff. I do want to share that if a future project sponsor wants to change the terms of the conditional use authorization, they can come back for an amendment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I mean, it seems 75% is admittedly a high number, and so I could see taking this down to 50%, but I am curious to hear other opinions on that. But the spirit of it, obviously, is to ensure that there is public access to the theater and that it will be drawing people to the neighborhood, which private events accomplish as well. But
Can we ask the project sponsor what number?
Yeah, if you had to, I know you all don't want to have a number, but if you had to pick one, what would you pick?
Again, since ticketed shows is our core business, 50% seems very, very reasonable.
Great.
So that would be fine with us.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
okay, so that would become minimum of 90 then, since we're working on the minimum day numbers rather than the percentage of time.
Right.
Okay, and so then, well, are there other comments on B? And I also realize there might be general comments as well. But on C, the suggested language on item C regarding the amount of programming for programming days for LGBTQIA arts and culture, whether that's the 25% that's been previously discussed. I'm curious about the reaction to 50.
Yeah, is 45 a big difference for y'all?
So again, it'll be a tag team up here. Thank you for bearing with us. I think there's a reason why the 25% is in the community benefits and not in the conditions of approval before the Planning Commission here. I think this is a very difficult area to define terms, to understand how you're actually complying with it. I think we get the big idea. I think trying to put this into words for a condition that the planning department is supposed to enforce is very difficult. And so we, again, would rather not have this condition and rather have Dan discuss how much work he's done with the community, the great relationships with the LGBT community, and et cetera. I mean, at some point, I think that's where some of these are going to have to land. So, Dan.
So first of all, I want to let the commissioners know that we are in partnership with Oasis Arts. So the first drag laureate, Darcy Drollinger, is a friend of ours and has graciously agreed to work with us for guidance on our programming and also to utilize Oasis Arts as a nonprofit to fund LGBTQ artists and groups to use the theater and have access to the theater. So that we already have a mission statement we've been working on with Darcy. Obviously, she's been very busy in her new role, which is very exciting. And so We are very much so committed to showing LGBTQ events, and our company has shown with our current programming and our historic programming that we do present a lot of LGBTQ programming. That said, I feel like when we have this discussion, it is somewhat complicated. And so I get what we get concerned about is what that means to each person. And so this does, although we are committed to this community and we're committed to this programming, defining it in a condition of use by this commission is a really difficult task. And so that's what we are cautious about and concerned about. So I guess I'm posing that back to you because we're trying to solve a problem, and I don't know the best way to do it to get the result we want. Anyway, pardon me.
Is the concern that you might say an event is categorized as being related to LGBTQIA arts and culture, but then another person may look at it and say it is not categorically related to that? Is that what is the complexity?
Correct.
That's the concern?
Yes.
Okay. I see Commissioner Braun is conferring with our city attorney, so we will let that perhaps play out unless other commissioners have any questions on this particular topic. Letter C or comments.
I guess here's where I get a little stuck, though. The commitment made in the community benefits package was under another plan, entertainment's management, with recommendations from LGBTQ plus and Castro community leaders. The Castro Theater will commit to hosting LGBTQ plus events and artists as frequently as possible with no less than 25% of programming. I understand the challenge of the definitions of what that means, and there would be, I think the vehicle could potentially be the report back process to this commission, and what that, I think that there would be an accounting of sort of how and why another plan entertainment has managed to, how the events reflect LGBTQIA culture. And so I just want to put that out there as, is that, if it's a 25%, I mean, it's not, we're not even asking for 25% in this, we're asking for 25% of the minimum number of days the theater is operating. I mean, would another plan entertainment, be able to stick to this commitment if the way it works is by, reporting back on that percentage to us?
What do you think of that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was waiting for the city attorney.
No worries.
So are you asking me about are you asking me about the reporting or the number or both?
I'm just taking one more shot at this to see, given the commitment made to 25% minimum of the programming to be LGBTQIA+, the option is we include that language, and then that gets sort of vetted through the process of reporting back to planning on an annual basis, the Planning Commission.
Yeah, so let me just kind of, so I want to go to D. I want to go to D for a second. Mm-hmm. So what D is about is what I believe and how we have looked at this is we are working with an LGBTQ nonprofit, Oasis Arts, which we're, again, very, really proud of. And so we intend to utilize that relationship, who I think Darcy has a lot of credibility in San Francisco and in the LGBTQ community. And so using that guidance to talk about programming and work through these issues to ensure that we are achieving our goals and the goals and the commitments we've made to the community. So I appreciate what you're saying in C, and we are happy to put in a condition regarding LGBTQ programming. What I'm concerned about is that if we come to you with a report and we say that we had, Peaches Christ did 150 nights at the Castro Theater, and someone says, well, that's not LGBTQ programming. Who is the arbiter of that? And so that's all I'm asking, and it's, that's all I'm pointing out. It's just a...
I think ultimately it's this commission is the arbiter, right? We're the keepers of this conditional use and all the authority and all the authorization that's part of it. And so I think that it would be up to this body, and via our staff as they do the review and through the annual reporting to determine that and to, agree or disagree. with that. I don't know if it gives you any comfort or if it gives you discomfort, but.
Well, no, that's fair, though, and I just wanted to make sure, I know you're all very intelligent people, so I'm not trying to say things or state something that's not obvious, but I wanted to make sure that we're talking about the process and what that looks like and who is the arbiter of that determination, because it's a challenging question.
Yeah, certainly. And certainly it would ultimately be best. And I think even for jumping a little bit ahead to letter D, I think part of the idea here is that, the city has created cultural districts, which are a very place-based way of thinking about culture. And so saying this particular area of the city is going to have this designation. And so I think part of that is to say, and we're a land use body primarily. And so when we think about uses and place and people together, I think meeting with the cultural district, in addition to the other partnerships that you had, just ensuring that there is that line of communication that's regularly open to our place-based cultural district for a very important feature of that district. Now, you all may not disagree on everything. You may have different perspectives, and that's okay. I think for our perspective, having that open communication and ongoing relationship to the district is certainly important. And that would be in letter D, why that's suggested. But the idea isn't that that group would be approving your programming or they're giving you guidance and input, but you're certainly the keepers of your own programming, and then through the annual reporting, we're seeing what's happening. Commissioner Diamond, sorry.
So I'll give a heads up that I am likely to be supportive of approving this project for various reasons, but one of which is the commitment of Another Planet to LGBT programming. And I will say that I believe that programming consistent with the historic uses of the district and its position in the LGBT community are necessary for me to make the conditional use permit findings as necessary and desirable. But I'm wondering if an alternative approach to C is to instead do what we've done in other projects, which is to reference the community benefits agreement as a finding, rather than, which has the notion of 25% in it, but have it as a finding and a basis for why we're approving this is to actually having a specified number of LGBTQ programs as a condition of approval, which would then, if we keep it as a condition, I'm also a little anxious about the planning commissioner being the arbiter of whether or not a particular program qualifies or not as LGBTQ programming. So while I believe this whole subject is actually pivotal in my view as to why I will approve the project, I'd be comfortable by simply referencing the community benefits agreement in the findings. But I don't know, City Attorney, if you think that works, and I don't know, Commissioner Braun, if that would satisfy your concern.
Thank you, Commissioner Diamond. Deputy City Attorney Kristen Jensen again. Actually, you read my mind, and maybe we could sort of do a 1-2 punch on this. What I was going to suggest is that the findings could reference the online community benefits program, and then the current language of provision D. I've handed mine off, so I don't have it in front of me, but the current provision of paragraph D, where it says, on an ongoing basis, the operator of the facility shall seek guidance on, et cetera. We could put a reference in there on the overall programming of the facility from one or more San Francisco-based LGBTQIA+ nonprofit organizations or nonprofit film organizations in its efforts to meet its objectives as stated in, and then again reference back the online community benefits targets. So in other words, the whole point of item D here is to say that you have made this commitment to the community, and item D is the mechanism that we're asking you to commit to help you meet that goal. So I think the language would come up in two different places to make it, so the enforceable condition is that you will work with them to meet that goal.
And then we would eliminate C because it wouldn't be necessary.
Exactly. That would be my proposal.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Moore, did you have a comment or response to that?
Commissioner Diamond, I'm sure you have noticed today that we have a large group of people speaking here today while they are all referencing LGBTQ identity and support. Within those groups, there is a large difference of opinion. And if we create this feedback loop, I would want to make sure that even those who do not agree with the outcome of what's happening today are being represented. And that means to me that, for example, the Conservancy or members of the Conservancy, particularly members of the Cultural District, are part of this. Otherwise, we are creating, again, an interest group-based feedback loop that does not give us the objectivity by which this community needs to be presented. There's a large array of nonprofits, a large variety of who stands for what, and I want to make sure that it's as inclusive even for those who do not agree with today's direction.
And I think that the way I heard the amendments would be kind of an additional clause after the first sentence of what is currently letter D to reference, some regard of referencing the commitment to whether it's 25% of days of programming being related to, LGBTQI arts and culture. I still, to your point, Commissioner Moore, would be supportive of still saying there's a minimum need to meet with the cultural district at least twice a year, just to say, that's got to happen. But I don't think that Commissioner Diamond's comments were to exclude that piece of it.
No, I just want to make sure that this is being represented.
Yeah, thank you for that point. Did you want to speak, sir, on our little amendments that we're making here on the fly?
We very definitely prefer that approach, so thank you. And it is referenced online as a community benefits package. So that's how I think it should be referred to. And yeah, that's a much preferred result. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to continue on to letter E? Or
could I ask one additional question?
Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Mr. Jonas, you're in the business of large corporate transactions. My understanding is that venues like Another Planet Entertainment plans their events way ahead from when they occur. I happen to live next to the Masonic Auditorium, and with a lot advance notice, do I know what is coming up? Ringo Starr the other day, although I missed it. But isn't there a way of more creatively interweaving what needs to come together here? Like with an advanced calendar by which you have your main events focusing on live entertainment and music, isn't it possible to lay out a calendar that is jointly supported instead of leaving it up to vague interpretations what ultimately applies and doesn't apply?
Well,
is that possible? Is that physically possible?
That's a great question, and this is the guy that answers it because you're right. The programming of a theater like this or any entertainment venue is a complex endeavor, and can it go out for a year? And why don't you, Dan, give a little idea of how it works and how you decide who comes and all that?
So you're asking about how we program the theater?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out as to whether or not there is a kind of more collaborative interaction between the public, which feels left out and somewhat deprived of its cultural focus, and you need now, with these conditions, to be more interactive in how the space is being used. As you lay out the calendar for the year, is there common ground on finding the evening slots by which either part is basically fully represented in the space that's available?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a very thoughtful question. We don't lay out our calendar in advance by a year. We're typically booking 6 to 8 weeks. Sometimes it's of a larger act, or the film festivals like to know further in advance. But for the concert events, the comedy and podcast events that we present in other venues, that's maybe 6, 8, 12 weeks of lead time. And it's hard juggling the calendar. We get artists who know they want to come to San Francisco, they want to perform at a certain venue, but they're not sure when they're playing in LA or Seattle. So they ask to hold 5 or 6 dates with us over a certain time frame while they hone in and schedule the rest of their tour. So there's a lot of data that we're juggling to create our calendar of events.
So the ideal version of an annual calendar with advanced bookings for who uses the space is not possible.
No, I think maybe a performing arts venue that does Broadway musicals, that sort of thing, maybe they do their booking a year in advance, but that's not our model.
Thank you.
Sounds like a challenging job to schedule.
Okay. Sorry, if you'll indulge me to keep going through these just to get some reaction and response. I'm
sorry, I have a question.
Oh, yes.
I apologize.
Yes.
I know we're moving along here and appreciate your attention to each one of these conditions. I know we just talked about D. Is there something that's been decided that we should comment on, or are we continuing just to kind of review these and discuss?
I mean, oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, I think for D, it sounds like we are erring for C and D on the side possibly of referencing the 25% commitment in the community benefits package. And that as part of achieving that, you would meet with various nonprofits with, at a minimum, the cultural district twice a year to help achieve that goal of furthering the programming.
Okay, so I just wanted the clarification that our partnership with, for instance, Darcy Drollinger, with working with them on guidance and working with them on programming would
absolutely be fine. And then in addition, you would at least meet with the cultural district twice a year. So just that's kind of the combination. You work with whoever you want on whatever you want, and also meet with the cultural district twice a year to talk about, just the calendar, other topics, et cetera. And again, maybe something productive comes to those meetings. Maybe it's just an open door, but at least they have an opportunity to speak with you and share their thoughts.
Okay.
Twice a year.
I just wanted to understand what the burden is and how many groups we have to meet with and where we're getting guidance. And so, okay.
And to further clarify, so now C is gone, and we're going to add a little bit to D, referring to the findings that City Attorney Jensen
Because we'd add it to the findings about the community benefits package, and then we'd add that reference again into what is currently letter D.
Yeah, and we eliminated C.
Right.
Well,
So no more than 50 days?
Currently working draft would be that C would so in their community benefits package, they've committed to 25% of the program, which is actually 45 days of 180, but I guess if they do more than days at 180, maybe it's more. I don't know how that's getting counted. But we would eliminate C and not have a specific number, but the number would be in the findings, which is referencing the community benefits package. So hopefully that makes some sense, Commissioner Imperial.
I'm not sure I'm still on, but one recommendation I had made is that when Jonas and I were talking off mic, is that we reference the community benefits package as of today's date, just because they may, change it or update it online, so we don't want there to be any confusion.
That's a great point. Probably should make sure we print off a copy and put it in the record as well. So is that clear for everyone? I think we're on letter E now then?
Yeah,
perhaps?
just to restate it, so C was eliminated, and the opening of D is, as I understand it, on an ongoing basis. The operator of the facility shall seek guidance on the overall programming of the facility from one or more San Francisco-based LGBTQIA plus nonprofit organizations or nonprofit film exhibition organizations in its efforts to meet its stated goals in the online community benefits package as of today's date.
I added it to the end of your first sentence in blue, basically at minimum the operator blah, 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 twice per year for guidance on the community benefits package as of today's date. Would that be sufficient?
I think it's better at the end of the first sentence, because I think the idea is this overall clause is about getting guidance to meet that 25%. And then one specific group is the cultural district to meet with.
This is why we wanted to have a printed version to at least start working off of.
That would be better.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. So then I guess we move on to E, which is about the annual meeting, inviting representatives of interested organizations with a record of the agenda's notes, attendees, and completed follow-up actions. Any reactions to that? It's a once-a-year meeting with the relevant organizations.
First, I want to say that we are members of the Castro Merchants Association, and we attend a meeting once a month with the merchants that's open to the public. And I know members of the Cultural District regularly attend that meeting, as well as the supervisor. We've been asked to speak at multiple merchant meetings. We just spoke this last week. I think it was June 1st, the June meeting. And so, something that says that will be available at the merchant meeting maybe, but it just seems like a lot of meetings and a lot of oversight, in addition to having an annual report to this commission, as well as being potentially called back into before this commission to speak about our compliance. And so we're just thinking about what really is necessary and reasonable versus burdensome on because we're in the business of operating a theater, not necessarily having meetings.
Commissioner Diamond?
I'm a little confused. It seems like there's a lot of overlap between D and E, and I'm wondering if they can be combined together or if you had different purposes in mind.
I think part of it was that, we've seen so much different perspectives from different community groups. And so we didn't want to have just one group be the only group that is like ensconced as like, this is the group that you should talk to. So this was kind of an effort to, on one hand, in letter D, to make sure the cultural district does have access, especially given at this particular moment, there's a bit of conflict between the cultural district and Another Planet. And so hopefully over time that can diminish and become a more working and collaborative partnership. But in the absence of that, currently, there are other groups that have formed and that exist that also have an interest in having open conversations with the operator. So it could be one combined meeting. Maybe it's once a year that they meet with the cultural district and other interested groups, and there's just one annual meeting that's at least part of letter D, in addition to their closer partnerships with folks that they have more active engagement with, which would obviously happen at your leisure and in accordance with your business practice. That was the idea, though, that we were trying to achieve, Commissioner Diamond.
I just want to make comment that in terms of the, I think it's really important that having this kind of meetings, especially with the Castro LGBT Cultural District, because the Planning Commission is committed to a thriving cultural district. So this is something that actually I would like to ask later on in terms of your relationship right now with the Castro LGBT District. And this kind of measures is for us in the Planning Commission to make sure that you are in partnership with the cultural district. And the cultural district will eventually, especially the Castro LGBT Cultural District, will submit a CHESS report to the Board of Supervisors. So I just want for the APE to really recognize the partnership with the cultural district is very, very important.
Mm-hmm. I think, and I would just want to agree wholeheartedly with you, Commissioner Imperial, that that's what we're trying to get. Like, these are important groups. And so maybe if we wanted to have a little more streamlining, which we're also all about streamlining here at the Planning Department too, we could say at a minimum the operator, this would be letter D, at a minimum the operator of the facility will attend a meeting or host a meeting with the Castro LGBT Cultural District and other interested groups once per year for guidance. So there's at least one annual meeting with groups that want to be part of it. So it could be all the groups we heard today could have representatives there and get feedback, once a year, essentially. That's the idea. And then, of course, you may have deeper partnerships with specific folks that you're working with who are maybe doing active programming.
And that seems reasonable. If you're saying that we change D so it's a once-a-year meeting that's open to all interested parties, that seems to me to be a more equitable way to do this and just less burdensome on our business and everybody's time.
So what if we say, this would be the first line in blue, at a minimum, the operator of the facility will host an annual meeting with the LGBT Culture District, and you could take out twice per calendar year, the LGBTQ Cultural District and other interested organizations for guidance.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I actually like the original, that is twice a meeting with the cultural district, because that would build the relationship. And I'm not sure as the status of your relationship with the cultural district. So I'd like to retain that, the twice
a year. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm open to what we have 4 votes for today. If one is better than 2, then that's what I'll support. And I think part of my concern is I want to lift up the cultural district, but I know there are other groups that are as interested as the district, and I don't want them to not be able to come and also participate. That's my concern.
If I may, it sounds like with what you've just stated, Commissioner Imperial, maybe there does still need to, I respect the position that it's a lot of meetings and outreach, but if condition D were kept, that's a twice-a-year meeting with the cultural district, and then so that's in D, and then in E, it's just once a year, the more sort of open house, invite everyone, like all of the organizations in to have that discussion about Another Planet Entertainment's operations and plans and hear their guidance, thoughts, and feedback. The total ask there is just 3 meetings each year, which I know you're not in the business of having meetings.
And an annual report, and which we could be called into this commission.
Well, I might expect that you probably will be, just to be quite blunt. I think the level of focus on this project, when we get the report, probably for the next few years, I imagine we're going to have an informational session on the report. So just in full transparency. So I think we do hear from them that they would prefer not to have 3 meetings. I think it is up to us commissioners to decide what we think the appropriate requirement is in this regard. So Commissioner Diamond, then Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Diamond.
Go ahead. If I may chime in, perhaps for the first 3 years, it would be 3 meetings, and as we see the relationship mature and performance really being spot on, we will go back to 1 meeting. But I just like to throw out an example that CPMC, who got a very difficult approval quite a few years ago, is now in its 10th year of annual reporting, and that annual reporting is 10 times more intensive in all areas of compliance than anything that you would be asked. So I would suggest that you make it a community commitment, because I think people opening the doors for you, at least for the first 3 years, requires a little bit more being proactive.
And may I make a comment through the chair?
Certainly.
To clarify for the project sponsor, the commission is not creating oversight bodies for you. The commission is asking you to work with community groups and report to this oversight body, just to be clear. I think what you're being asked to do is have meetings with the community members, and then you will report back to this oversight body. So they're asking you to basically maintain relationships, the organization, yeah. But I thought what I heard was you were concerned that there was some delegation of oversight authority to these other organizations, and that's not what's happening.
Totally understand that.
Okay.
Might I comment on what Commissioner Moore just said? Are we talking about a 3-year sunset on this condition once we get the relationship established that we can?
Yeah. We could do, and again, I'm also going to just let everyone know, I think what we'll do is we'll talk all this through. If we get to some agreements, we should redraft this a little bit so we can make sure we can all look at a final draft. So we'll probably take a break to do that. But we could have one condition that says for the next 3 years, there'll be this twice-a-year meeting, and then it goes to the annual meeting after that.
Very much appreciate that. Thank you.
President Tanner just interpreted what I was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Commissioner Diamond?
Just a question. I mean, could they have 2 meetings a year, one of which is just with the cultural district, and one of which is with everybody? And after 3 years, if there's enough, if we see they could drop the single meeting with the cultural district. I just think we're trying to remove obstacles from businesses, and it feels to me like 3 meetings a year, especially because the cultural district's going to be invited to the 3rd one anyways, that I don't know that they need 2 on their own, plus the 3rd one. I think they do deserve and should have 1 on their own.
Certainly. Commissioner Moore?
I would consider that to be an alternative, Commissioner Diamond. Particularly, the cultural district has representatives in many other aspects of the community. So I think one particularly focused on the cultural district and the other one open to them, I think would be correct.
Okay, so I think we'll do 1 annual meeting with the cultural district, 1 annual meeting with the larger group, and then one of those would sunset after 3 years, or they would both sunset?
No, I just think the one with the cultural district could sunset. They should still have an annual meeting with all the groups, including the cultural district.
Great, so that would be kind of after the 4th year, let's say, and thereafter. Okay, good job, everyone. Very collaborative condition rating we're doing. I think we're on letter G, perhaps.
Yes, I guess I'm just going. So letter G is about making good faith efforts to source at least half the food and beverage concessions from local businesses within the cultural district boundaries or a quarter mile outside those boundaries, and rotating those vendors if possible. And I'm curious how that might work out.
I think this is, again, reference to the package that was online.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, and we're definitely want to work with neighboring restaurants and serve their food at our concession stand. We work with Castro Coffee. They have a special Castro Theater blend that we serve. I don't know that 50% is realistic, though, because 50% of our concession sales are beverages and popcorn, and I don't know that there's a local purveyor of Coca-Cola or popcorn that we could use, but we're definitely committed to working with neighboring businesses.
So it sounds like overall, yes, but just whether the percentage, and I think generally this is like a good faith effort. So I think we still want to set the bar at a good amount. Maybe half is too much, but set a decent bar. And then again, just knowing that you're making an effort. And so again, just kind of having that as part of the ongoing effort to the establishment. Any thoughts from other commissioners on this letter, letter G, or the amount that we think would make a good faith effort?
Can someone, can you repeat again? You said that what's wrong with the 50%?
Most of what they sell is popcorn and soda.
Oh, okay.
So it's not highly localized fare. And then I think maybe with the beverage license.
We have internally discussed having at least 2 items represented by local purveyors in our concession stand menu. So maybe if we looked at it as the number of items versus a percentage.
Yeah, maybe a good faith effort to source. We could say a portion of its food and beverage from local businesses. Or a number of items, more than one. That's a great suggestion. Sorry, Commissioner Diamond.
Can we enforce that? I mean, if we just say a good portion of the items, I mean, and have that in a condition of approval, is that something that's sufficiently specific that if somebody questioned whether or not they're doing it, that's an enforceable, that gives sufficient clarity? That's a question for the city attorney.
Deputy City Attorney Jensen again, what about to source a reasonable portion of its food or beverage? Or, I mean, I think what you need is something that is attainable, but it sounds like a fixed percentage may be difficult for them to commit to right now. So to source a reasonable percentage or to source a portion of is
reasonable is too subjective in its own.
Yeah, a portion of its food or beverage menu or food and beverage concessions. I don't know if menu or concessions is better, but
either would suffice.
Either language. Okay, so a portion of probably is the best way to go.
Okay.
A portion. Also would like to add, in terms of in item G, in terms of because we've heard it during the public comments of encouraging other small businesses also in the area, and I believe that this is that part of the good faith efforts in terms of I'm kind of like more thinking in terms of encouraging and really more in partnership when you have events and that you advertise the local businesses within that area.
Like saying, oh, there's this restaurant here, or there's this store here, or like letting people know what's...
As part of advertisements.
We worked on a pretty robust list of concessions and with the Castro Merchants Association. We will feature businesses on our website. We have communication that goes out before all of our events to our ticket holders with, what to know before you come over. And we'll have featured businesses on that. We'll have a link on our website to the Castro Merchants page. Merchants who are not members of the Castro Merchants Association have also been in touch with us. We will feature their information on our website. When clients come in to rent the theater, we have a list of restaurants that are available nearby for catering needs. When road crews come to town, we have a list of restaurants we refer them to that are in the neighborhood. So we are working in good faith with the merchants.
Okay. So, that's good. That's good to know. And I just kind of want to include what the Castro LGBT that is more on their in their proposal under E, which is Castro Merchant Association to feature advertisement, marketing materials online or otherwise businesses in the neighborhoods around the Castro Theater. The project sponsor should at least, I think it's kind of like the same as yours as well, at least half of its food, but instead a portion. I think it's letter E under red. Letter E of under 17, eating and drinking uses.
And the community conditions.
Yeah. Just adding that language in
Oh, I
terms
see.
of
Okay,
the
sorry, yeah.
Castro Merchant Association to feature in advertisement and marketing materials online or otherwise.
I think as long as it's still under the clause of a good faith effort, it sounds like they're already doing those activities, so it seems fine that they would continue them. I think part of the challenge here is we want to encourage certain behavior, but at the same time, this is their business operations, so we want to encourage them or a future operator to make these efforts, and that's really what we're controlling for. So that would be adding really a second sentence, I think, to letter G around essentially the operator of the facility shall make ongoing and good faith effort to feature advertisements, marketing materials online or otherwise for businesses in the neighborhood surrounding the Castro Theater.
I think I just want to add the advertisements. So there are these clear activities.
Right, because there's also more than just concessions. They're also letting people know what else is out in the neighborhood. That's a great point. Okay, we're almost done. Last letter.
Yes, and the last letter is the biggie about the oversight role of the Planning Commission in meeting these conditions.
Doesn't say planning commission, it's just
Yeah, so this is building on what we already had, which is basically every year they're going to submit a report to the director, and then for the first 5 calendar years that we would have a hearing, essentially, again, kind of the idea that hopefully after a number of years, the hearing is not necessary, and then we would schedule with the Planning Commission, and it would be, reporting on things that we've asked for them to kind of keep track of. Commissioner Moore?
I see a reference to the director, but I do not see a reference to the commission.
It's in the blue part.
Is
So
it rewritten?
yeah.
So it's kind of the same. It comes from you to us. Okay. So there's a tie. Okay.
Other thoughts about what's listed here?
I believe the historical preservation also wanted to have a joint hearing. Is that something that is?
Call a hearing if
couldn't hear
need be. We'll forward the report to them. We'll make sure that the report is available to the Historic Preservation Commission. They can choose if need be to hold a hearing.
I raised that when the Historic Preservation Commission
I think
was
they'll
here.
look at
I mean, if people feel more comfortable, we can say the director will forward it to the HPC, but I mean, that's essentially what I think what will happen, and then they could take it from there. Commissioner Diamond.
So I noticed that you want the 5 years to start. It's 5 years after approval of the CU authorization. Given that this is all about operational stuff, I'm wondering if you want the 5 years to start now, or if it's 5 years after they open.
After the open.
I guess the question would be, if you all imagine shutting down operations for a significant period of time, and if you know what that period of time will be, or if you'll continue to operate and then at some point construction will begin at a point where you have to close the facility, or if you have a sense of kind of the phasing. Because I think what I'm concerned about is like, however long things take, are they operating for a little while, then there's construction and they're operating again, and I wouldn't want to have too much operating before, we get a report back.
Well, I guess you raise an interesting question. Do these conditions apply now or only after
the construction's completed?
Yeah, when they take advantage of this CU.
At the
They've
CU,
got,
right, so they don't
entertainment
apply
and
now.
bar use.
So then I guess it would be after the certificate of occupancy?
Yes.
I just think that makes more sense because I don't know what they'd report on otherwise.
So it would be, I guess it wouldn't be approval of the CU, it'd be after
Issuance
of
of
the certificate of occupancy, yeah.
Certificate of occupancy?
Yeah.
The final or the final? But what does the project sponsor have to say about that?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you for that clarification, because that's being these mostly are operational conditions. Until we're operating it, there's really nothing to talk about. We can, update on construction activity, but that's probably not that interesting. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, great.
I guess that raises another question of clarification, which is, when do the annual meetings start? Is it after they've taken out the permit?
Well, I mean, I think it would be good for the annual meetings, and maybe the project sponsor can volunteer that they're going to do that, but these are tied to the CU, which you're approving, which relates to the bar and entertainment, nighttime entertainment use. So I think these provisions get triggered when that happens.
So can I encourage you to start meeting with them annually sooner?
Without a doubt, absolutely. Thank you.
Great suggestion. Okay, so we're to the end of this document. Are there any other comments on this document?
Because we're omitting I, right?
Yes, we're omitting I.
Apologies, thank you. On E, we did have some comments about E. We know that one seems pretty straightforward to you, but there are a few changes we suggest and very hard. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, H is in Henry, right?
Oh, okay.
The extension of, so we've already obviously are going to do the annual report and include the basic information. With respect to the second part of that additional condition, we're fine with most of it. We need to strike the approximate attendance. That's somewhat sensitive information that is business related, and we can't report that. And then we're not sure what discounted tickets mean. We can certainly say if it's free, but a discounted ticket, I'm not sure what that means. And again, to some extent, back to like what's a private event and what's a public event, we're going to be reporting on all the events. But in all this additional detail, I think we'll describe what it is. But so we would appreciate that being adjusted.
Yeah, I'm okay with if it's sensitive, the attendance. I think the free or discounted was kind of getting at the idea that, well, there would still be some lower ticketed events. So whether it's you're providing the price range for just all tickets, like you could just say the lowest cost ticket was X, the highest price ticket of this event was Y, and that could be something that would be interesting to know. And certainly for my thought, public or private, is like, can I buy a ticket to it, or is it an event that occurred but no one could buy tickets to it because it was a wedding banquet, or it was something where, it really is not available for the members of the public to purchase a ticket to.
So it's a complicated issue. And the reason why is, for instance, the film festivals, which are a big part of our programming and major partners for us running the theater. We don't run their ticketing. We don't run their discounts. We don't run. So we get into a situation, and also we're talking about third-party private entities. Some of them public, some of them private. Some of them obviously are nonprofits. And so it's what we want to do is be able to come to conditions that we believe we can comply with. And this condition with the attendance and the ticket, discounted tickets in the private part, I think that it poses problems.
Well, certainly you could say the event was, hosted by a third party. That could be the report. This was a third party event, and we weren't responsible for knowing this information, so we don't have it. It was the XYZ Film Festival on these days at this time, and it was a third party event that we didn't manage. I think that could be an appropriate way to answer that. And if there's an event that you are hosting and that you know the answer to, then you can provide the answer. It makes sense to me, but I don't know. Commissioner Moore?
I'm not quite sure if the question was asked that way. You are not selling your own tickets. You are using like Ticketmaster or somebody else to sell tickets for you. Is that correct? Is that what I hear you say?
Oh, no, I'm talking about, for instance, Frameline is in the theater. They had their opening event last night. Their ticketing is run by themselves. They run it. So we don't price their tickets. We don't sell their tickets. We don't get reports on their ticket sales. And so for us to provide information to this body with ticket information and attendance information, that's not information that we would have. I mean, we manually keep track of attendance in the theater because we want to know who's in our theater and who's not, but we don't actually get physical ticketing reports from our third-party partners.
I think you could say, though, that it was a third party hosting the ticket sales, but you do know that tickets are available for sale, correct?
Yes, we would know. I would presume we would know that.
So you could say, yes, tickets were available, versus an event that, again, to use the wedding example, where like tickets are not available for sale to that. We hosted this wedding on this date, and tickets were not available for sale to the general public. So if we go back to really letter B, which we worked on in terms of 50% events open to the general public, then this is how we're checking that, right? That like of the events you had, how much percent were, so that's what we're really trying to get at.
I understand, and actually, as I'm thinking on the fly about this, what also brings concern is our contracts with artists. And so contracts with movie studios are actually a lot more complicated than you'd think, but I don't know how sensitive they would have ticket data, but artists are not going to be too keen on us producing attendance and ticket data in a public form. And that's just, it's a private contract with an artist. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a place where we believe will be the crown jewel of LGBTQ art in the world. And we know that every artist in this world is going to want to play at the Castro Theater when this project's done, which we're extremely excited about. What we don't want to do is get in a situation where, because of conditions that we've negotiated or discussed with this body, we then disrupt our ability to contract in commercially reasonable terms with third parties.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
the concern.
And I think I think we share that goal. I think what we want to be able to do is check our math on the things we're asking you to do, right? So if we're asking for a number of events to be open to the public, a number of events to be related to LGBTQIA plus artists, then how do we check that? So if attendance is a problem, I get that. And if reporting on certainly detailed ticket data, fine. But again, if we just know at a base, yes, tickets were available for sale, or no tickets were not available to sale. I think that's what we're trying to get at.
And that'd be fine.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to make a comment just reflecting on some of the public voices we heard today. Many people talked about affordability, that at this moment, during the day or in the afternoon or whatever, for very little money, you can go and see a movie. However, once it shifts to your operating model, from at least what I was told, tickets become unaffordable. There was particularly one person who said, well, we used to be able to sit in the middle many, many years ago. Now we're barely able to sit in the last row, and when this comes online, we will not be able to afford it at all anymore. And I perceive my own role and my own responsibility on this commission as one which keeps the door open for the rest of the public, including looking at affordability and how a particular business model changes the ability for making this accessible for everybody. Could you comment on that, please? It seems to me that you not being able to speak to tickets and numbers of tickets and prices makes it very difficult for us to understand how your operational model now shifts this more into an upper range which many people can afford to attend.
So are you asking me how we price tickets? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure
I'm trying to have you speak to the idea of your operation remaining affordable for the community in which you are sitting.
Yes, and so that's why we have we had the Heclina Memorial. Heclina was a longtime friend of the company's, and I know a personal friend with Mary Condi, and we were really proud of that event. It was a free event. We did that for the community. The Pride event was a free event. Harvey Milk Day, we show it. It's a free event. And so we have a lot of free events that we produce. We do a similar thing at the Fox Theater. We do a similar thing with the Bill Graham Civic with our partnership with the City of San Francisco. So I think we have a proven track record for providing accessibility. I think whether you go to a movie at the Castro Theater or you go to a movie, which I have taken my daughter recently to the new theater at Stonestown, it's about $21 for a movie ticket. So the days of a $7 or $5 movie just don't exist in this era. So I don't know how to answer your question except just state what we're doing and what I see out in the marketplace.
I appreciate what you did in the past, that is under the theater as it currently exists, but once you start investing in the way you do, which I appreciate and really support, there comes the issue that with the refurbishing of the theater will not be affordable at the same level that it currently is.
May I make a suggestion, Commissioner Moore?
Please, yeah.
So rather than making it a requirement or a
I'm not making a requirement, I'm just asking.
No,
I
I
like
know.
your idea.
Yeah, so I'm saying perhaps in their annual report, they could give us a summary of events that were free or that were, priced at lower levels, just so that we have a sense of the commission as to the levels of accessibility to the general public. Could you do that? Just write a report in your annual report. Write a paragraph to us about what you've done.
Yes, free events versus ticketed events at 100%.
Well, free, or even, whatever event, that a certain number of events were available, regular movie theater tickets, and they were $21. Something, it's just a narrative about accessibility.
I just don't even know what accessibility. I mean, I know that for me when I go buy.
Let me put it this way.
A burrito, I think it'd be $5, but it's $20
I think
now.
you should just say yes, because we're going to impose something. You can write it, and if we're not happy with it, we'll let you know that at the commission. Yeah. This is not a big ask.
Yeah, and I would say for my part, I'm just envisioning a table that's like January 1st, this event happened. It was so-and-so artist was there. you know, they sold their own tickets, boom, next event. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need, you know, a description of everything that happened at the event. And so there'd be a box of like, yep, this event was free. This event was a community-sponsored event. This event was educational, or whatever it is that you might say. It's kind of in this vein of like, it wasn't your money-making event. It was something you did because it's part of your stewardship and like your responsibility and your connection with community.
Okay.
However you want to phrase it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome. All right, Commissioner.
So that means we'd need to add that.
Yeah, add that to this
yeah.
thing. So I think we're done with this document, and I want to go back to Commissioner Imperial, who had her hand up like an hour ago.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's getting hard to track.
Yep.
What are we adding?
We are adding, okay, so for the last condition H, we are adding that the HPC the director is also going to forward the report to the HPC. And we are striking the approximate attendance.
Yes.
I had striking if the activity was free or discounted or tickets were available, just because that was apparently complex. We're adding also that the report would include if an event was free or, I think basically if it was free or discounted.
Lower price tickets.
If it was free or lower price tickets were available.
Well, isn't that the same thing we just struck?
Oh, right.
It's not discounted. We're taking out the word discounted.
So we're just keeping free.
Free or low price tickets.
Well,
no, a discount is when when you actually,
Well, what's low price?
We'll let them define for us. I mean, he
Okay,
said $21.
okay.
He said $21, right?
Okay.
It's general
So,
admission tickets. Maybe
If
that's
the
it.
activity was free or lower priced.
And lower is always relative. So today's $21. Tomorrow could be, $26. I don't know. Right? It's
I mean, we
ongoing.
can put down general admission tickets if you want.
Well, that's where the sales are available to the general public. Is it open to the public? I think they get what we're saying, and I think that we'll be able to get the information we're wanting. I hope when we get this report in some number of years when the project is complete. With that said, I think that we'll review this again. Again, maybe we'll take a break to make sure we have the language all right. But for now, maybe we'll go back to just general commissioner comments or questions on other items related to this project. And with that, I'll go to you first, Commissioner Imperial.
Thank you. I also just want to I also want to bring up the Castro LGBT Cultural District also brought up in other items in terms of the, one is about the incorporation of certificate of appropriateness, which is on more, and they provided languages in terms of the validity of the scope of authorization. And then also in terms of expiration and renewal. And I'm just wondering because as I'm reading as well in terms of the expiration and renewal, some of this probably be part of the annual reporting, but this is part of the expiration and renewal where they're adding provide all documents and communications and any other records in the format to the Commission regarding its failure to comply with the terms of authorization. I think this is just an important part of the accountability, and I just want to highlight that if what other commissioners think as well, but I'd like to incorporate their language in terms of the expiration and renewal.
I guess I would just see if someone does not, if someone lets their permit expire, I don't know why we would need to get documentation about that. Like they've decided to not pursue something they invested in. I don't need to know why they didn't do it. If they're coming in for renewal, because, in my understanding, this is basically if they don't do their building within the right time period. So they need to renew it because maybe their vendors weren't available or the historic preservation guy got sick and couldn't do what he needed to do. I don't know. Something happened that delayed them. I just see this as overly onerous to say all records. Like, what would that even mean from a business? All records of why they couldn't finish on time? I'm just thinking about my own self. How would I explain something I didn't finish on time? Like, what records would I produce that show here's why I didn't finish something on time? Commissioner Diamond?
I don't know why we'd invent a special procedure for them. Don't we? We have to do this with everybody. So
Yeah,
whatever
unfortunately,
procedures we
we don't.
normally use, I think ought to be fine.
Well, I think, again, in terms of I think there are a lot of discussions in terms of the APE's commitment into the community. But I would just like put that in the record that if they are seeking for expiration or renewal, that of course we're going to ask for all of those informations. But I think the idea is to also provide that to as part of the public process. Another thing that I would like to also add, and for the commissioners to think as well, is the annually on a weekend date on or around May 22nd, the project sponsor shall host a free screening of the Times of Harbor Milk, which is under the Operation 16I.
If I may interrupt, in our community benefit package, that's already included, and that's
Okay.
already been incorporated.
That's okay, so that can be referenced in the findings. Okay. And I guess this is my question to the city attorney, and because there's a big ask, and we've heard a lot of this about the Castro Theater Oversight Board. It does make sense if we're trying to make sure that the Castro Theater has the cultural identity. I guess I'd like to know what are the issues or is there a legal issue in terms of creating an oversight board?
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy City Attorney Kristen Jensen. This body has no authority to create an oversight board. This is the oversight board for a conditional use.
Okay.
And I think the prior discussion around a commission hearing, it would give the community, both those that have been involved in this process as well as additional community members, to come forward and give you input as the oversight board on what you should do if the project sponsor is or is not meeting the conditions of approval. So you are that oversight body. You are going to have an open hearing, at least for the first couple of years, to get input from the community on whether the sponsor is complying with the conditions of approval here.
Yeah.
So you're doing that.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. I believe a community members reference to Fox Theater where they have an oversight board.
Yeah, and I think in the Fox Theater, it's publicly owned, right? So the city owns that and had in essence a CAC to help inform the city on how it was going to operate that facility.
I think part of it, Commissioner Imperial, is that if the Board of Supervisors, for example, wanted to create a CAC or something, that would be their purview, but not our purview to grant this request. That's, even though it's being made as part of the conditional approval, it's not something that we actually could do on our own as a commission.
That's correct. This body cannot delegate its authority to private parties to oversee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I think that's it. I mean, those are, I would like, but in general, and just want to make a general comment. I strongly encourage the APE to build relationships with the community and especially with the cultural district. Again, we have this, it's part of our plans around this. So that is something that, I don't want the APE to just simply have a meeting, but really listen and build that relationship and take in consideration their comments when you're having a meeting with them and recommendations on what can be the LGBTQ programming can be held there. It's really vital to have that. And yeah, this is, I think what we've worked today is fairly reasonable, although I would just say that, in terms of the, I would just say earlier that when we are trying to negotiate of the fewer days of what are general public events, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit irritated with the APE of trying to minimize down of the percentage of the days, and the fact that we want, the community is requesting us to hold accountability in this effort, because you do have a big responsibility to be a steward for this community. So I want you guys to be really aware of that. So yes, so those are my comments, my general comments, and I think some of the comments I've mentioned to the earlier have been incorporated as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Thank you, President Tanner, for buckling down and redrafting conditions. I'm glad we had this discussion. Thank you, Commissioner Imperial, for reminding us of the responsibility of what's involved. I think I would feel comfortable asking a member of the Cultural District to actually come to the microphone and see as to whether or not we are hitting the general tenor of some of your requests to us. I see still a member in the audience, and if you wouldn't mind just giving us briefly feedback to what's a very complex issue. We have just tons of paper here moving very quickly. I'd love for you to briefly speak of what you're observing and as to whether or not you feel we are responsive to what you have asked us to do.
Sure, thank you. Excuse me. Let's see. Well, I guess I want to say that I also really appreciate Commissioner Braun and Tanner writing up these other conditions and the kind of robust and in-depth conversation.
Could you go closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, and the robust and in-depth conversation that you had about these conditions. I would say that if you compare the conditions that it seems that you just possibly agreed on to the conditions that we requested, it's not recognizable in any way to what we requested. And so the conditions that were developed, in the Friends of Castro Theater Coalition, really, I think, created more specific accountability and more specific community engagement. And so it appeared to me in the conversation that just happened that virtually everything that you possibly were asking for, the representatives of APE told you that they were impossible. And I think the popcorn and soda was the only specific example that I really heard about why they were impossible. And so I think in the observation of the conversation, it just felt like an assessment that what seemed like very simple expectations were just deemed impossible by APE. And so I think for me, speaking for myself as a co-chair of the Cultural District, I think I will say that it feels very disappointing if what is voted upon is one meeting annually with the Cultural District, and then another meeting that we're invited to with other community members. Those meetings with multiple community stakeholders should be happening definitely annually and more frequently, I think, in our opinion. The Cultural District is just one stakeholder. We represent the community in the sense that our CHESS report is based on data collected, extensive data about community interests and opinions. And so we make our policies based on that data that represents a large portion of the community. And so I think we would also just encourage the APE collect information from a large portion of the community in their ongoing operations. And it's in the interest of support. I think that this debate has been very fraught, and sides have been created that have been depicted as immovable and unable to be kind of reconciled with one another. The conditions that were created were an attempt to create oversight of collective community engagement with APE, not just Cultural District engagement. So I think in terms of the numbers of LGBTQ programming or events that are in the conditions that we developed, I would say that I encourage you to consider them. To have a representative from APE say that they want the Castro Theater to be the global LGBTQ cultural hub, and then that at minimum, they'll have 25% of LGBTQ programming, but they can't understand how they would ever figure out what that might actually entail because it's complex. That's where the community comes in. So I understand that the Community Oversight Board is not something that you can legally designate, but I guess I would encourage you to consider our conditions for the other kind of robust community engagement that were opportunities that were included as an opportunity to support APE and have greater accountability. Do you have any questions for me?
You answered my question, but I have other commissioners perhaps have the opportunity.
I don't have any questions. Anybody else? Thank you for being here and for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you asking the question.
Commissioner Moore, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you. I'm disappointed.
Commissioner Diamond?
I wanted to make some general comments about my thoughts on the entire approval. We just went through a really important exercise of, line by line review of the conditions of operation, but I wanted to step back and make more general comments. I first wanted to say that I was incredibly impressed by the articulate nature and emotional impact of the comments from all of the speakers over the 5 to 6 hours of testimony that we heard. And kind of came away thinking you're all right. What I sense was an incredibly strong commitment to the Castro Theater as an institution in our community, and how good we should feel that as a city we're developing institutions that engender that kind of commitment. I was particularly struck by the woman who said this is her church, and it's the community's church, because that's a whole different level of emotional commitment to an institution. It resonated with me because it serves that purpose very much so for the LGBT community, but I was also struck by the number of people who talk about the importance of the sing-alongs for their families. And I know that I'm a regular attendee at the Jewish Film Festival, which is held at the Castro Theater every year, and that for many people who attend the Jewish Film Festival, they often comment that for them this is their Jewish high holidays, that they are not regular synagogue attendees, don't go to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur services, which are the high holidays, but instead they regularly attend the Jewish Film Festival, and that is their annual high holiday festival. So I think it speaks to sort of the broad level of support and importance of the Castro Theater, in the lives of many, many San Franciscans. And I balance that against many of the other points that were made, which is why I thought that it was important to spend time on all of the conditions, but why I'm in favor of the project. And the general reasons for being in support of the project, I'll just list some of them here. They were mentioned by others, but I found them persuasive, which is increased wheelchair access, the contribution of the theater and the project to neighborhood vitality and economic health, programming consistent with historic use of the theater and its importance in the LGBT community, the renovation, rehabilitation of absolutely gorgeous space. When I visited and had the chance to see what's hidden, I really look forward to the day when it's reopened and we can all enjoy the splendor of the theater. I strongly believe that economic models need to respond to the times, and I believe that the model you've put forward provides you with sufficient flexibility to hopefully make it a profitable enterprise that will continue into the future. And I really believe that the theater needs to have significant public access, and I think the conditions we negotiated accomplish that. So I, again, just want to commend everybody for the thoughtfulness and the importance of their comments and the commitment to this institution, and I will be supporting the project with the conditions as modified.
Thank you, Commissioner Diamond.
Was that a motion?
Yes, I move to approve both items with the conditions as modified.
Including the staff modification
Yes.
for the legislation.
Correct.
Second.
Commissioner Moore?
If we are asked to state of what the reason is of why we vote and in what form, I need to say that I end up being quite disappointed. And mostly I think I'm disappointed about the unresponsiveness of the applicant. The conditions that we have asked for in the modified form were basically argued at every point. There was never anything can do. I've hardly ever seen that in a discussion that was as much public focused as this one has been. And perhaps my disappointment is larger, having really heard the heartfelt testimony by so many people today. And what stands in stark contrast for me personally is the monetizing of all cultural assets as soon as somebody realizes they can make a buck on it. That is not to say that it's extremely difficult to maintain and live up to maintain landmarks. But just the very nature that we have chosen to designate something to be a landmark, it is also our collective responsibility, emphasis on collective, to figure out of how to maintain and leave them to what they really were and what they really are. And I see that we continuously turning to the convincing arguments of monetizing something and thinking it's going to be better. And I'm not saying that it can be better, but I have not seen many that have achieved that. I've seen them altered, and they have become something else other than what they was designated for. However, in this particular case, I felt that the community was speaking to a much larger issue, and that is on the emotional way with how you experience of what brings you together as community. And for a community that has gone through so many challenges that are visibly getting larger every day as we're sitting here, I believe that there would have been a larger commitment to helping to make that happen. I found the presentations by the elderly experts who are coming out of the theater and of cultural institution preservation extremely convincing. That's why listening to the workshop by Historic Preservation about the Castro Theater convinced me that I either heard today that there were safeguards built in that I could feel were conducive and supportive of what the community was asking, and I would switch to how I feel about it. But I'm coming away after 7 hours or 7.5 hours of meeting of not having been convinced by that, so I will not support the project as it's in front of me today. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Commissioner Moore. I did share with staff, I have the draft that we were working on, Commissioner Braun, and made the edits, so hopefully that's there. I don't know if folks really need to see it again or if we're ready to vote, but...
I think I've got it.
Okay, and you can compare against your notes against mine, and between the two of us, we'll get ready to go.
Okay, if there's no further deliberation, Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to approve the Planning Code amendment with the modifications submitted by staff and to approve the conditional use authorization as modified with the submissions of Commissioner Braun that I'll just highlight in B, we are striking 180 of those days and making it 90 days, striking C altogether, D becoming C, adding.
Could I? Yeah, on B.
So B, it's striking no fewer than 135 should become 90.
Excuse me, right, 135 and becoming 90.
Oh, do you want me to share? Did I share it with you, Alex? I could share it with you.
I have it on the screen open right now.
Thank you.
It's fine. If they've got it typed up, makes it easier.
Oh, I'm saying, can you share this?
SF Gov, can we go to the computer, please? SF Gov?
Do you have, Alex, the version I just shared it with you, but yeah, that one.
Correct.
Could you zoom in just a smidge, possibly?
They need to add the finding too.
Right.
Makes it much easier to read.
You want to pan down? So B was changing, oh, okay, this is not a strike-through version.
So I'll just say in B, no fewer than 90 days. That used to be 135. Letter C is now combining some of the previous ones. I'm actually just still made it 2 because we went back and forth about the meetings a little bit. So this is saying that they'll meet with organizations in order to meet its commitment to, as stated in the online community benefits package as of June 15, 2023, to have 25% of the program related to the LGBTQIA artists, culture, and activities. At a minimum, following the first 3 years of the certificate of occupancy, the operator of the facility will attend a meeting with Castro LGBTQ Cultural District twice per calendar year for guidance, and then the records would be provided. And then kind of the annual meeting is in D, since that's an ongoing versus ending in 3 years. But it basically repeats the same thing. I couldn't remember. It was once a year, but I thought it was once a year with the Cultural District and then once a year with everybody, right?
Right.
So sorry. In the other one, it should say 1. Okay. In letter, this is where we go over it. Once per calendar year. Sorry, you don't have edit access.
You can send it.
I have to change
So
your
read
access.
only, you have to save it, but we get that part.
Okay. And then this basically repeats the same thing, but just saying this is the annual meeting that would happen every year. And then we got with the food operation, we're saying a portion of food or beverage concessions from local businesses. And then added in letter F that the director would forward the report to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Yeah, you keep referring to 16H, but H is now in the
F.
end.
Sorry, I didn't say H. I just said, I was saying that F.
No, go back one condition. Nope, in D, you refer to condition number 16H.
Oh, see, we have to take H out. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The reference to H needs to be updated. So staff can update the reference to H to be the appropriate reference. And then that the report would be forwarded to the Historic Preservation Commission, changing it to that's from the date of the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. That's when the reporting starts, taking out the approximate number of attendants, changing discounted to lower priced. I believe that captures the reporting elements. And then striking letter A, what was letter I.
That's what I have. Okay, so.
Oh, sorry, one last thing, Josh. So do we have adequate reference to the community benefits package?
Well, that's what I was going to add. There was also adding the finding.
Perfect.
referencing the community benefits package as of today's date.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
We'll want to print out for the record.
yeah. So again, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve the planning code amendment with staff modifications, approving the conditional use authorization as modified and read into the record and displayed on the screen with minor edits, adding a finding to the case report or motion referencing the community benefits package as of June 15th, 2023. On that motion, Commissioner Braun.
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond.
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial.
No.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore. And Commission President Tanner.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-2 with Commissioners Imperial and Moore voting against. Commissioners, if you'd like, we can take a quick recess before we enter your regular business, or do you want to dive right in?
I mean, how fast can we do the consent calendar? Can we do them quickly?
We can do it relatively
Let's do
quickly.
the continue. Oh, we have to have public comment.
Very good, Commissioners. Moving on to your regular business, that'll place us under your consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 4, case number 2022-011807, CUA for the constraints reduction, planning code and zoning map amendments is proposed for continuance to June 29th, 2023. Item 5, case number 2022-011807, CUA 451 Prosper Street, a conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to June 29th, 2023. Item 6, case number 2021-004066 DRP for 372 Dolores Street, a discretionary review is proposed for continuance to June 29th, 2023. Item 7, case number 2022-008877 DRP for the property at 50 28th Street, discretionary review is proposed for continuance to July 13th, 2023. Item 8, case number 2021-002481 DRP-02 at 900 Chenery Street. A discretionary review is proposed for continuance to July 13th, 2023. Item 9, case number 2022-010646 CUA at 1970 Ocean Avenue. A conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to July 20th, 2023. Item 10, case number 2018-009733 CUA for the property at 290 San Bruno Avenue. A conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to July 20th, 2023. Item 11, case number 2022-010007 CUA at 345 Spear Street. A conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to July 20th, 2023. And item 12, case number 2021-010176 CUA for the property at 2261 Fillmore Street. A conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to July 27th, 2023. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the Commission on any of these items proposed for continuance, only on the matter of continuance. If you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no requests to speak from members of the public, public comment is closed, and your continuance calendar is now before you, Commissioners.
Are there motions on the calendar? Commissioner Imperial?
Move to continue all items as proposed.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to continue items as proposed, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore? Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and will place this under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constituted consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 13, case number 2023-003461 PCA for the Polk Street and Haight Street Neighborhood Commercial Districts Planning Code Amendments. Item 14, case number 2023-002918 CUA at 1615 Polk Street, conditional use authorization. Item 15, case number 2022-005819 CUA at 555 Fulton Street, number 307, conditional use authorization. Item 16, case number 2022-009960 CUA at 555 Fulton Street, number 405, conditional use authorization. And item 17, case number 2015-002604 ENX-03 at 667 Folsom Street, 120 Hawthorne Street, and 126 Hawthorne Street for a large project authorization. Commissioners, I believe Commissioner Moore is requesting that items items 13 and 17 be pulled off of consent and heard today. Members of the public, if there are any other items on consent that you would like to be pulled off of and considered today or at a later date, you need to come forward and make that request. If you are in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no additional requests to speak, commissioners, public comment on your consent calendar is closed. And with exception to items 13 and 17, it is now before you.
Well, we need to make a motion on the rest of them if you're pulling those two.
I am only pulling item 13. Item 17 is a generic discussion, which I will invite the commission in our next meeting to consider in more depth.
Very good. So then items 14, 15, 16, and 17 on consent.
Okay. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
Move to approve items 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Second.
Thank you, commissioners, on that motion to approve all items on consent except number 13. Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Placing us on commission matters, item 18, consideration of adoption draft minutes for May 25th and June 1st, 2023. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission on the minutes. Again, if you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3. Seeing no requests to speak, public comment on your minutes is closed, and they are now before you, commissioners.
Is there a motion on the minutes? Commissioner Imperial?
Move to adopt the minutes.
Second.
Thank you, commissioners, on that motion to adopt the minutes. Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Item 19, commission comments and questions.
Thank you all for a great hearing. I know it's been long, and I know we have a couple long hearings coming up because of having to reshuffle, but we will be working to try to make those as smooth and efficient as possible. So thank you for your time. And also, I think there's some open houses coming up that you're going to talk about
There
soon.
are, and just before Alex leaves right there, Alex, I just wanted to thank you for the tremendous amount of work he's done on the Castro Theater. It wasn't just today's hearing, it's the landmark amendment that's before HPC, the board hearings, in this hearing, and he's passionate about the theater and the work he does with our preservation team, so thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Alex.
Yes, and we have two open houses coming up about regarding the housing element implementation in the rezoning work. They are next.
It's the 22nd and the 11th of July.
Right, June 22nd, and then the 11th of July. We will send you more details. They're on our website as well. The one on the 22nd is at the LGBTQ Center, and the one on July 1 is in Golden Gate Park. We'll send details to you, but again, on our website, please feel free to join us. They start at 5:30.
Thank you. Okay, so you question? Go ahead, Commissioner Moore.
Are we under commissioner's comments?
Yeah.
Okay. The project that was in front of us just a few minutes on consent, 667 Fulton Street, is again one of the projects approved originally in 2017. It is 230 units that are being pushed out by another 4 years. And my question to the commission is, with the housing element hanging over our head to deliver units and get them built, I'm trying to figure out why we are continuing to extend entitlements, and this is actually a very good project, but we are falling behind at an extremely rapid rate. And that is where my question came in to take it off consent. However, this project is only one example for many others. And I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot, with particular as projects exceed 5 years, having been entitled and not delivering, because these are large, important sites, and we've got to capture these sites for some form of delivery. So I'm looking for the department to report on us what has been approved, how many units there are, because we need somewhere along a pro bono extension in the housing element, not to have to deliver at the rate as we do, because these projects were approved, they went through the proper reviews and approvals, and we can't deliver them. Not this group, we can approve them quickly, but we can't deliver them. And I don't want to be having double penalty, spending as much time as we do on approval and trying to make things happen, and abracadabra, they don't happen.
It's obviously an extremely tough economic environment to get housing built, and so you face the same frustration I think we all face. You have a choice between whether you terminate the entitlement, which would mean they would have to come back and go through the entire process to get re-entitled, or we extend it. I don't think just by virtue of us saying we're not going to extend the entitlement, you're going to get the housing built. But I think just the economic conditions of today, and that's at least what we hear from project sponsors as well as our own consultants on this, is not necessarily feasible to build these given the financing markets and given the cost of construction and where kind of market rental rates are or sale rates. So we get it. We face the, I mean, we're all frustrated by that.
Do we have a lobbyist in Sacramento rather than feeling that somebody's putting a gun against our head?
Well, we
Because
certainly have
they want it
the
both
housing
ways.
element time period is 8 years, right? So we're extending these still within that 8-year RENA cycle that our housing element covers. So if it's built within the time frame that we've extended it, we will still get kind of credit under our RENA goals for those projects.
Do we have a lobbyist to keep Sacramento updated that indeed all communities, including ours in particular, is rapidly falling
Sure.
behind? Because we have created approvals, we have created thorough guidance, thoughtful guidance to many, many projects, and they're in the thousands of units, and we're not getting them.
Yeah. And certainly, we don't need a lobbyist in Sacramento. We tell them. We report on our reading numbers. They know where kind of, I mean, we're not unique in the state as to where we are with housing production.
Yeah. So since we have another item, if we don't have any other commissioner comments or questions, Commissioner Diamond, did you want to share something?
Yeah. Well, it's 8 years. I thought we put something into the housing element that there was a halfway.
Right. We would go and look at kind of a mid-year review, but we would certainly make the argument, that we're not producing units because of where we are economically, not because of our efforts, or lack of efforts to make changes to our processes or to rezone. Those are happening, both before the commission, what we've heard, what's coming up, the tax recommendations. So we're making the right moves, but I think we're faced with kind of broader economic challenges, and housing gets built cyclically.
So if there are no other commissioner comments and questions, since we do have another item, I wonder if commissioners do want a break before we take up our last item? No? Okay. If people need to take a break, please take a break. And then, you can leave and come back into the
Item
chamber.
13, case number 2023-003461, PCA for the Polk Street and Haight Street Neighborhood Commercial Districts Planning Code Amendment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Veronica Flores, Planning Department staff. The item before you is the Polk Street and Haight Street Neighborhood Commercial Districts, or NCD ordinance. This was introduced by President Board Peskin, and it really relates to one primary change related to health services. And that change is to principally permit health services on the first floor within the Polk Street Neighborhood Commercial District, except for properties, or this is for properties that do not have frontage on Polk Street or California Street. The controls for the second floor and above will still be conditionally permitted for the health services. Within the proposed ordinance, there are also some additional code clarifications related to tobacco paraphernalia establishments. The first code clarification would explicitly exclude cannabis retail uses and temporary cannabis retail uses from the definition of tobacco paraphernalia establishment. Currently, that definition only excludes medical cannabis dispensaries, and we want to catch up the new definition of cannabis uses within the larger tobacco paraphernalia establishment definition. And lastly, the other code clarification is related to an obsolete reference to 3- and 6-year timeframes for a special definition for tobacco paraphernalia establishments within the Polk and Haight Street neighborhood commercial districts, respectively. So the proposed ordinance eliminates the reference to said timeframes and cleans it up, since those have now been adopted within the definition in Section 102. The department recommends approval of the proposed ordinance with one modification, and that is to only prohibit health services for storefronts that face directly onto Polk and California Street. In looking at the map, we noticed that there were some perhaps unintentional consequences of excluding several irregularly shaped lots that the storefronts face onto a side street, but they may have a sliver of the property line facing onto Polk or California Street. There were also some corner lots that we found that also had a storefront on a side street, so a little closer into the block. I understand that President Peskin is not amenable to this recommended modification, and unfortunately, there was no one available from the office here tonight to speak on the item. And I am also able to revise the draft resolution pending your decision tonight. And lastly, there were no public comments related to this item, and that concludes staff presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. If that concludes staff presentation, we should open up public comment. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission. If you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no request to speak, public comment is closed, and this matter is now before you, commissioners.
Commissioner Moore?
I took the project of consent, not disagreeing with any of the suggestions drafted by the supervisor, but I questioned the modifications because I live too close to Polk Street and know every side street and every storefront, having lived there for over 40 years. That said, I question that the modifications are indeed in the interest of the character of the neighborhood commercial corridor, and Ms. Flores was kind enough to checking back with the supervisor who is not supporting it. So it being on consent, I wanted to give the commissioners the opportunity to know that President Peskin, who drafted this legislation, is not in support of the modifications. So I will support the legislation minus the modifications.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion, yes.
Second.
There's no deliberation, commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to approve the planning code amendment without staff modifications. On that motion, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
No.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Diamond voting against. And concludes your hearing today, commissioners. I will remind you that you are off next week, June 22nd.
I think we remembered.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.